Hi everyone, hello. The stream is on. How's everyone doing? Hi. Hi Jackie. Hi Abby. Nice to see you here. as you all can see, I'm back with some more of the Devil. I streamed it last night, if anyone here doesn't know. And I had a wonderful time. Oh my goodness. Aww. And we're going to be continuing today. We're going to be going to the trial portion today. So today should be really exciting. Yesterday, we were just getting into the story of it, learning more about what's going on. We were doing some investigation. Now we're going to go into the trial proper. And let me tell you, this is the first trial of this game so far where I am genuinely extremely confused as to what the fuck could have happened. The last two cases that I did in this game, because there's an episode 0, I was able to pretty easily deduce kind of basically what was going on. But this time, oh boy, no, it's really difficult. So I cannot wait to see what's going to happen. Hi there, Estrella. Hi there, Z. Don't forget to disable that redeem you're going to disable. Ooh, thank you so much for reminding me, Jackie. Yes, I need to disable redeem for this because I have a wonderful redeem that I love doing. That being the good girl redeem. It's absolutely wonderful. However, for this stream specifically, I feel like it wouldn't necessarily be helpful. So we're gonna be turning it off for now. It's gonna be disabled. I apologize, everyone. The rest of my redeems are still here if you want to press them, but for now, that's gonna be done. Oh, there's a shit ton of moving parts here. For the longest part, I stuck to one theory, which was straight up wrong. Yeah, no, this is going to be difficult. Hi there, Keckle. Playing Blood on the Clock Tower. So I'm a lurker tonight. Totally fair. Thank you so much for lurking. I hope you have a wonderful time with Blood on the Clock Tower. I think I've heard of that game once or twice before, so have a wonderful time with it. But yeah, everyone, get ready, because this case is going to be tough, but I am excited for that. So let's just jump straight into it, shall we? All right. Woo. All right. So when I left, we had just entered the courtroom 48D, where we're going to have to be in a trial. So we got started over here. Yes, Sarah said the courtroom gallery is looking quite full today. And Morgan says, awash in a sea of pissed off cops. For context, one of the victims of this case, there are 5 victims. One of them is a cop that got stabbed in the chest with a sword from the back. So, yeah, the police department is not happy with this, and we have a massive target on our back because of it. It doesn't exactly shore up one's confidence, does it? This is Sosuke. This is our defendant that we're going to be defending today. Or I shouldn't say our defendant. He's our client. He's also Yakuza, so that's going to be fun. 5 counts of murder would be newsworthy any day of the week. Add in the fact that one of the bodies belongs to a cop and a crowd was to be expected. Didn't think they'd be so quiet, though. Maybe they're all just waiting for the firing pistol before they start casting their stones. Don't let it get to you, Sosuke. They're just posturing. Posturing, I understand. I've been in attendance for my share of tense negotiations. But the bloodlust in those rooms were always mutual. You don't feel any animosity towards these cops? I'm used to summoning my temper on command. I might have forgotten how to get angry for my own sake. Yeah, Sosuke here is very much a loyalist to the family that he's a part of. Just to remind myself, if we look at Sosuke here, yeah, Ikaria, the Ikaria family. So that's who he's a part of. They're a Yakuza group, essentially. He's a loyal puppy. That is not wholly incorrect. Let's continue. You just worry about the jury, all right? What about the adjutant? The adjutant here is the judge, who is also an android. It's weird. They cannot be intimidated by muscle, bribed with cash, or disarmed with fine tailoring. all of which makes them quite favored when it comes to prosecuting organized crime. Have you been in court many times before then? It's an eye for an eye world in the world we operate in. We don't file assault charges, we just answer them. Though even that has become rare, the house is elevated. Blue bloods and rust and all the rest of the rabble. We're beyond their reach now. And when it comes to our peers, we communicate very differently. Must make a bodyguard pretty boring then. I think your work sounds very rewarding and exciting, Sosuke. Sarah is wonderful and a wonderful, nice gal. Oh my gosh. Thank you. Especially the other day when you were captured and beaten by your rivals. Never mind. Yes. What I was trying to hint at, Morgan, is that you should not be expecting assistance from the house. Honestly, the thought hadn't crossed my mind. Being on the winning side for once? What the hell would that even feel like? So, there won't be any men in black approaching the jury during lunch and offering them paper bags of cash? No. Yeah, chat. So, not only is the Yakuza breathing down our neck throughout this trial, specifically the heir to the Ikaria family, but also, we're not going to get any actual help from them. So, we're kind of fucked. Well, if we do really bad, we won't even make it to lunch, so... Sosuke, what are you staring at? Are you looking for the jury? No, I know they're not here. It used to be mandated that juries be physically present for court proceedings. People felt like it was important that they look the accused in the eye. To help them evaluate their character? Probably would feel the same as clubbing a guy in the back of the head and kicking him in a ditch. Being on the winning side, that is? Probably. Why bother? Most people suck at that. Always have. True. Perhaps it was considered a part of the punishment then. To have them look them in their eyes. A punishment for the jury? Or the defendant? Alright, kiddos. Chins up, shoulders out. The show's about to start. Alright, chat. Ah, I just remembered. Do you think the adjutant assigned to this particular case? Oh, God, chat. It's the same one for the last case. Oh, my gosh. Context. AD 84. Actually stands for ADHD because the 8th letter in the alphabet is an 8. Is an H, and the 4th letter in the alphabet is D. So this is just ADHD. This is what the fucking adjutant is like. Context, y'all cute. Aw. I mean, that's a gimme. Easy. How? It's 80. What are the chances? Yep. This is adjutant 84. She likes the mountaineer, gymnasts, and luxury. She dislikes happy couples that ask you to take their photo. She loves pineapple and pizza until proven guilty. And her favorite quote is, "Let he who is without sin play first or draw first." Oh, God. Funny fuck-ass judge. Probably the same chances of Morgan and Emma meeting in the courtroom. Well, okay. We know we're going to be going up against Emma, our toxic Yuri lover here. So it's going to be great. There should be at least 83 other personalities in the building's network. At least. Well, Your Honor, thank you for citing so honorably. I do try. Try. Because it's a trial. Tougher crowd than usual. And that's not counting all the grim monoliths standing tall out there in the gallery. Who died? 5 people, Your Honor. Yikes. So what's the damage? 2 counts of manslaughter, 2 counts of homicide in the 2nd degree, and 1 count of homicide in the 1st degree. Quick little law thing. Manslaughter is essentially when you kill someone when you don't mean to. I'm being very simplistic here. Homicide in the 2nd degree means you killed someone in the heat of the moment. You didn't plan it out beforehand. And homicide in the 1st degree means not only did you kill someone, not only did you do it on purpose, but you did it purposefully and you planned it out ahead of time. This was not something that happened in the moment. This is something you planned out. Buddy, you trying to set up a goldsmith for all that? What's with the record-setting grind set? The prosecution stands ready. So, shall we begin? Alright. All rise. It's time for us to gamble. 80 speedruns in her free time? I would believe that. Now let's crack open those opening statements and get this case summarized. Actually, before we do that, chat, let's go over the pieces of evidence again, because we've got a lot to go through. So number one, we've got the broken bat here, which was used to bludgeon one of the victims, Trey, and his skull after he had died. It was split beyond repair. You cannot get any fingerprints on it because there's only partial fingerprints on it. So yeah, and apparently people think that they just, like, the person who did this just did it just to like fuck up someone's face, when in reality, we did it, and we used the bat to destroy Trey's eyes, knowing that it could be recording stuff. All right, we got Creek's data pad here. Yep, which is an attachment for processing identification information. Yeah, and there were some partials matching to those of Creek and Officer Chopin, which means Officer Chopin, which is the officer that died in this case, who's one of the victims, had picked up this data pad. So there you go. And there was a dark card that stuck to it. We know why, because that dark card is the one we brought. Here's Creek's note, apparently seeming to write down Mr. Ikaria, which is the heir to the throne, or heir to the family here. Oh, chat, heads up, we didn't kill the cop. That is true. So, chat, we killed 4 out of the 5 victims of this case. So we know who killed those 4. But the cop, we actually have no idea. So this case is insane. It is, like, so well written because it's a case where, like, we did 4 out of the 5 murders. We were there at the time of those murders. We did everything. And then we still don't know what the fuck actually happened. There's still so much details that are missing to us, which is really fun. All right, let's look at the cut bindings here. Yep, hardy cloth bindings found inside the room where Sosuke was held, stiff with dried blood and clearly cut with something sharp. So Sosuke, our client, was being tortured and beat up in a different room next to the room where the murders happened. And this is the bindings that he was kept up with. By the way, we had originally tried to frame Sosuke for the murder, and now we're forced to defend him. So yeah, things are real weird. Here's the dark card. This basically allows you to send funds without it being able to be traced. Very difficult to do in this timeline right here. All the fingerprints can be wiped off of it, and that's because we had to wipe it off. This does mean that no one else had tried to take the card that wasn't wearing gloves. And it's still stuck in the card reader of the data pad. We framed him pretty well, and the next day the mob called us to defend him. Yeah. Here's the dumpster. This one's interesting. So outside of the building, and this is not something we did, the dumpster seems to be moved to the left. You see the scratch marks there. And apparently when the lid is like closed, it makes a very unpleasant sound. So that might be very important here. We've got the fire escape. So basically there's a ladder that's missing that let you climb up from the street. So basically you could only climb up and down from the 3rd and 2nd floor for the fire escape here. We then got the front door, where apparently the lock was broken. When we entered the building, the lock was functioning perfectly fine and we didn't break the lock. And the lock is designed to automatically lock behind you when leaving the building. So that's interesting. Yeah. All right. Then we've got Han's card here. I'm not sure why this is evidence, but this might be important. Han might be involved in this case. So Han gave us her personal number because she's into us, because we're pretty attractive. I might say so myself. And yeah, it just says that, yep, she works for Sinus Security, which is a front for the Blue Blood criminal organization, which is involved in this case. 4 of the victims, the ones we killed, were Blue Bloods. So yeah. We got the Mag US. This is the gun that was recovered from the scene. We used the gun. But there's fingerprint analysis shows that Sosuke Ikaria had gripped it in his left hand, and there was no one else's fingerprints on it. And there's no digital traces that the gun leaves when it's fired. And yeah, so that's unfortunate. We got the medical records here, which shows not only was Ikaria severely injured at the time, Ikaria also seemed to have gotten a lot more injuries by the time he actually arrived on the in the police cell, which basically means these injuries, the police did it. The police then beat him up even more. So yeah, we got the needles. Projectile hypodermic needles, which basically makes people just say whatever. They're usually marketed as truth terms, but it doesn't actually make you say the truth. It just makes you like blabble. It also makes you like EP. So yeah. We've got red ink here. This is basically a way of being able to write stuff down on paper without it being able to be read or captured on a camera. We've got a couple of excerpts here. It seems to be related to the 492 vote for some godforsaken reason, and also for Councilman Long. So something is up here. This is goes well beyond like criminal organizations. This might be connected to some political things that are happening in the city. Oh hey, have you read about 492? I have. I probably need to remind myself about it a bit more. All right, we're almost done with the evidence here, chat. I'm sorry if this is taking a while, but like, I need to cover this for myself in order to realize what's going to happen here. We got the bladed weapon. This is the katana, and this is originally our client's. And it was impaled in the torso of Tariq Chopin. The steel is being chipped at several points, especially the tip. The fingerprints match, so our client. No other prints were found. And there's residue on it that matches the victim of Chopin, Miller, and Trey. And we had actually used the sword to murder one of the victims here, or Trey specifically. So, yeah. We got the sound system here. So basically, there's a TV blaring the entire time. And when we had left the room, it was still blaring. And it seems like that was still the case. But the time the text started scanning the environment, the music was still blaring very loudly. So that might be important. Finally, we got the window here. Yep. The windows of the scene of the crime opens to the alley and the fire escape. That might be important. There's blood splatter across the window that shows that we can trace back to when we shot Creek. And the fingerprints on the handles match Creek and the rest of his pod. It's an article that Diamani gave it the start if you need it. Okay, I'll very quickly read about it because we just went through all of it. It's a ballot proposition. So let's look at 492. This is the funding the Atlas Pillar rejuvenation projects. I'm going to skim through this. I'm not going to read out every single word. Do not worry. So it'll fund the renovation and reinforcement of multiple Atlas pillars around the lower wards, paid for by a sales tax within the city limits. It stabilizes the city's canopy, super infrastructure. So essentially we get the lower wards, which are literally underneath the upper wards of the city. And these pillars are meant to house all the largest public transit elevators to be able to let people go from the upper ward to the lower ward. It's viewed quite favorably by people in the lower wards. Even though the construction will probably make things worse for people in some ways. But they think it's going to reduce employment. So that's good, ? And then some of the uptown districts have voiced skepticism, but none of them have argued against the architect's reality that the canopies need for additional structural reinforcement. Which of exactly the city's older Atlas pillars would be targeted isn't very well known, but it's known that the property values of lower wards can either skyrocket or even drop into the negative based on which pillars are rejuvenated, and the city is wary of disrupting real estate market in the lower wards with rampant outsider-funded speculation. So that might be important. All right, chat. We've reviewed our evidence. We've got a basic context for everything that's going on. There's still a lot we don't understand. But we're going to figure it out pretty soon. So, all right. Now, let's crack open those opening statements and get this case summarized. Gladly, Your Honor. People of the court. The defendant in this case is a man named Sosuke Ikaria. He was found at the scene of the crime where two men were shot to death. One was stabbed in the neck, another had their skull bashed in, and a police officer was impaled from the back with a sword. Cop killing piece of shit. Yeah. You can literally see the stock market as well. Oh my gosh. Please pardon any outbursts from the gallery that your mics may inadvertently pick up. Now, I understand that the scale of violence on display here may intimidate you, but I want to stress to all of you now that your responsibility here today is neither taxing nor complex. You will hear testimony, you will be shown evidence, and all of it will point towards the truth. That being, the defendant is the only individual who could have possibly committed these crimes. That is a simple fact. And the only one you need to concern yourself with. Oh, she's cold as ice. But every ice age beckons a kindling. For as ashes called as cinders and embers form champions. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Emma did stick to cold logic. So if I follow her with more of the same, it'll just end up falling flat. The gallery will never warm up to us. But that can work to our advantage if the jury comes to see these cops as witch hunters eager to start a pyre. Well, it's not like Masters never taught me anything. I know how to do the razzle-dazzle. My fellow citizens, you were brought here today because of an act of violence took place that can only be described as unspeakable. I think we go for unspeakable here, chat. Unspeakable. I should know. I was there. I saw the blood on the ground, the bullet holes in the walls, felt the horror that radiated in the air. And I also saw where my client was held prisoner. And I knew exactly where he must have stood because his sweat and blood had stained the tile. My client, a decorated veteran, the man you see standing next to me here, not even fully healed from his torture, was taken into police custody with lacerations, bruises, internal bleeding, broken bones. And while he was in police custody, he somehow sustained a black eye, a busted lip, a broken nose, a boxed ear. A puzzle which I'm sure any one of those officers in the gallery today would be happy to testify about. Ooh. You're gonna let her say that? You want me to object during an opening statement? Much is resting on the outcome of this trial. 5 men lie dead in the morgue. One of them a police officer, Tariq. Don't say his name, you mob lawyer piece of shit. Hang him up. Hang her too. This is... Hey, we like to have fun in this courtroom. Put on a good show. But that's because we're on stage. Any more outbursts from the gallery and I'll clear out the entire fucking room. You can all watch the rest on your phones or peek in through the keyhole like a bunch of sweaty looking loos. Counselor, let's wrap this up. Yes, Your Honor. The fact of the matter is, on that night, my client was not in condition to kill anyone. Not 4 hardened criminals, and certainly not a trained police officer. And nothing about my client's background, his associations, or that of the victims can change that fact. So as you listen to all the evidence in this trial, with fairness and impartiality as I know you will strive to, I only ask that you focus on the reality of this horrible crime, and on the fiction that the people will try to weave for you. Thank you. Alright. Pretty decent opening statement. I'll take it. Decorated veteran? You telling me you never earned a single commendation? Most push-ups of the day or something? Never mind. I suppose it could have gotten much worse. Yeah, Sosuke used to be a soldier, but apparently he didn't get a single fucking medal. God damn it, Sosuke. You're too kind. I was trying to be honest. The crowd got agitated, but you maintained a level head and recovered your tempo. Adonai is a master at doing so. I've seen her make comebacks from the most nonsensical mistakes before. In martial arts, they call it an ukeme, a graceful fall. That is basically correct. Well, try not to gracefully fall over when you see the first witness on the docket, Sasuke. What do you mean by that? Who the fuck is the first witness? Your name and occupation for the record? Oh my god. It's the kid who hired us. God damn it. What the fuck is happening? How can that be necessary? If some blathering idiot in the courtroom doesn't already know who I am, they don't deserve... I know. But would you consider it, even if just for the sake of ceremony? Ceremony is important and should be respected. Very well. I am a Makoto Ikaria of House Ikaria. My occupation is that of a student. Try not to look so smug about it when you blatantly lie. Right, of course, and your position within the Ikaria financial group? Is not salaried. Must I really declare it here? Hard to imagine why the noble house of Ikaria is getting audited. Sosuke, are you alright? It is the sassy child, yeah. He can see us? He can see me, Rockford, and the adjutant. Witnesses testifying don't really need to see much else. So he's safe. Yes, Sosuke, he's safe. Like he was yesterday. Yeah, so Sosuke was the bodyguard of Makoto here, so yeah, he cares a lot. Oh, hi there, Psycho. Thank you so much for the hydration and stretch. Oh my god. Welcome in. You didn't miss much. Thank you for the stretch. Oh my gosh, that's nice. But yeah, we just started trial, so you can just tune in. You won't have missed too much, and we can keep going. Probably sitting right where I left him, or standing on a box. I think the hologram's giving him a boost so he can see over the stand. That's good. The boost to his height? That he's safe at home. I'm sorry he can't see you, Sosuke. Don't be. After how horribly I failed him, I'd like to speak a bit about the events of August the 13th. About the last time you saw defendant Sosuke Ikaria. Still plague victim, returning to Nurgiri napping? Okay, I hope you feel better soon, Psycho. I'm here today, not physically, but here nonetheless as a courtesy. That does not mean I will flap my gums like some sort of flapping gum puppet. Permission to treat the witness as a hostile incoming. Emma Rockford is raking a spoiled brat over the coals. This will almost be worth the price of admission alone. I understand. It was a traumatic experience, I'm sure. Anyone of normal upbringing would barely be able to recall a single detail, let alone the day's full events. Normal upbringing? I should probably dismiss you so you can get back to your summer studies. Oh, Emma. Oh, fuck. Emma's using it against Makoto. She's gonna get Makoto all pissed off, so then he just spills way too much information. Fuck. Summer studies? Like some common wave? Wave. Oh, that's quite the vocab pull. I didn't know they taught that in State Basic. Basic? Oh, was I mistaken? Ooh, okay, it's ad time. Sorry, everyone. Hang in there. I will continue on with the trial because we got a lot to get through today, but please hang in there for everyone in the ads. You will not miss too much. Let's keep going. Listen well, Madam Rockford, as I demonstrate to you exactly how misguided you are about my powers of retention. Please do. Played like a damn fiddle. Why wasn't she mentioned during any of our trial preparations? Ooh, chat, we finally got the profile of Rockford. Emma Rockford. This is our toxic Yuri. It's absolutely wonderful. Yeah. Let's see if anything new came up here. Her favorite subject is psychology. That explains why she was able to fucking destroy the witness up in the stand. And yeah. All right, let's continue. Adonai has only won against her once. So far, every hot streak starts somewhere. It's true. Also, Emma Rockford has won against us every single fucking time. The only time we ever have won against her was last episode. So we do not have good chances here. Exercises by subject deemed not to hear the question. We love fat bitches. We do love it in the sense we love people who love themselves. Plus, a little meat on the bones, I kind of like IMO, but let's continue. Hot streak. I really am going to prison, aren't I? Where shall I start? As far back as you can. A simple task. For the past year, members of the organization most commonly referred to as the Blue Blood Mafia have been making attempts on my life. Did you steal their lunch money or something? I am the primary beneficiary of my grandfather Daisuke Ikaria's will. In common parlance, I am the sole heir of the Ikaria Financial Group. You could buy so much lunch. The group you know as the Blue Bloods have been jealous of my family's financial foresight for decades. I am merely the most recent target of their impotent attempts to nip at our heels. Ooh, okay. Let's see. Oh, also chat. 1 second. Okay, I just put something away. Let's keep going. And 2 days ago, on August the 13th, how impotent was their attempt then? I was leaving a meeting held on the upper floors of Crane Tower. My security detail escorted me to the elevators, where we would then proceed down to their canopy access floors. This was all planned out in advance by my head of security, Sosuke Ikaria. But the elevator became stuck with an unnatural timing. Oh, welcome in everyone, you do not miss much. Whew. Jealous of our financial foresight is one way to skirt the fact they massacre the Blue Bloods young. Yeah, context chat, the Ikaria family literally killed every single member that was older or younger than 50 years old 30 years ago. So yeah, the Blue Bloods and Ikaria do not like each other. When Sosuke pried the doors open, we saw that we were stuck between the 62nd and 61st floors. Pried open with a tool? Leading the witness, Your Honor. That's an objection. Oh my god. Makoto, shut up. We just tried to set up our client is unable to do shit. Stop talking about his OGs. Holy fuck. He didn't need a tool to open the doors. His bare hands were more than sufficient. Help Sosuke out here, kid. We submit into evidence the defendant's Akita Type 2 military-grade spinal mod, designed to enhance strength, endurance, and reflexes for high-intensity combat scenarios. Yes, sir. It is so admitted. What happened next? The decision was made that we would crawl out onto the 61st floor and head for the service elevators. But once Sosuke and I exited, the elevator started up. It was a trap. We'd been cut off from the rest of my detail. You were isolated and defenseless. That must have been, hardly defenseless. You really think I'd think my personal head of security wouldn't be armed? Makoto, shut the fuck up. Holy shit. He had Yoru. Don't tell me you named your sword? All great swords have names. Thank you, Sarah. Very well put. Yeah, so the sword that was at the scene of the crime was Sosuke's sword, identified by Makoto as Sosuke's personal sword, Yoru. Taken along with Sosuke down to the lower wards following an ambush on Makoto. Alright, let's continue. Let the record show that the witness had identified Exhibit B3 as belonging to the defendants. This sword was recovered by the police in a known Blue Blood den in the lower wards, found impaled onto the body of Tariq Chopin. And forensics have shown that the only fingerprints on it are those of the defendant. There's still time for you to disown it, Sosuke. You understand nothing about a swordsman's heart, Adonai. Once again, it is your paralegal that has the right of it. Perhaps she should be leading my defense. If this somehow turns into a fencing competition, I'll gladly defer to you two. So you, Sosuke, and Yoru were on the 61st floor together. What happened next? When we arrived at the service elevators, Sosuke called them, and then they made a chime. And I didn't see much of what happened next, to tell the truth. Figures emerged from around the corners. They were aiming weapons at me. A red dot shot on my chest. And then Sosuke was there, and a needle was sticking out of his arm. Yoru glinted. Sosuke had drawn it in the blink of an eye. Something glanced off of it and dropped to the floor. I saw a syringe at my feet. Yoru's sheath was thrust into my arms, pushing me back into the elevator, and I landed on my rear. That's clearly a key piece of testimony. Let's play it back 5 times. What matters here is that he pushed me in the back of the elevator with Yoru's sheath. How I landed is irrelevant and should be stricken from all public records. The only other thing I saw was Sosuke's back. He slammed his hand against the door's control panel and then shut the doors shut. That's the last time you saw the defendant. The decision was made that I should go on a VTOL as soon as possible, but much of my details stayed behind to assess what had happened. Yes, they were very helpful in building security in recovering Exhibit 5C, this hypodermic needle gun. Okay, chat, this is a new piece of evidence we have not gotten before, so I'm going to quickly go over it, chat. Alright, it's a needle gun with projectiles found at Crane Tower where Makoto and Sosuke were ambushed. It uses the same kind of projectile needles which recovered the room where Sosuke had been held and interrogated, and the fingerprints match Creek's, so one of the victims. Alright, good to know. What kind of bonehead would leave evidence like that behind? A bonehead in a rush, perhaps, Your Honor. It does appear to have exhausted its gas cylinder, so it may have outlived its usefulness. I take it that this weapon is a match for the projectile needles found in the room where my client was restrained? Correct. Others exactly like them recovered from the scene of the ambush as well. Alright, we got another piece of evidence. And that being our needles evidence got updated. Yep, the needles were identified to those recovered from the Crane Tower. Alright, let's move on. Makoto, did you see the faces of the men who attacked you? Ha! All too clearly. I can tell you every detail about their rough-shod countenances? Wow, okay. Ah, that sounds like a good bit of testimony. Hit it. All right, chat. We need to... Oh, we're going to have to cross-examine this. A pineapple head-like man in a raincoat-clad hooligan came at us first. They aimed at me, but Sosuke got between us and blocked every shot. With Yoru, he could have closed the distance, but then a dark-eyed scoundrel approached from the right. And a man with a ridiculous pompadour took advantage of that situation. I'll never forget the faces of those cowards. They tried to kill me. So, whatever happened to them afterwards, I'm sure they deserved it. Makoto, shut the fuck up. Makoto's pushing his talents for hyperbole on full display. I'll have to fact check his description in order to get the ball rolling. Right. So, and now we can call on each of these. We have 2 pieces of evidence with us, and I remember one of them is a needle. I'm pretty sure the one we have to go for is saying that, like, our client actually got shot, because everything here seems correct. That is correct for the ridiculous pompadour. They tried to kill me. They didn't try to kill you, though. That's the thing. Yeah, so Makoto did not... They did not try to kill Makoto. They just tried to kidnap him. Okay, let's call that then. Call. Let's go. Boom. Wanna bet? They couldn't have been trying to kill the witness. Not with non-lethal projectiles. They fired a lot of them. The witness doesn't weigh that much. Don't try it. This attack clearly was planned with the intent of capturing Makoto alive. Meaning what? That the 4 of these cases' victims were actually soft-hearted pacifists? There is nothing soft-hearted about what they were trying to do to my client after capturing him. Using tools they had clearly originally planned to use on the witness. So they're sadists? I'm starting to get confused here. So is the defense, Your Honor. What matters here is that the witness has identified the defendant's captors as the 4 blue blood victims that he is accused of murdering. Makoto did establish that much, but something about this attack still bothers me. Emma put Makoto on the stand specifically to identify the victims. Is it possible that the men who attacked them weren't Creek's pod? Let me look at this chat. So here we can actually stay and be safe, or we can try to go on the offensive. Put in the stand specifically to identify the victims. Is it possible the men who attacked them weren't Creek's pod? Okay. We know that it was from our testimony of our client. I think we have to stay here, right? Like, I don't think we can like try to push it here. Like, I guess we could try to lie, but like I don't know, chat. I think we have to stay here. I don't disagree, Your Honor. The men who attacked Makoto and took Sosuke captive are the same ones who ended up dead that night. But two questions do occur to me. Oh, hi there, Miksu. Hello. Why were you safe on that service elevator if Sosuke surely collapsed the very moment it shut? Wouldn't these men have pursued you by any means necessary? That is... I can answer that, Your Honor. When the police inspected the scene, they found that the control panel for calling the elevator on the 61st floor was broken. Yeah, so this is evidence that we did not manage to look at because we didn't manage to look at this crime scene in the tower. We only got to look at the actual crime scene where all the people were killed. Smashed, in fact, the attackers would have had to manually pry open the doors to even attempt to chase after Makoto. We didn't have time to get to the crane tower, yeah. And that would have been remarkable modded strength. Did you mash that button forcefully, Sosuke? I may have used more force than necessary. I wasn't exactly trying to hold myself back at the time. He hit the controls hard enough to break them? So the Blue Bloods couldn't pursue you further, and instead elected to take Sosuke captive. A Sosuke in the hand is better than a Makoto in the bush. The head of Makoto's security surely would have made for an invaluable source of information for planning future attacks, were he made to talk. Are you denying that? No, but I would like to ask the witness one other question. Why did you get off the elevator in the first place? What are you? Hey, what I mentioned in the lobby earlier, that's... The mics might be picking it up for you, but from what I'm stating, I can't help but overhear my client groaning about how badly he failed you. That's not evidence or testimony and should be stricken from the record. But we get the idea. So was bailing out early the defendant's big brain idea? As the head of my personal security detail, such a decision is ultimately his to make. However, that decision may have been influenced by his knowledge of the fact that I am not especially comfortable in close spaces. Makoto's claustrophobic. What the hell are you doing? Are you trying to humiliate him? In part, I'm also trying to insult you. Had we simply waited, we would have remained safe, but I was not comfortable and felt very warm. So it was not a technical failure on Sosuke's part, per se. Just an error of judgment. Oh. Huh? Counselor Morgan. What's up? You can disconnect the call if. Ask me another question. Ask me about how bravely Sosuke defended me. Huh. So that's your angle. We can't all be as naturally gifted at extracting valuable testimony out of spoiled brats as Emma. But I can follow her example. Insult their pride, and these Ikaria snap back, as reliable as any knee-jerk reaction. Poor baby sassy boy, yeah. And in Makoto's case, with an infinitely less resistance than if I just asked him to testify. It's usually the lawyers who do the asking, the witnesses who do the answering, but then this isn't very realistic. We ask that the witness testify for the court in one more detail about exactly how valiantly Sosuke fought off the attackers. And I guess the people don't object, even though it seems super extra. No, the people don't object, Your Honor. Emma's playing passively. Either I'm onto something here, or I'm walking into a trap. Screw it. All in on the former. Yeah, we can't. In a case like this, chat, we cannot play safe. We have to play risky. Otherwise, there's no way we're going to win. Alright, chat. We got needle guns. We got Sosuke's medical records. We've got the needle itself. Okay, the needles. Sosuke was outnumbered for the beginning and protecting me the whole time. Okay. It didn't matter that we were ambushed or that the Blue Bloods had projectiles. Okay. Sosuke took up Yoru in both hands and swatted their needles out of the air like a graceful swatter. He fought off 4 attackers and without sustaining a single injury. Mock him if you dare for being captured. But that's not a failure by any general's definition of the word. Hearing Makoto describe Sosuke's heroism, it's almost more impressive the second time. He definitely fought without a care for himself. There's evidence to show it. Yeah, if we look at the evidence here, the medical records, yeah, blood from various sources, numerous bones have been broken on the left hand, internal bleeding, numerous okay. The crown of the skull, back of the head near the top. It might be this, yeah? I think it has to be his wounds and the fact that he like got hurt, right? Yeah, I'm gonna quickly go over the testimony again to double check, but I think that has to be it. Sosuke was outnumbered and was protecting me the whole time. That is true. The Blue Bloods did have projectiles. Took up Yoru in both hands. That is true. He fought off 4 attackers and without sustaining a single injury. That's false. Okay. Mock him there for being captured. Okay. It's not a failure. Okay, whatever. I think the failure one might also be potentially something we could go against, but let's go for the injury part. Let's go. Medical records. Wanna bet? Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I fucking thought. Unscathed is the last thing anyone would call my client after the events of that day. One look at his medical data from when he was arrested will tell you that much. What are you getting at, counselor? The defendant's injuries were sustained at the Blue Blood's den, not at Crane Tower. The police didn't even find one drop of blood anywhere near that service elevator. Well, that is a miracle. A bloodless ambush. But the fact that no blood was found actually makes it all the more painfully obvious what actually happened at that elevator panel. Oh, because if there's no blood, that shows that, like, our client couldn't even fight against the attackers properly to even draw a bit of blood. Ooh. The elevator panel. Ugh. My client broke half the bones in his left hand by smashing it up. That's true, his left hand was broken. Did you really? I might have. There was a lot of adrenaline at the time. Did you not form a proper fist? Was your wrist not in alignment with your forearm? As I said, Sarah, there was a lot of adrenaline. Do you deny the fact that in his medical record, it clearly shows that his left hand was broken? Your Honor, what does it matter if the defendant broke his left hand while closing that elevator? It changes nothing about the witness's testimony. We're raising here. Of course it changes it. Of course it does. How so? What? But he said, sustaining... No, okay, whatever, fine. Try to think before you speak, counselor. This agent has enough trouble staying focused as is. Well, it may be true that this wrinkle doesn't change the witness's testimony, but it does change the nature of the evidence you had to identify him. You had him identify for the court. The katana? Yoru. Yoru. Its name is Yoru. We get it. Ooh, and we have a new piece of evidence being Makoto's testimony. Yep, defending him by wielding the katana Yoru with both hands. Ooh, chat, I already see it. Okay. In this testimony, Makoto says that Sosuke wielded the katana with both hands. But if we then look at the katana evidence here, it says fingerprints match on the right hand of Sosuke Ikaria. No other prints were found. That's a contradiction. So we can potentially use that as a piece of evidence because, hey, if Sosuke had held it with both hands, shouldn't we see the fingerprints of his left hand there? Also, the fact that it doesn't change Makoto's testimony specifically, true. That is true. But also, additionally, yeah, of course, the thing is that Sosuke's left hand was also broken. Okay, let me see. All right, we're gonna move on. We get it. Did you have a point to make, counselor? There's something odd about the katana that's been entered into evidence. Something that makes no sense, given what we've just learned about this outcome of this ambush. Namely, the sword's prints. Yeah, we just mentioned it. Namely, the fingerprints that we found in the sword's handle. Fingerprints belonging to Sosuke's right hand. You're contradicting yourself, counselor. We've already discussed how it was your client's left hand that he broke off closing off the elevator. There's nothing contradictory about him using his right arm to wield the blade. It can be like this because Sosuke has 2 hands. The people are correct. The sword found at the scene of the crime has my client's right hand fingerprints on its handle. Despite the fact that the witness just testified that Sosuke was swinging it with both hands. Like a graceful swatter, specifically. Oh yeah, he did say that. So did the little tyke misremember? It was a chaotic situation where he feared for his life. The court should hardly expect him to have kept track of such an inconsequential detail. Have you already forgotten my magnanimous powers of recollection? Her tactics from earlier are beginning to backfire, chat. I'll have you know, I can recite all my subordinates' birthdays down to the hour. Write them all down so I can calculate their moon signs later. It doesn't matter whether the witness is mistaken about Sosuke's grip, Your Honor, because we have a much bigger issue to address. Why this sword only has my client's fingerprints on it? True, because, yeah, it needed to be brought from the scene. It was brought over to the fucking, like, warehouse. It should have the Blue Bud's fingerprints on it as well. That's such a good point. Makoto testifies that Sosuke wielded this katana in his defense, an act of bravery that ended with my client face down on the floor of Crane Tower. He later woke up, held captive in the lower wards. I'll state the obvious here and say that while he was unconscious, he was moved. And so the sword we have in the record must also have been handled by... Yep, Creek here. Yep, it's only one. Oh, wait, I should have maxed out this thing. Oh, no. Oh, well, we'll max out our stakes later, chat. It's okay. Our poor victim, Creek, of course. What do you mean? Sosuke was knocked unconscious at Crane Tower. That means someone else must have brought his sword down to the lower wards. And the only people that could have had the opportunity to do so would have been his captors. You mean his victims? Withdrawn. Yeah, alright. Here's withdrawn. Yep, voluntary to, withdraw their comments. So, Emma's fucked up here. She said, you mean his... Yeah, and had to immediately withdraw because otherwise we wouldn't be able to object. The defense is forgetting a fairly simple fact, Your Honor. There's more than one way to hold a sword. Oh, worm? In case the defense needs it clarified, Creek could have simply held the sword by its scabbard. That is wrong. That's not possible, Your Honor. Makoto has already testified that Sosuke left the sword scabbard with him when he thrust him back into the elevator. Exactly. Yoru's sheath was thrust into my arms, pushing me back to the elevator, and when I landed on my rear. I see, and since a cursed sword can't be resheathed until it's tasted blood. Yes, Your Honor. Well said. We would have found the scabbard at the Blue Blood's den if Creek or his men had taken it with them. Instead, I imagine Makoto took it home. You think he took key evidence from his own assault and kept it for the police? Of course I did. As if I would trust officers of the law to properly handle a family's heirloom as precious as Yoru's sheath. Of course he did. Yep. Also, scabbard is different than a sheath. Yeah. It's the 28th. It's the 2080s. Give them some slack for not knowing sword terms. Impressive insight, Adonai. But what does this actually mean? Is there some mistake with how the evidence was handled? There's no mistakes here. This was all done with intention. The intention to frame my client. Oh. By putting his fingerprints onto that sword after the real culprit had already handled it. Chat. Oh my gosh. That's a screenshot worthy moment. Holy fuck, let's go. Dude, oh, the markets get even worse. What a load of bullshit. And the crowd goes wild. Though it does make a certain kind of sense. Because it's the truth, I did wipe that katana's handle down after removing it from Trey's throat. Sosuke just happened to be foolish enough to pick it up after himself, afters. It's frustrating having to keep my best cards up my sleeve this time around. But the look on Emma's face when I do get to toss them, that is. Oh? Oh my god! No fucking way! Chat! Fuck. Look at that, listen to that soundtrack. The people of the court are more than ready to counter if it pleases the court. Oh? The defense has made an admirable effort to barrel ahead with this theory. Admirable, but predictable. With a foundation this weak, charging ahead and hoping the court won't even notice is the only option. Let us speak of the facts. This Creek character led a targeted ambush on the heir to the House Ikaria, knowing he'd be guarded by a full security team. The Blue Bloods successfully sabotaged and intercepted Makoto's elevator at the precise floor they wanted. Meaning, they knew exactly where he'd be and when. And they brought with them drugs capable of disabling a veteran with military-grade mods. Planning and attention to detail may be foreign to concepts to the defense, but they should at least be able to recognize them. So, is the defense seriously suggesting that after all that preparation, Creek's pod wouldn't bother to wear gloves? I'm glad you asked so nicely. What makes you think Creek's pod don't wear gloves? I'll fucking tell you, chat, and we're gonna bet everything on it. It's the needle gun. Get fucked. We don't need to speculate about whether they wore gloves or not. Not when we have Creek's fingerprints on the weapon recovered from the crime scene. That is a pretty good point, actually. Guess these guys were sloppier than we thought. Those blackguards were barefaced when they attacked us. Idiots! As if there wouldn't be repercussions for their actions. The least they could have done was disguise themselves. Strike that from the record, Your Honor. Along with any other further comments to suggest the Ikaria would want revenge against these victims. I was only speaking the plain truth. It turns out they are that stupid, Emma. Yeah, they were really dumb. Creek was their leader, correct? Even if Creek wasn't wearing gloves, it's hard to imagine that none of them got their prints onto Yoru. Unless the sword was indeed wiped down at some point afterwards. Like right around the time the true culprit was looking for Sosuke to take the fall. It's a spicy theory. It's just that, Your Honor, a theory. A far-fetched, unstable theory that stacks presumptions upon each other. Like a flapjack chef substituting quantity for quality. I'll rephrase. This inconsistency is actually easily answered without jumping through the defense's absurdly arranged hoops. That's a little better. We already know that the Blue Bloods had successfully taken down the Ikaria's head of security. And we already know that they went out of their way to take the defendants captive despite him not being their original target. Furthermore, as the defense had belabored, we know that they decided to take this useless piece of steel with them from the scene of their crime. Useless? If we ask why, the answer is obvious, because orcas are superstitious and immature. They wanted a trophy, and what is there to do with a trophy other than polish it? The cloth from Creek's desk? Oh my gosh, she had set this up, chat. She had entered the cloth into the ARC's record way earlier. Like, she had entered into evidence. And we were like, why the fuck is this here? And now we know why. Oh my god. I knew she had flagged it in the ARCs for some reason, but she'd thought this many steps ahead? The defense is correct. The sword was wiped down before Sosuke took it up as his murder weapon. Or Tanks was the only one who can handle it with that metal hands of his, but no one needs to know that. Nobody needs to know that, yeah. By the very same victims who'd go on to claim it. That is a completely logical explanation, damn it! How do we respond to that, Adonai? We don't. I can't. It makes perfect sense. So does that mean that she's described what actually happened? Not at all. I wiped off the sword myself because my prints were on it. Same as I wiping prints off of every other. Right. If I can't find fault with Emma's conclusion, I need to find fault with the logic that led her there. I see. And how do you do that? By adjusting my aim. As the people say, Your Honor, no one's fingerprints but my client's are on the murder weapon. That only makes sense if he's guilty or if he's being framed. And there's no evidence to suggest that he's being framed because his captors have valid reasons for wiping off the sword. That's true. They did have good reason to wipe off the sword. But that's not the murder weapon I'm referring to. Okay. Tank's gun. The only prints were Sosuke's left hand. Oh, it has to be the gun, right? Because Tank's prints would be on it? It has to be, right? I can't think of anything else because only Sosuke's left hand is on it. Also, by the way, Sosuke's left hand was broken. We know that. So, like, it makes no sense for his prints to be on it. I think we have to go for the gun here. All right, let's go for it. This gun is the murder weapon I'm referring to. What? The police are confident that his Mag US is the gun that was used to kill Tanks and Creek. And your client was arrested with it on his person and has your client's print on it. But it was owned by Tanks. And the record shows that Sosuke's are the only fingerprints on that doohickey. So that means the Tanks guy never even laid a finger on his own gun? It's entirely possible that Tanks simply liked to polish his gun too. Phrasing. So he was polishing it up right up until the moment his captor decided to grab it and use it against him? More phrasing. Was it before or after his internal bleeding that my client took the gun off of Tanks without him even laying a finger on it first? Before or after being tortured that he got the gun with no struggle? They could have wrestled over the gun while it was out of reach. Tanks had no injuries besides the hole in his chest. How do you get into a struggle and not get as much as a scratch? The likelihood of that scenario would seem to come down to the order in which each individual died, no? Okay, Adjutant, you're kind of spitting here. Yes, Your Honor. Then perhaps we should hear some more detailed testimony about that. Of course. All right. The defense has no more questions for this witness, Your Honor. We don't object. Hold on. What are you saying? Okie dokie then. Closing the connection. I said, wait. Is Sosuke... Aw. Makoto. Makoto seemed to be in good spirits, wouldn't you say? Yeah. He was his usual irreproachable self. So, how can you find something about that to be depressed over? I'm ashamed that he testified at all. His appearance here runs a risk of sullying the house's visage with my mistakes. Well, he couldn't exactly slip into the subpoena by claiming he had homework to do. You of all the people should understand that a house doesn't have to appear in court if it truly doesn't want to. A fine levied on your account still is preferable to a smudge staining your reputation. But he did testify. Yes. And it was no doubt that he went directly against one or more family elders to do so. He should not be incurring debts for my sake. So he put himself at a disadvantage before you. Do you think Makoto would want you to apologize? Or do you think he'd want you to thank him? Oh, Sarah. Sarah, that is a fucking line. I honestly replace this with any person. Do you think your friend would want you to apologize? Or would you think that they would want you to thank them? Chat, that's a good fucking piece of advice to remember. He's young. He doesn't know what he wants yet. Alright. Let's see what this new witness is going to be, by the way. Oh my gosh. Hi. Chat. It's Yumi Sato, medical examiner. Sato here was the person who did the autopsy for the last case, so it's nice to see her again. It is her again, yeah. It's the hot coroner. Fuck yeah. Yumi. Oh, Sarah. Dr. Sato, we are grateful for your work sorting through this large number of reports related to this case. Also, hi, look at her. She likes brush metal. She's a medical examiner. She dislikes frame interpolation. Very fair. I also dislike that. Her favorite color is... Wait, don't tell me. I know that color. Come on, Sato. Cyanide, green G. Isn't it the green color that was used a lot in the Industrial Revolution that literally gave people cancer or poisoning? Anyways, moving on. Phew, yeah, 5 bodies and all high priority. Had my head underwater for a good while there. We prefer not to tax you with repeating every grisly detail. But if you could, would you please walk the court through the time of death for each victim and the manner in which they were determined? Right. From the top. Ankertan, aka Tanks, had a mishmash of street legal and chop shop mods along his forearms. None of them were particularly up to date, but they were all working, and they did monitor his heart rate. Tank's heart stopped at 9:44 p.m. The cause of death was... We know this one, chat. He was shot. The slug had a hollow design intended to shatter inside the target. There's no mistaking that he was killed by his own gun, the Mag-US, from a distance of 1 to 2 meters. Alright, so we got Tank's autopsy here. A mag row detonated inside the subject's heart, killing them instantly. And yeah, the mods indicated time of death of 9:44 p.m., which makes sense from what we know. Shatter? Yeah. Girl, you need to stop reminiscing about your kill so much. Next up is Sugman's Trey Trench. He also had a relatively low-end mods installed, and they showed that his heart stopping at 9:45 p.m. He died from exsanguination, blood loss, resulting from the laceration across his neck by a sharp metal blade. That wasn't the only injury his body sustained, though, was it? No, it was not. Posthumously, his skull was crushed and saw no evil. Hollow point, the slug spit up and impacting his chest? Yeah, it's a hollow point round. Heavens Miller Smiles received a puncture wound right through his jugular vein. Then the blade was withdrawn, exacerbating blood loss, and he was likely unconscious within seconds of falling to the ground. Miller had mods, but had evidently gone to great lengths to remove all monitoring tech from them. And he was not found with any electronics in his person. Using purely medical means, I narrowed down his time of death to a window of 10 minutes between 9:40 and 9:50. That might be important, chat. Now, chat, we know that Miller died before Trey. We know this because we were there. Trey was actually the last person to be killed. But this, like, time gap that they have, we might be able to use to our advantage here. So let's keep that in mind. Rip Twinks? Yeah, rip the Twink. Even though I killed him the third, and he was the second to die. That brings us to Creek. Oh yeah, no, he was the third to die. Right, yeah. Tank's, Creek was the one that died last. That's correct. Yes, like Tank's, Lakers Creek Kristoff was shot once with a hollow slug from a distance of 1 to 2 meters. However, the slug penetrated just beneath their solar plexus and failed to completely shatter it when impacted by a low-end spinal brace mod. As a result, Creek didn't die immediately. It is my medical opinion that Creek would have slowly bled out over the course of about 5 minutes. Their mod did not have biomonitoring capabilities, so like with Miller, I've done what I can to narrow down the time of death to a 10-minute window between 9:40 and 9:50 p.m. So he was barely modded and he stayed conscious that whole time anyway? Yeah, Creek kind of like pulled a fucking cool moment and was able to stay alive and conscious and talking for a really long time. Respect to Creek, I gotta give it to him. But we do have one other context clue to work with. This data pad was found very close to Creek's body, and the technicians confirmed that it required Creek's fingerprints for most functions. That means it's unlikely that anyone else would have been able to manipulate it. We found that the last action taken on it was an attempted dark card transaction that failed at 9:44 p.m. What could cause a dark card transaction to fail? Don't worry, they gotta talk to Morgan while Dane. Yeah. Either they hit the cancel or the card itself was just jostled, interrupting the scan. As if the data pad was suddenly dropped. Speculation, Your Honor. How much qualification does it need to understand that card readers can be finicky, Your Honor? True enough. Chip, swipe, pin, tap. Just let me buy the goddamn balloon animal, you clown. So, taking that digital evidence into account, yeah, Creek must have been shot almost at the exact same time as Tanks. Thank you. There's one more body you examined for this case, yes? Officer Tariq Chopin. Now, every chat, we do not know what the fuck killed Tariq Chopin. We do not know that much about it because we didn't kill Tariq Chopin. So let's see what the fuck we're going to learn here. I didn't need to determine his time of death. As a patrol officer, he had a standard issue suit of police-issued biomonitors. So we know that Officer Chopin's heart stopped at 10:14:04 p.m., triggering an automatic 10999 alert. Officer down. Lighting up that crime scene like a firecracker and ensuring every cop in the city would come running, royally pissed off, and safety's off. Chopin was impaled for his back by a long, thin blade. It severed his aorta, and as a result, he died instantly. Okay, chat, this is important. I'm going to look over this more closely. Okay, the cause of death was the cardiac stab wound. The aorta, by the way, that's a big, like, the aorta is the biggest artery of the body. So, yeah, no way you're going to survive that. Okay, and reported that his cardiac activity ceased at this exact time and was impaled from behind by a large weighted instrument, approximately 2 to 3 centimeters thick. Wound shows an unusual pattern of aggravation as if the blade was jostled around within the wound cavity post-mortem. So that's good to know. All right, moving on. To summarize then, we can conclude that Tank's gun was taken from him before 9:44 p.m. He and Creek were then shot with it. Their attacker, out of ammunition, took up a sword and stabbed Miller in the throat, before slicing into Trey's neck. This individual then proceeded to posthumously crush Trey's skull by striking it so hard that they shattered the baseball bat, as Creek bled to death on the other side of the room. Finally, when Officer Chopin entered the scene, they stabbed him in the back. I want to double check this order of events that she's putting out here. Okay. Stabbed Miller in the throat, then sliced into Trey, then smashed his head in. Okay. Before finally being apprehended by Officers Rogers. That's all correct, as far as we understand it. So, now Rockford's put together a timeline. It's probably helpful for the jury, putting it all in chronological order. But have we actually learned anything new about the culprit's actions? We have. Emma's brought her on her stand to establish the culprits. Let me see what she said. Yeah, I mean, we have methodology. I mean, it's like starting position, starting time. I mean, the time is important. It has, I don't know. I think methodology, question mark? She wanted to establish the culprit's methodology. As in what tools they used for each murder? That wasn't new information to me. Was it new to you? Not in the slightest. Okay, chat, we missed a check there, but it's fine. Sorry, poor phrasing. What I meant by that is that Satos established where the killer must have started their spree. Correct, because Creek and Tanks died first, and they were both shot within 1 to 2 meters. Oh, that's true. That's actually very important. Yeah. We know that the culprit must have started taking action right by the desk, and not by the door of the holding room. Indeed. So the likelihood that my client broke out from there is not very high at all. Check. Okay. Why? Where is she going with this? This is scary. Why is she helping us? Yes? An abundance of DNA evidence establishes that the defendant was indeed held in the other room. But clearly, he didn't remain there. His captors must have taken him out to question him in the main room, and dragged him out front of the desk, where Tanks gun would be within reach. You're the one who's reaching. You have evidence to the contrary? A better explanation as to how he got out of where he was being held? Can't exactly propose that the real killer set him free as a scapegoat. The forensics are clear. My client was gagged and bound in that room. But clearly they had to cut him loose to question him. A mistake that ended up costing them their lives. Do you think that's true, Sosuke? I'm not positive, of course. But my body is telling me that I was held in that room from the time I woke up until I got myself free. Emma's theory about the Blue Bloods being dumb enough to let Sosuke near a gun isn't perfect, but it's still a theory. I don't have jack shit to counter it with because even Sosuke knows that I let him out. Not even Sosuke knows that I let him out. Yeah, because we were the one who let Sosuke out of the bindings. And so, like, there's nothing we can say here to prove that without, you know, implicating herself. Damn, Morgan's stuttered. Yeah, Morgan's on edge here. Last case, it was a lot easier for her. This case is really tough. If the defense has no objections, then they'll just have to take this L and meekly move on to their cross-examination. Adonai, that made you sound very feeble. You've developed a habit of only using we when I'm winning. Fix it. That made us sound very feeble? Why do I have to get roped in? Emma's already established a timeline and an order of events. I could pick at the details, but she's close enough to the truth already. I know the truth firsthand about every death except for Chopin in his case. Emma and I are on a, say, even footing here. So what's my advantage? What do I know that everyone else is mistaken about? Okay. Is it the cause of death? Because Miller's death is like, was not caused by the sword, but instead caused by the knife. I think it has to be by the cause of death, right? It could also be murder weapons here, though, if that's what I'm going for. No, it has to be murder weapons then, right? Because we know about the knife. I think it has to be this. Right, the murder weapons. Everyone thinks that Miller was stabbed in the neck by the katana. I'm the one who knows my knife was there. There's gotta be a way that can use the information to my advantage here without revealing that I have it or how I got it. But I'm walking a razor's edge here. At least thematically appropriate. The defense is ready to begin our cross-examination, Your Honor. Dr. Sato, you were first asked to examine all 5 bodies. Did you visit the crime scene to do so? I did not. Have not. Photos and other ARCS data were provided to me to aid in my examination. Surely the defense isn't objecting to a little virtual work? Of course not. After all, had anything been added or removed from the crime scenes, the ARCS would show it. There's no fooling it once it's being set up. Okay. So chat, we're trying to get to blackjack here. We got 12 out of 21, and we can ask her questions and we can see where it's going to bring us. So let's talk about the blade wounds. Victims Trey and Miller were both attacked with the blade. How fast did they actually die? Trey had his throat slashed and blood found in his hand suggests that he had time enough to reach up to his neck in response. But he would have died quickly and stumbled back and collapsed into the floor. Miller wouldn't have lost that much blood in the moment. His neck was punctured. For that kind of wound, the weapon acts as a stopper. But once that stopper was removed, he would have lost consciousness in mere seconds. And while the blade was still in his neck, if it was there for more than a second, he too would have reflexively reached up, presumably to try to grab a blade. Okay, we gotta press here, chat. Is there any evidence that he tried to grab the razor-edge sharp katana lodged in his neck? He had his own blood on his right hand, but there were no cuts on it. Because he grabbed the knife's handle, not a sword's edge. Oh, hi there, Slasher. Thank you for the hydration stretch. Oh yeah, dumbass removed the sword. Well, no, the dumbass removed the knife that we had used. All right, let me do the stretch, everyone. Thank you for the stretch, Slasher. Morgan did call out that he had bad instincts. Yeah, real bad. Miller didn't understand the first basic rule of fucking getting stabbed. Don't pull out whatever you got stabbed with. So it stands to reason that the blade was withdrawn very quickly. By the time his hands reached up to his neck, it must have been gone. One of many small inconsistencies with this katana theory I can shine a light on. Will that be enough? Maybe we can... Stabbing Miller's neck so precisely and so fast, that would have been quite a feat of swordmanship. Stating a conclusion, Your Honor. Comments withdrawn. Quick as a blade. Have you ever seen a stab wound like that? Like the one that killed Miller, inflicted by a long blade? And wielded on one hand by a man experiencing heavy blood loss? No, I can't say I have. Now, whether that maneuver is impressive or improbable, well, I'm a doctor, not a fencer. And Sosuke doesn't own a rapier. But I think we have to press here, chat. Did you find that a stab wound on Miller's neck fit the sword that the police recovered? Approximately. That doesn't sound conclusive. The entry wound is slightly smaller than I would expect for such a precise stab. The sword hand must have barely trembled, but it's within tolerable ranges. Furthermore, DNA on the tip of the sword is a match for Miller. Damn it, just because I happened to drag it across where his blood had dripped. And of course, there aren't any other implements of the scene that fits the wound better. No, of course there isn't. I think we continue to go on this thing. Stabbing Miller's neck so precisely so fast, that would have been quite the feat of swordmanship. Okay, no, we just went through this. Okay. 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 Oh, wait, I know how we go about this. We're going to talk about Chopin's cause of death because, chat, if you look at the evidence, Chopin's autopsy, where is it? Here it is. Unusual pattern of aggravation, as if the blade had been jostled around within the wound cavity post-mortem. This is how we're going to get to it. Because in order to have done the stab on the neck with Miller, it would have had to been perfect. But here, there's evidence that it wasn't perfect. The person couldn't hold the blade steady. So happy you aren't penalized for repeating options blackjack. Yeah, if you were penalized for that, I would be a little bit annoyed. But yeah, let's go for Chopin's cause of death here. Could you speak more about the manner of Officer Chopin's death? Well, to reiterate, his body was found with like, the katana stuck through his back. It had punctured his heart, killing him. There was a massive blood loss at the scene. At least in part because the wound in question was agitated, I suppose I'd say. Now we press. What does agitated mean? What do you mean by agitated? Honestly, as though after the impalement, the blade was moved around inside the wound. As if it had become stuck and someone was struggling to remove it. Oh, we got 21 chat. London mentioned that Sato had found the wound odd, but to hear her specifically say the blade had become stuck, that's interesting. Thank you, Dr. Sato. I think I can speak for us all when I say that I found that very enlightening. We got blackjack. Whoop. Shit, chat. Oh no! Chat, I spilled a tiny bit of water on my desk for my water bottle. It's okay. Alright. We're good. We're continuing. Let's do this. Dr. Sato, you just testified that Officer Chopin was impaled from behind. Did this occur on the spot where his body was found? Yes, it did. The body showed no signs of being moved. I'm curious then. Oh. What was there for a sword to get stuck on? Huh? Well, if Chopin was in the center of the room, standing upright, I mean, it wouldn't have gotten caught in the air, right? Bone, perhaps? Surely you examined the wound inside and out. Did you see marks in his ribcage where the blade had been caught? No, I didn't. Then it stands to the reason that the blade didn't get caught on anything inside Mr. Chopin. It got caught on the floor. Oh, Emma. Pardon? You need to take great advantage of the arcs, Counselor Morgan. Learn to flip things on their head. entire rooms, if need be. If you had, you'd see there's a perfect clear indentation on the floor that lines up perfectly with Mr. Chopin's wound. How do you think that the tip of the sword got chipped? You're saying the sword got stuck on the floor. That's what the facts are saying. Do you disagree? Chat, I'm gonna be real here. I think we have to say it could have gotten stuck on the floor. It's not guaranteed, but it could have. I don't see any evidence that we have that would show otherwise. Yeah, I don't see it. And I remember, like, when we were there on the scene, the sword was literally stuck through the into the ground. I was aroused for blackjack. I am pleased. I now return to nappings. Happy napping, Psycho. All right, chat, let's stay here. I don't necessarily disagree, no. If Chopin was impaled and then fell face first, it makes perfect sense for the sword to get caught in the floor as he collapsed on top of it. So we can conclude that after being impaled, Chopin fell over with the sword still in his torso, driving the sword into the ground, and then his attacker aggravated the wound by trying to retrieve the sword from his corpse. Does that sound right? What? Are you asking me? Oh my gosh, she's on her fucking Switch. Sort of. Just asking the room, I guess. Well, I can believe I can answer. What you describe makes sense, Dr. Sato, but only up until we consider again the fingerprints on the sword handle. If my client really did impale Tariq Chopin and get his sword stuck doing so, why would he try to retrieve it with only one hand? Because he had to retrieve it with one hand. You yourself already elucidated the defendant's left hand was broken when he destroyed the elevator panel in the crane tower. Oh, chat, this thread is coming back in again. I fucking pointed it out earlier. Oh, Emma, you're fucking setting yourself up for failure here. All right, let's do this. His left hand was too damaged for him to even get a grip on the sword. That doesn't square with this piece of evidence. All right, let's see it. We're maxing this out. Yep. Ooh, wait, hold on a second. This doesn't square with this piece of evidence. Oh, it's the gun, because his prints are on the gun. The Mag-US? How could my client's left hand be too damaged to grip his sword? And it also capable of gripping the Mag-US? That oddity is hardly impossible to explain. We've already determined that the Mag-US was fired twice before the sword was used at all. Firing such a weapon with a broken hand surely rendered his left useless. Ugh, that's... It is difficult to wield a sword with a damaged hand, isn't it, Sosuke? Historically, even the loss of a pinky on your non-dominant hand was considered enough to render you relatively defenseless. Is that why a Yakuza would offer to cut off fingers as recompense for offenses? Okay, chat. Ads are here. I'm gonna leave, like, for a minute. I need to take a piss. I need to clear my throat. I need to fill up my water bottle. I will be right back. Hang in there, because we are not even close to being finished with this case, all right? But I'll be back. Chat, I am back. Hello. All right. Whew. Okay, and before the ad break was all completely over. Hi. Oh, I really needed that. Okay, we're getting right back into it. That's right, Sarah. In fact, cut the chatter and save the history lesson. Morgan, but it's interesting. I love history. Morgan's worst character flaw, by the way, is that she doesn't like history. Like, I can accept her being a serial killer. I can accept her being kind of an asshole, but not liking history? Fucked up, Morgan. Come on. You can do better. Alright. He had to pull the sword loose with one hand because his left was useless? Looking at all the forensics pulled from the katana, that's... Your Honor, the people claim that my client had to use one hand to retrieve this sword because his other hand was disabled. But does that evidence actually suggest that? What do you mean? Forensics performed with the katana found my client's right hand fingerprints on the handle. But what grip are the prints a match for? Let me give a quick think here as I meticulously analyze the position of each finger. A normal grip. The grip is normal. Do you mean the thumb is facing towards the blade, Your Honor? Well, yeah, but isn't it easier to just say he held it like normal? If my client only held the sword with his right hand normally, Your Honor, that would mean he held the handle like it was even as he tried to jostle with the blade free from the floor it was impaled in. Holy shit, wait, yeah. Which is far from impossible. But if, Your Honor, the court has questions about exactly how the defendant was positioned when he was found standing above Officer Chopin's corpse, I believe the people's next witness will be able to answer all of them. All right, chat, we're finally going to meet Officer Rogers, which we know very little information about. All we know that Officer Rogers is a terrible shot, probably only barely made it into police academy, and isn't actually a very good police officer. That's all we know about him. All right, let's go in. Chopin's partner. Very well. Then let's summon to the stand. No, name not found. What? What? Is that a family or given name? Sarah, it's Sarah. What? Yeah, got one big old error right here, and it's a classic. Witness not found, literally. Wait, he didn't show up? He ain't here. What? Oh my god, Emma's like, what the fuck? He had hours to get here. What the hell? Where the hell could he possibly be? Her star witness is a no-show? Is this good news or bad news? Like hitting jackpot on the world's sketchiest slot machine. Feels good, but you get the feeling that the staff is going to make you pay for it. Both sides are thrown off now? Yeah, both sides are like, what the fuck? That idiotic. Pay for it when? Fine, I'll finish this myself. Right about now. Alright, chat. Oh, the music. We're back in with it, chat. Alright. Perhaps it's for the best, Your Honor. We can save the court the trouble by wrapping it up things right here and now. The facts are simple. The defense has failed to refute them. Thus, the people call for summary judgments. Already? The defendant is the only one with his prints on the gun. He is the only one with the prints of the katana. His own employer testified to the court that he was attacked and captured by 4 of the 5 victims. He was found and arrested, standing over the body of a dead cop, before 2 more officers arrived and secured the scene. That must have been Ray's and London's that she's referring to. And as the only living person left the scene of the crime, there was no one else who could have possibly committed these murders. She's on a tear, and I'd be lying if I said it wasn't entertaining. That's only because she's on tilt. She was thrown off by her witness flaking, and it's caused her to overstep. She just fired off a lot of claims in which succession. Which is the weakest one? Where do I counterattack? It has to be the only, he's the, yeah. Call for summary judgment. Yeah, the only living person left at the scene. There's no one else that could have committed these murders. It has to be the only suspect, right? I don't see anything else here that could be done. She just claimed that Sosuke is the only one who could have been committed to these murders. She can't possibly prove that. She can't prove that there wasn't anyone else there that night because I actually was. And unlike her, I can prove the possibility of another party being present without having to reveal their identity. The people are mistaken, Your Honor. My client wasn't the only person there that night. Music is so good, no nappings, my system talks to Yuri. Oh yeah, the music is insane now. Huh? And there's evidence to show it. Alright, chat. Okay. We got the red ink. Partial prints. Oh, it has to be the dark card, right? Known only to the rich and criminals. I think it has to be the dark card. The dark card has to be, because no one else could have had the dark card there. Like a bunch of boony fucking criminals would have it? No. Sosuke wouldn't have a dark card either. Yeah. And there's no print on it at all. Why would a dark card be there? Exactly. What is that? The dark card found lodged into Creek's datapad? That's right. The perfect payment option when neither you nor the business you frequent likes attaching names to faces. We've already discussed that within moments of Creek's death, a transaction was being attempted on his datapad. A transaction made by using this dark card. But for whatever for? Perhaps some handful of illicit substances that were found at the scene of the crime. Oh crap, yeah, almost forgot. These guys were drug dealers. And drug dealers get customers, Your Honor. Customers that can be very temperamental when things go south. Are you trying to suggest these killings were the result of a drug deal gone wrong? I mean, they sort of were. A drug deal made in person at a blue blood stronghold? Dark cards require a passkey and a fingerprint. The card would be useless if its owner wasn't physically present for the transaction. A transaction that might be abruptly cancelled if tensions boiled over. Over very shitty spliff, yes. A potential buyer would have likely been across the desk from Creek. The same spot in the room that we've established the killer must have been when they started their rampage. Cute idea, counselor, but there's no meat to it. We know that Creek was using that data pad before he died, and we know that the dark card was processing a transaction at the time. But for some reason, you've made the assumption that he was selling, when the simplest explanation is that he was buying, using the dark card that he owned. The dark card belonged to Creek. How will you respond? I don't need to respond with evidence. I just need to point out the flawed evidence she's constructed her entire argument upon. I mean, isn't it really? It's just the dark card. There's no print on it, right? Like, the doi. Like, hello? Characterization, Your Honor. The people are claiming that the dark card in the evidence record belonged to the victim, Creek. Despite the fact it had no fingerprints on it either. What? Oh. If that dark card had belonged to Creek, he would have had to insert it into his data pad with his teeth. Yuck. So, who did the dark card belong to? Perhaps a customer who didn't like his prices. A disgruntled customer could have wiped the prints off the card to hide the fact they were ever there. That's absurd. If a customer brought in the dark card with them to the crime scene, why the hell wouldn't they take it with them when they left? Well, it was stuck in the data pad, of course. They could have pulled a little harder. They could have taken the data pad with them. Who would leave behind something that valuable? The card is worthless to everyone but its owner. To whom it could be priceless. Why would they choose to leave it behind? The answer to that is simple, really. If I'm honest, we're discussing the possibility of a deal gone south. What could cause that in the first place? Aggressive negotiating tactics? Or a customer who couldn't pay? What are you? This customer could afford a dark card, and yet they couldn't pay. Hold on, are you trying to say that these deaths, all this carnage, do you think it's all because their card got declined? Holy shit, chat. Hard to live down that kind of faux pas. Murdering 4 or 5 people in order to get paying your bill is pretty aggressive. But if you needed your fix, was there any indication that the contraband was taken from the scene of the crime? Your Honor, that is difficult to say. Lamau, yeah, Jackie, this is so sick. Without knowing their inventory before the crime occurred, we cannot rule out the possibility. That was a little lackluster of a pushback. Was she really thrown off by this witness playing hooky? Well, I hate to do this because I love spending time with you all and having a physical body and being ensouled. But it does seem like I have to declare a recess while we wait. Perfectly reasonable, Your Honor. That's the most romantic thing I've ever heard. What? Court is now in recess. I love episode 2. Episode 2 is shaping up to be so fucking cool. Holy shit. The ad is also gay. Of course she's gay. Have you fucking seen her? That adjutant is so fucking gay. All right. So Aurora Holdings is not a part of House Icaria? No, it is. House Icaria is comprised of the literal Icaria family, the Icaria Financial Group, and Aurora Holdings. But each of those parts is a separate identity from the others. That is very confusing. No, well, yes, it can be confusing, but it protects us. Protects the IFG? No, protects the house from itself. If everyone in the Icaria family was a member of the IFG, and the IFG was called the Icaria family, that'd be a lot simpler. I know, it would be simpler, but that's... Who the hell is this guy to keep Rockford waiting? Oh my gosh, we're mad that, like, the fucking witness is making Rockford wait. Are you addressing your question to me? I've never met the man. Well, he's met you, smacked you upside the head and cuffed you. If you say so. I told you I don't remember anything after I walked out of that holding room. Chime in at any time. Apologies, Adonai. I was just trying to answer your question. Who the hell is Officer Rogers? Did you find his socials or something? Hey, actually, this would be really useful, chat. We can know who Officer Rogers is before we have to question the guy. I found a news story attached to a live feed. He's shaking hands with some man at the top of the stairs. Right now? What's the headline? City council members thank heroic officer for his service. Oh, well, that makes sense. How can it? Emma's outranked. If the politicians decided now was the time to do the photo ops, she doesn't have the pull to go against them. Are Officer Chopin's parents there? Yes, both his fathers were present. Adoptive fathers? Are you trying to make me feel better? Adoptive or not, they are his parents, and their pain is real. Of course. But that pain would be equally real if they weren't expressing it in front of those cameras, don't you think? If you're feeling guilty, Sosuke, please get it out of your system before their trial resumes. I don't feel guilty. Even if I did kill an officer, I wouldn't lose sleep over it. But that doesn't make it right. Taking a life? Parents having to outlive their children. Yeah. Also, I'm going to save chat here just in case something happens because we have not saved in a very long time. All right, moving on. And here I thought you'd be all about filial piety. You telling me that you wouldn't take a bullet for your patriarch, Daisuke? Of course I would. And force him to outlive his son? How could you? Adopted son from a branch family. Do I need to point out how badly you're contradicting yourself? Daisuke Icaria could have let me waste away when the rest of the Hayakawa branch was killed. Yeah, so for context, chat, Sosuke here was adopted. He was originally from the Hayakawa branch, whatever it is, and then got adopted after his entire family got killed into the Ikaria family. Instead, he placed me at the right hand of power, a seat of honor, a subservient seat. All seats are subservient, not the one at the top. I didn't know the rest of your birth family died, Sosuke. Retaliation for the fall of the leaves. Quite the dignified way to refer to the Ikaria family killing all those blue bloods 30 years ago. Anyway, it was of my understanding that that was a complete and total victory. The kind that left blue bloods incapable of counterattacking. Very nearly so. Hey, I gotta go, Kako. I love you lots. Oh, okay. See you later, Jackie. Hope you have a wonderful time. Do you disapprove what happened 30 years ago, Sosuke? Of course not. The barbarity of the house's enemies left it with no other choice but to act. No way out, huh? By the way, I was asked to pass along a message to you. If you're given a way out, take it. Who told you that? Oh, I mean, I'll say Mide here. Yeah. She said her name was Mide. Who was she? Or who is she? A powerful member of the house, on the side of Aurora. Slow down, loose lips. I didn't ask for her whole life story. What? Oh, sarcasm. I'm sorry, I'm just surprised. Surprised that she would take a personal interest in the outcome of this affair. So, did that message mean anything to you? I'm not sure. You're a terrifically helpful client. You know that, right? There's something you should know about me, Morgan. About the Hound of Ikaria. I didn't earn that title as a bodyguard or a head of security. And I didn't learn how to kill in the military. The Hound of Ikaria is the house's personal assassin. Okay, chat, that's new information. We didn't know this. Okay, shit. Well, what happened to the House of Ikaria being refined? Elevated above their criminal past. The house is elevated. Their status has been granted more enemies than ever. Enemies that need to be taken out silently, but undeniably. Puppy's got teeth? Yeah. Undeniably? What I do is send messages. They need to be received by the right people. They need to know who it's from. You kill, so that the other houses and the nobility know it was the Hound. But can't prove that House Ikaria was responsible. Their own pride over being able to handle things internally and their humiliation at being outplayed ensures the deaths stay out of the papers. So the entire police force can descend on a jaywalker being caught by a reflection off of a dash cam. But the nobility gets to wave off the surveillance state with a perfumed handkerchief, flaunting how the rules don't apply to them. Like a thought, a very pure expression of power. Ah, King Stabby Stabby Man, yeah. So all that talk about you being Makoto's head of security, that was all true. I have been Makoto's head of security for the past year. Did your courier business dry up? Circumstances around Makoto had changed. I was asked to step in and fill a role. And what you said about guarding the previous heir, waving your katana around as soon as you could walk. The circumstances were different then too. Why tell me now? Because now that I've seen her, I don't think Rockford will have missed it. No, why didn't you tell me yesterday, the first time we met, when I could have actually been prepared for this? Clearly you've got some deeply held desire to rot in prison, since you won't help me win this case. What happened in the last 5 minutes that you suddenly got on cold feet? Hadn't I? Alright. Yesterday, I thought you were just some outsider, in over their head, who would surely drown if they knew who they were defending. Today, I think you're an outsider, in over their head, who could stay afloat with a lifeline. Thanks for the heads up. 5 minutes notice really comes in handy when your client asks you to catch a bullet. Excuse me. Morgan's mad. I'm sorry to disappoint you too, Sarah. I can't imagine you're pleased to be defending a self-confessed killer. I don't know what you went through when you were a soldier. And I have no idea what you've gone through as an assassin. Yesterday, Adonai suggested that I shouldn't speak about those kinds of things, since I have no experience with them. I don't know if she's right about that. But soldiers and assassins do exist in this world. And they are still people. And I think I would be sad if I couldn't talk to any of them. On a related note, could you catch a bullet, Sosuke Ikari? Sarah, come on! It was so emotional! Oh my gosh, Sarah. Holy shit. It was so emotional up until that point. Alright. No, Sarah. She's awesome. She is awesome. But you're a cybernetic enhanced martial artist. Bullets are very fast. That is true. I could probably catch an arrow if I knew it was coming. Arrows also go very fast, chat. It's not easy to catch an arrow. It's very difficult. Tell me more. Oh my gosh, she's so cute. Alright. Slower than bullets, though? Definitely. My goodness. Arrows are definitely slower than bullets. Alright, chat. Back into the courtroom. Oh, we're jumping straight into it, chat. Okay. Let me save over here, and let's get going. So you and your partner were the second officers to arrive in the scene. That's correct, ma'am. When the 10999 set went out, my partner and I were relatively center city. We were within jogging distance of the site. After an elevator ride, we proceeded on foot. Rogers still hasn't shown. Emma must have rushed London to adjust the reshuffled docket. I assume he was rushed. He does seem somewhat distracted. We arrived at the premises at 10:21 p.m. At 10:27 p.m., we assisted Officer Rogers in completing his arrest of the suspect. And what did that involve? Reading rights to an unconscious man? That's a good fit. We helped Rogers finish cuffing the suspect, is what I meant. His hands were shaking. Your witness, counselor. Alright, chat. Let's get some information from him. I'd like to ask London why he wasn't explicit about all this yesterday. But complaining about a detective not being forthcoming with the defense isn't exactly a winning strategy. He didn't hesitate to show me his involvement with the mafias yesterday. What's he's got left to hide? That's true, by the way, chat. London basically admitted like he's a corrupt cop and he's been involved with the mafias and organized crime for a while. Okay. What does he... Oh, is it the body cams? Let's question him about that. Dumb question, detective, but did you have your body camera on? Officers aren't required to turn on body cameras when responding to an emergency, counselor. And detectives aren't required to wear body cameras at all. Like I said, dumb question. Isn't his partner also a detective? Reyes is also a detective, right? So I think we stay here. What about Puppy Reyes? Reyes is also a detective, and he just said, and detectives aren't well, actually, it's not, it says aren't required. It doesn't mean they can't. So let me actually, I might as well press. Why not? We might lose a couple of points here. Let's go. But by any chance, did your partner have a body camera going? Perhaps out of a characteristic abundance of respect for the rules? Matter of fact, I believe she did. So of the first four of our city's finest brave policemen to arrive at the scene of a crime, only one of them thought to turn their body cam on. It's my understanding that Rogers couldn't turn his on, as it had broken earlier in the week. And Tariq Chopin? I don't know why he didn't have his on. That's suspicious, chat. Does Emma know? Does Officer Rogers know? Okay. Let's go for why were you nearby? Because I remember that was a detail that was kind of like weird that we pointed out earlier on in the episode. All right. Why were you and your partner in Center City that night, Detective? Well, to be honest, I hadn't eaten dinner yet, and I was really in the mood for some kind of hot soup, you know? My partner was kind enough to indulge me on taking a drive. That's all he's gonna say? It's not like I can call him a compromised witness just because he was in the area, but what the hell is there even to press in his answers that simple? I'm almost tempted to. What would even press here? Was the soup good? We have to know. And yo, I'm gonna lose 8 points here for doing this. You know that, right? I will press fine. Was the soup any good, Detective? I never got any in the end. Had this hole-in-the-wall place in mind, but when we got there, turned out they'd gone out of business last month. Had been a while since I last stopped by. Guess I always knew they weren't that successful, but honestly, I thought it'd lose some of its charm if it got popular. Maybe if I hadn't been so selfish, it'd still be here. You never know how much you'll miss that 7 out of 10 restaurant until it's gone, you know? Yeah. Your Honor. Relevance. It's not relevant, but it is poignant and deeply human. I'll allow it. Or I won't punish it, at least. Now ask a real question. Right away, Your Honor. Okay, sure, fuck it. Let's go. How did you clear the building, by the way? And how did you and your partner go about clearing the building? I took points, and my partner covered me, checking the rooms behind us as we went. It was tense, searching the rooms with that racket blaring from upstairs. You were still searching for the suspects, even though there was a 1099 on the 3rd floor? Rogers had already reported that the manner of his partner's death, Counselor. We weren't going to run upstairs to try to defibrillate. How was that report made? Over comms, around 10:17 p.m. Okay, chat. So we look at the autopsy. Chopin's autopsy died at 10:04 p.m. So that means that they arrived 3 minutes after Chopin had died. Okay. Interesting. Is it common practice to separate from one another when responding to a 1099? It's one of several valid approaches the department advises in critical scenarios. We gotta press your chat. Did you ever lose sight of your partner? I might have. So she might have lost sight of you. Speculation, Your Honor. If I can't see you, you can't see me. That's not speculation, Your Honor. Just grade school logic. Overruled. Spill the deets, witness. Yes, me and my partner were separated as we cleared the building. For more than a minute, I'd say. Interesting. Thank you for giving us all that to chew on, Detective London. Come on, give me a break. I was trying to be helpful. No, I mean it. Oh. Okay, we got a couple of useful pieces of information there. Nothing crazy because, you know, nothing about what Detective London said is particularly, you know, contradictory, but well, we'll see. I'm especially interested to hear you describe how my client was unconscious and helpless by the time he first appeared on any body cam. The soup story was very important. Thank you, chat, for saying that I should look at the soup story. I appreciate it. That was a funny moment. Shall we review the footage together? I wonder if we can pinpoint exactly how many wounds he'd have received between his arrest and when his mugshot was taken. Redirect, Your Honor. Really? What is she doing now? The prosecution called Detective London as their witness and asked their questions. Anna and I just had the chance to ask her own questions during their cross-examination. After the cross-examination, the people can redirect if they have additional questions for the witness. That is true, chat. In court, there is such a thing as redirect. So there's the cross-examination, and then the redirecting happens. So we'll see what Emma Rockford does here. So it isn't just one for them and one for us. More like an eye for an eye for an eye until justice is blind and bloody. She wants another round. Why? Just stalling? Detective London, are you aware of an ongoing police investigation for a figure known as the Hound Vicaria? Emma, what the fuck are you doing? Not stalling. Approach, Your Honor. Wait, do I finally get to say the line? Oh, hold on. This is happening too fast. Okay. Oh, so you're so you're a friend? They're already here. Okay, I don't know what that was about. Anyways, this Hound Vicaria is obviously some kind of case file that the Organized Crimes Department is working on. Detective London isn't qualified to speak on it. Homicide, organized crime, is there that big of a difference? Depends on the career of the witness in question. Detective London, for example, spent 6 years in the Organized Crimes Unit. Third time she tries to, oh, you're approaching JoJo. JoJo reference, okay. I don't know that much about JoJo, fair enough. What? You didn't know that? Where are you taking this, Emma? Ugh, I hate to admit it, but I think we need spoilers as well. If you ask him about, hey, what's he gonna say? That the Hound Vicaria is an assassin who leaves calling cards at each of his kills, terrorizing the house's perceived enemies without shame. The lead suspect in those cases is a man around Sosuke's age and height, with gray-blue hair, a modest spine, and a large tattoo of a dog across his back. Sosuke, you vain son of a bitch. You got made with your shirt off? Oh, fucking hell. Sosuke, you fucking dumbass. Bless you. You cannot let the jury hear that, Your Honor. But I really want to. If organized crimes wanted to arrest Sosuke, they should have done that so already. He's on trial today for these 5 counts and nothing else. The defense has once again claimed that our client is merely some veteran who's been victimized by greater forces. But the police believe that he's in fact the deadliest soldier in Icaria that the Icaria have at their disposal. That's not irrelevant. No, it's just prejudicial as hell. Ugh, girls fighting. ADHD, I understand. Also, yeah, IRL, Emma, you cannot bring this in. It's not like he's a convicted, like, assassin or anything. You don't have any evidence of it. You'd have to introduce evidence, like, that he is. You can't just, like, fucking say it. But obeying the legal precedent, but the tension, the human drama. He'll just be giving a summary. The case file won't enter the record. So you won't even give me a chance to object to the evidence? Your Honor, if you do this, the jury will be spoiled within seconds, and I'll have my client served up a mistrial before the day's through. And some other lucky adjutant will be able to get all the rest of the fun. I've severed the jury's feed for the time being. I'd like to hear exactly what the witness has to say before ruling on this testimony's inclusion. That's interesting, okay. But Your Honor, the gallery is not your concern nor the concern of justice. This trial will remain open to the public until such time as I or the state feel it shouldn't be. Decision made. Thank you, Your Honor. No, this is really bad, chat, because like the jury's so going to know about this. It's gonna come out through the gallery. The gallery's just gonna then fucking like put out the information on the internet. The jury's gonna definitely stumble across it. This is fucked. Just you wait. Oh god. What just happened? The jury's gonna take a bathroom break. Emma here will be able to ask her questions, but in all likelihood, the adjutant will make sure they never hear the answers. So we aren't any worse off? Sosuke might be. What do you mean? This gallery's filled to the brim with cops. They all think he killed Chopin. If London regales us with all tales of Hound's exploits on top of that. Don't worry, Sosuke. They can't do it to you here. Because we're in a courtroom. I won't spend the rest of my life in this room, Sarah. Even if I could, I wouldn't. Oh, fuck. The cops will just kill him after. God damn. Jesus. Emma, what the fuck? Are you that desperate, Emma, to prove your case? Holy shit. Detective London, if you would, please testify as to the... Oh, for real? Your Honor? What now? Hey, Rockford, that witness guy who flaked on you made you look dumb? Yes. He's finally here. Oh, we saved by the fucking bell, chat. Holy shit. Thank you, Your Honor. I have no more questions for the witness at this time. Really? But The redirect fizzles out. Counselor, you want to snap it up? No, Your Honor. Dang, Detective London. Nobody wants to talk to your ass. Holy shit, ADHD. You're fucking being rough. Okay. Miss Rockford let it go. She doesn't hold anything back in the courtroom, but only because that's what gives her the greatest chance of victory. If the jury wouldn't hear it either way, and she has no need to stall for time, she won't stoke the coals for the fun of it. So, if you hadn't fought against that redirect up until the very last moment... Bullet caught, huh? Yeah, nothing impressive about putting my arm between the gun and my... heart? I was gonna say stomach. The analogy seems weaker somehow. Oh, Morgan really hates being called the heartbreak killer. She's a judge. She can say whatever she wants. It's true. The judge can say whatever she wants. The judge totally gets permission from me to do that. There he is. The man of the hour. The hero who put a stop to the Hound of Icaria and fought justice to the city over the loss of its favored son, Tariq Chopin. Holy shit. Well, this is this is interesting. Patrol Officers Rogers reporting for duty. You don't have to say that. Sorry, then reporting for duty. Name and occupation? Patrol Officer Hugh G. Rogers, occupation Patrol Officer. Former partner of Tariq Chopin. Apologies for earlier. It's fine. The court understands that the city council had need of you. What I said my name wrong? It won't happen again. And your tardiness? What's that? Being hours late to this trial? Did I not set a reminder? Oh my god, she's so pissed. Also, let's look at Rogers here. Hughie Rogers. A police officer like salt water and graffiti art? Dislikes sand and marshmallows in the lottery? Easily upset? Okay. Certainly a guy. What the fuck? Does seeing him here in the flesh jog your memory at all? No, not at all. I think this guy would be pretty hard to forget. He must have sustained quite the concussion then. As an appetizer. From what I saw, he's lucky nothing important leaked out of his ears. Shall we begin, Officer Rogers? Right. From where? The start. Oh. Well, it was pretty boring. I mean, a normal night. Me and Chopin was just driving around our route, windows down. He was always getting car sick if the windows weren't down. Then around 9:45 or so, my partner heard shots fired. And so off we went. How do you like salt water but not sand? I don't get it. I don't get it, Z. What does that mean? Well, I mean, shots echoed down the lower ward, so I wasn't too sure about the direction. But my partner was confident it had something to do with the Blue Bloods. That area is a known hotspot. As we neared the street, we saw people slinking away from it. We got the message. People can sense that kind of trouble, even when they don't know it. Something bad had got down, and no one wanted to have anything to do with it. Front door wouldn't budge. I peeked around into the alley, but the fire escape was out of commission. And then my partner, shot clean for the door handle. Chopin was that determined to get inside based off some echoed gunshots and a few context clues? Suppose context clues are most of what I'm used to find. Is most of what I used to find the place too, but. So when you arrived, the only way into the building was locked. Yeah, so we had a strong reason to believe the shooter was still in the vicinity. I was in favor of waiting for backup at this point, but my partner, he was so convinced the place was already dead empty. So he was moving a good bit faster than me right up until we got to the second floor, and we heard a loud slam. A slam? What kind of slam? Ooh, chat, this is important. If we look at the evidence here, we look at the dumpster. Yep, it causes a very loud sound when closed. That's interesting. Like a slam? Or like a slam? Or like slam? I don't know. It was loud though. And Charlie gets all deadly serious and insists I stay, and he goes ahead up until the third floor. After a bit, he yelled down to me, saying everyone was dead and I should come join him. That's when I heard another heavy thud. I didn't know it was the sound of my partner's body hitting the floor. But I put two together when I saw that there was a man standing over him. Let the record show that a witness has finally identified the defendant. If you heard a noise at the crime scene, the natural conclusion would be that you were not alone. But if Chopin thought they weren't alone, why would he insist on splitting up? These two? Yeah. I think the answer has to be to prevent escape, right? Because... avoid crossfire... Right? That's it. Chopin must have wanted to split up so they could cut off all possible routes of escape. Perhaps I can shed some light on the late officer's actions. With more speculation? With some helpful theorizing! Capped off with hard evidence. Officer Chopin explicitly told his partner to stay behind. And the only reason he'd do that is if he thought it would let them catch an escaping suspect. Why would he think a suspect was escaping if he heard a noise upstairs? He wouldn't. He'd only think a suspect was escaping if the noise he heard was... I think it has to be the dumpster, right? Yeah, it has to be the dumpster. Okay, let's go for it. A noise that came from the alley. What kind of noise would that be? A noise like the one that I was treated to when Detective London clumsily shut the dumpster out there. Hey now, it left my ring's earring too, you know? What are you even talking about? I'm talking about an exit plan. In other words, how the real culprit managed to flee the scene. How does a dumpster lid relate to some imaginary suspect's great escape? 1963, 172 minutes. That's another reference. The only way to get from the third floor to the street without going past two cops clearing the building would be going down the fire escape and into the alley. A fire escape that's broken, so no one could climb up it, but anyone could jump from it onto the dumpster below. Oh yeah, I can kind of see it. Oh shit, chat. That must be a dead pixel you're seeing, Your Honor. Were there boot prints on top of the dumpster? A dent in the lid? Well, that's... No? Of course not. So there's no proof, no reason at all to think that anyone jumped down onto it. And no reason for us to entertain this train of thought. Damn it, that's... Ugh, I've got nothing. Even if there had been damage to the dumpster, I could never prove it was caused by a fleeing culprit. Adonai, I'm thinking. I know, but this might not possibly be the time for you to stop thinking, and instead, flip the go board like you told me to do before. It's flip the chessboard, Sarah. It's chessboard, not go. It's a reference to Umineko, okay? A wonderful visual novel series. Sarah, come on. You're horribly misquoting me. But Emma says there's no proof that anyone fled the crime scene. But if there's proof of that, what would it look like? Proof that someone was in that room when the police first arrived, but not there when the police got to the 3rd floor. They would have had to take the fire escape if Rogers never saw them. They couldn't have taken the fire escape without first opening the windows. I mean, flipping the go board could also work. Yeah, but the quote is the chessboard. Sarah is absolutely precious. Oh, well, yeah, opening the window. It's been bothering me since yesterday. I was sure those windows were closed when I left, but they've been open ever since the scene was secured. And I can't testify to that. The one time I know the truth and I wanted to get out, but I can't admit it without screwing myself over. Adonai, any luck? Pardon the interruption, Your Honor, but I have no objection. What? Morgan, but there's the blood all over it. Morgan, but there's blood all over the window. You can do it. Okay, whatever. We'll see. Pardon the interruption, Your Honor. I have no objections at this time. Then the witness may continue? Please do. But rewind a bit first if you could, since we got off topic. And don't spare any detail. Tell the court exactly what you saw, felt, and heard that night. Of course. The witness is a trained officer of our city's prestigious police force. He'll gladly recount every minutia to us. Line by line. Like every detail? Especially the irrelevant ones. Sir, yes, sir. I did get a little in my head just now. Better listen through this whole testimony at least once before I start looking for holes. It was a quiet night, but then my partner heard gunshots. We headed for the nearest known Orca hotspot, and we arrived to find the building dead quiet. The door was locked. I checked the alley, but didn't see another way in. So Chopin shot the lock off with the handle, and we entered. Followed some kind of loud music up the stairs, and there was some kind of slam, and my partner bolted upstairs. About a minute later, I heard a thud from upstairs and came running to find the defendant standing over my partner's dead body. Oh, I can already immediately tell what the problem here is, chat. How did you hear that thud from upstairs with all that music running? Something stand out to you, Adonai? Yeah, my ears pricked up a bit. The saying is perked up, is it not? What? Let me focus. Yeah, sound system, the fire escape, the front door. It's the sound system. Okay. Door was locked. Yep. Yep. Call it. Wanna bet? What? That wasn't it? Was that supposed to be funny, counselor? You looked like you needed a laugh. Flirting right in front of me. Okay, ADHD's not wrong. That is flirting. Pardon? Normies! Get overruled. Oh my gosh. So you're on the right track with the sound system? Yeah, I am. I think this is definitely about the sound system. There are 2 other things we could do here. So... Oh, the building was dead quiet? That's wrong. There it is. How could you have arrived to find the place dead quiet when there was a loud sound system blaring on the top floor? Second try, best try? Yeah, I did okay. I think it's reasonable for my mind to have gone down the route that I went. Either way, it's the same kind of thinking. The witness must not have heard the sound system. This is a noisy city. Even the lower wards, he... Oh, shit. But he did hear the music. He described it in his testimony just now. Followed by some kind of loud music up the stairs. So the building was dead quiet when you were outside, but you could hear the music from the first floor? Well, yeah. Heard the... Oh, shit, chat. I know what this means. We're gonna prove that the window was closed. Oh, fuck, yes. Well, yeah. Heard the music pretty much as soon as we stepped inside. Only after you stepped inside? Yeah, sturdy door, I guess. Your Honor, the witness here has established that the front door was secure and tightly locked. Smart Yeen, thank you. I do my best. Oh, I fucking love these moments. There's nothing strange about it blocking out some amount of sound. Oh, Emma, come on. Come on, Emma. Catch up. I'm 15 steps ahead of you. Think, Emma, think. But it blocked it out, like all the sound. Once the door was open, the music was booming. Oh, Emma, Emma. The scene of the crime was a known blue blood property, yes. A safe house apartment complex of sorts, as I understand it. They must have made a number of modifications to the premises. That front door certainly looked locked. Certainly looked like a newish addition. Alright. Maybe they redid the windows too. I don't get it. I don't mind stating it plainly, Your Honor. That building has been thoroughly soundproofed. That building has been thoroughly soundproofed, Your Honor. You think this building was soundproofed? I know it was. I experienced it myself, stepping out of the lower wards and into this dingy nightclub vibe. That would explain what the witness experienced, wouldn't it? Perhaps, but that wouldn't explain the building being dead quiet when they arrived. Not unless the window next to the sound system was closed. Showed my hand a bit there. She knows what I'm gunning for. Counselor? Asking the court to accept that the building happened to be soundproofed is not the flawless argument you're making it out to be. The window in question opens to the alley. Rogers easily could have missed the noise coming out of it. Even though he already testified that he checked the alley before his partner shot the door open? He might have merely neglected to mention that he heard music at the time. Huh? Music in the alley? I would have noticed that kind of thing, right? Fast on the uptake this one. God, I love your laugh. Thank you. I'm looking at the arc system for every angle I can, rotating the cubes in my mind as fast as programming will allow. And I'm still seeing a crime scene where the windows are open. What am I doing wrong? There's a trick to it. Try focusing on just one single cube first. Once you've got one spinning consistently... Yes, Your Honor, the windows were found open. It's a contradiction. The windows were closed when the officers arrived, but open by the time Rogers got to the 3rd floor. That means someone must have opened them. Someone currently not on trial, Your Honor. You should stretch before attempting mental gymnastics that intense, Counselor. You claim that the windows were originally closed and only opened at the last moment as some mystery individual fled down the alley. But we know that Creek was standing in front of those windows when he was shot, and we can see where his blood landed on the sides of the window that face into the room when open. If, as you claim, the windows were closed when he was shot, then his blood somehow managed to end up on the wrong side of the glass. That's... Your theory is flawed, a far-flung fantasy with nothing other than Rogers' poor hearing to support it. All the actual evidence shows is that at the time of the murders, the windows were exactly as we found them, flung open. Her logic isn't faulty, and I can't overturn it with any given piece of evidence, but I can point out the flaw as to how she's presented her evidence. Thank you for the advice for taking full advantage of arcs, by the way. But trust me, there's there are some things that are best understood by visiting the crime scene in person. What? Helps keep you from getting flipped around. Because these windows flip outwards. Oh. Yep. Apologies, Your Honor. I'm just confused. Why is Miss Rockford talking about those windows? As if they swing open. Stop trying to be the top, Emma. Let Morgan just dom you. What are you talking about? Those windows don't swing into the room. They're pulled to the side. What? Didn't you see the fingerprints they found on the handles? One look at that should tell you which side the glass faces indoors. Funny, wasn't that in the arcs? Holy shit, Morgan! Oh, this is a very chic interior design I'm seeing. Very wabi-sabi. So if the windows only slide parallel to the walls, it wouldn't matter whether they were open or shut when Creek was shot. The blood would always end up on the same side. Ugh. Hey! I said I finally got the windows lined up right in the arcs. You didn't say that. At least not out loud. Thank you for always listening, Sarah. But I said it now, so whatever. What do you mean lined up? The blood splatter! Oh shit. Nice. Thank you, Adjutant. It looks a lot nicer now, doesn't it? Yes. Thank you, Your Honor. That is so inappropriate for an adjutant to do. But it's gotten all of us on the same page. Alright. We can all reasonably conclude that the windows were closed when Creek was shot, at the very least. Yes. Though, when they were next opened is something you'll fight over, I'm sure. Now, if this ARCS data could just tell me whether the windows were actually soundproof. I doubt the ARCS could simulate that accurately for you, Your Honor. But if we re-examine the scene for that specifically, it should be simple enough to... Oh, shit. Waste the court's time? Oh, boy, chat. I'm Susan Ads here. Forgive me for repeating myself, Your Honor, but even if we prove conclusively that the windows were soundproof, the defense's argument still hinges entirely on the omission of one detail in the witness's testimony. Putting it another way, just because he didn't hear the music, that doesn't mean he couldn't hear the music because their soundproof windows were closed. The devil's proof! Yes, and you actually used it right this time. I did my reading. She's effectively conceded the fact that the windows were soundproofed, but she's also shifted tactics. It's information that I don't recognize. That's to be expected. I'm no general. They don't need Makoto here to tell me that war is deception. So how about a bit of misdirection? Listen up, Sarah. The important thing about the devil's proof is that it's always on our side. That's true. We're the defense. It's innocent until proven guilty. Anything about the devil's proof is ours thing. We benefit from it. The side of the underdogs, lovers, and dreamers in the world round. The side of the defense. Innocent until proven guilty. Yep, Morgan taking the words right out of my mouth. That's what makes the devil so infuriating for the prosecution. The people make a fair point, Your Honor. There really isn't any hard evidence for my fleeting suspect theory at the moment. But the people haven't disproven it either, have they? I forget the exact details, Your Honor, but... all we need is a shadow of doubt, right? To overturn 5 dead bodies, the testimonies of 3 cops, and a room soaked to the floorboards in forensic evidence. Yeah. Oh shit, chat. Fenu? Have you lost your mind? Are you trying to piss off everyone here? Yes. Come on. You don't hate my theory that much, do you? I EP, but thanks for the stream all the same. I'll catch you another time. Yeah, okay. No, I appreciate you being here, Abby. Have a wonderful eve. I'm warming up to it. Then I'll stick to the facts for now. At the time Rogers and Chopin arrived, the front door was locked. The music was still playing at the scene of the crime, even if Rogers didn't notice it until stepping inside. And at the time of the moment that Creek was shot, at least we can be certain that a soundproof window behind him was closed. Yes, those are all the facts. Why are you restating them? Because there's something that's just been bothering me. If we accept these as facts, one part of the Honorable Officer Rogers' testimony makes no sense. Okay. We got the front door of the sound system. Heard. Oh, shit. Chat. How would they hear gunshots? The entire thing was soundproofed. That doesn't make any sense, right? Oh my gosh. Chat. Yeah. Fucking easy. How could these 2 officers have set off in response to the sound of the gunshots if the room was deafened at the time the gun was fired? Now you go there? Oh crap, yeah. Wait, excuse me? What are you talking about? It's the very first thing you told us, officer. Your partner heard gunshots. But how is that possible? But he said it. He said it! Even on the radio, he called it in. True enough, I can see it right here in the police network's database. 9:45 p.m. Officer Tariq Chopin reports shots fired. So he did. And since we can't ask him to testify, we'll just have to take him at his word. But just to clarify, Officer Rogers, are you saying you never heard any gunshots yourself? Well, I didn't have my head out the window like him, so... That's what you're trained to do, isn't it? Report anything you see or hear across the network. Well, one report is usually sufficient, but confirmation is always ideal, right? Yes or no, Officer Rogers? I never heard any gunshots. Hang, are you really? So, you never heard a peep, but your partner? He somehow managed to waltz you both over to exactly where the 4 vicious murders had been committed, before anyone else got there. I just drove where he pointed, so... Oh, shit. Chat. Counselor, you need to be very careful here. Thank you for your concern, Miss Rockford. But don't forget, I hate losing. Pardon? I said, but don't forget to direct your comments to the bench. You bring that up now? Every cop in this room already thinks I'm a mob lawyer at this point. Compared to that, mocking the memory of the deceased is small time. I feel like you're gonna say something shocking here and that I should stop you. But I can't really stop you before you say it, so... Oh god, chat, we're gonna... Let's fucking do this. I'm just confused is all, Your Honor. How could Officer Chopin possibly arrived at the scene of the crime when he couldn't have heard any gunshots? Unless he was asked to come there directly. Oh, like he got an Evite? Exactly. Officer Chopin answered a distress call from the Blue Bloods. Oh, chat. Tumult. Oh my gosh. Tell me, are these her usual tactics? Turning the entire city against her for no discernible reason? No. Well, the first time she met, she did technically... Your Honor, the defense is completely out of line. And the gallery's pretty poorly behaved too. You gonna rein this in, or should I? Allow me. Tariq Chopin was an upstanding officer with no marks on his record. You say he was some kind of blue blood pawn, but he had to break into their building in order to enter. You have the gall to claim that he answered a distress call when there's no panic button, no phone records to suggest that one was ever sent. Ads ball sacks? Okay, chat. I'm gonna wait. We're waiting until everyone gets back from ads. I do not give a shit. Because this is such... Fuck, sorry. Because this is such a good fucking moment. Also, I kind of fucking swallowed my water wrong, so I need to take a little break to fucking cough my way out of it. Also, this calls for going from my... I'm swapping my lenses now. My glasses, that is. I've been wearing these like wide glasses so far, but I feel like I need to wear something a little bit more precise now. So, bye-bye wide lenses. Hello narrow lenses. Let's fucking do this. Things are starting to heat up. Fuck. Ugh. Jeez. That water hit my throat poorly. Alright. While we do this, I want to double check some evidence. Didn't really look over Creek's autopsy here. Stop it from prolonging life. Multiplying damage. DT3. Huh. DT3? Hold on, that's weird. Wait a second. Hold on a sec. Wait a fucking second. Oh, Hold on a second. Is it, Katia? No. Where is it, chat? I fucking remember this. Come on. Think. That's the criminalized one. Frico? No. No. Sinus? No. What's up? The guy had a disease? And Renogen, here it is. Shortly after our founding, developed methenformulin, the first orally ingested treatment for type 2 abnormal diabetes. Free meal. Is there a connection between Renogen and the fucking Creek? That'd be insane. Is that a fucking red herring? So does childhood records indicate DT3. Ads have been banished. All right, everyone, chat. Let's get back in. I discovered a potentially useful piece of evidence in the meantime, but that's for later. Moving on. True. That's all you have to say after posthumously accusing the son of 2 city councilmen of being corrupted by blue blood pocket change. It's a fair point. Chopin was the son of 2 of the city councilmen and by all accounts was a dedicated police officer. He wouldn't work with the blue bloods without an unusually strong motive. The kind of thing that would make the headlines. What are you? The Witch of the West, targeting the state data feds involved in the hunt. I don't think that's it. The political convention. Wait, hold on a second. Is it the ballot measures? It has to be the ballot measures. Officer Chopin would never compromise his well-documented morals for anything less than an earth-shaking opportunity. Yes, counselor, but his family was very well off. What could this earth-shaking opportunity possibly have been? How about a donation to his parents? What? Well, you certainly remember what you read better than me. I'm a history major. I read a lot. I have to remember a lot. It's part of the job. Sidebar for a moment. What? How are you all thinking about voting? Oh, don't get me started. I'm a political junkie. What are you? Sorry. On the ballot measure specifically? Huh? Am I the only one who sweats over this stuff? Maybe it's old-fashioned, but I was hoping to hear some diverse, nuanced opinions on, oh, I don't know, Proposition 492? Wait, but that's the funding of the Atlas Pillar Rejuvenation projects. I think it's a nice idea. Bringing prosperity to the lower wards, literal stability to everyone above them. Oh, and of course, the mother of all paydays to anyone lucky enough to own the land it will require. Wait a minute, you mean you? Am I the only one who reads the news anymore? I wasn't counting on this being rhetorical, but who on the city council is sponsoring Proposition 492? Chopin's parents? One last question, less rhetorical this time. This crime took place at a known blue blood property. So why was this found there? That has to be the black card, right? Oh, we're gonna use the black card against it? Or is it classified documents? I think it has to be the black card, right? What is this? There's also the classified document. Oh, this is actually kind of a 50-50 here. It's either the dark card or the red ink here. Chat. I'm actually gonna min here. Normally I would max this out, but we're gonna min here. I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say the red ink. Actually, no, I can do this. I can think harder. Think harder, Sarah. Think harder, Cackle. You can fucking do this. Yeah, your stupid bullshit. Yada, 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 yada. Think. Red ink, here it is. Okay. It's the red ink. That's it. Fucking knew it. Yes. Highly confidential writing documents were found underneath Chopin's corpse. They're almost entirely illegible by now, but you can still make it a reference to P49492 right here. Thank you, Z. That struck me as odd. Reinforcing the canopy. A state construction project that massive in the lower wards would mean. Even the police can't keep a crime scene secured down unless they're willing to play ball with the Blues. You'd have to get past the Blue Bloods. Or through them, with open arms and firm handshakes. Just what the hell are you trying to say? Counselor Morgan, if you... Oh, sorry. I wasn't sure if I actually had to spell it out, but it certainly looks like... Patrol Officer Tariq Chopin was working with the Blue Blood Mafia to defraud the city. Holy shit, chat. Chat! Morgan just fucking ulted. Holy shit. This is fucking sick. Let's get fucking go. Uh-oh. Gekido. Okay. She said it. She said that? What did you just say? Are you trying to piss off every cop and every politician in the city? Sorry, I'll gladly retract my statement. That is as soon as any cop or politician or prosecutor can explain to the court how Tariq Chopin was able to arrive at the crime scene at that night, when we all know damn well he never heard any gunshots. It is a bit of a pickle. What do you got for us, witness? What? I don't know. He had good ears or something. Or good intuition, or whatever. Your Honor, the simplest explanation is that Officer Chopin was tipped off by a CI that he neglected to inform his partner about. Hey, Chopin wasn't a patrol officer with a secret criminal informant that he'd hide from his own partner? That sounds horribly corrupt. And you called my comments inflammatory? Corrupt? You've got brass, all right. That's real rich coming from a mob. The Hound of Icaria. Big uh-oh. Your Honor, the witness's last statement was a regrettable slip of tongue. Frankly, his entire testimony has been less than ideal, so. I already set the jury's feed, but the crowd. Seriously? He's the Hound. Oh, fuck, chat. Chat? Uh-oh. But isn't the Hound that? Cop killing animals? Knew that the whole house stank like shit. Watch what you say about a man's family, you. Or what? You'll stab us in the back too? Sosuke? Please calm down. And shut up. Bad apple, hanging the whole house with him. Your Honor, these outbursts from the gallery are not ideal, but we need to focus on preventing... It's not enough that you butchered him like that. Animals. You gotta pay this lawyer to spit on his grave too? At least the Blue Bloods know their fucking place. How dare you, while you pigs were colluding with the Blue Bloods to rip everyone off in the lower wards. Better than a Blue Blood than the piss running in your fucking veins. Sarah, hold him. Pardon? Stop him from doing anything stupid, now. Okay, that was fun, but you've all ruined it. You're all done. This court is now recessed. Bailiffs, clear the room. Fuck. Shit. It's not enough. Nah, I'm not done talking. I want to speak. Tell him, Rogers. This heat burned the house. Tension like haze in the air. Rip him out by the fucking roots. And on the back of my neck. Every last one. Should have taken you out when I had the chance, you. A bead of sweat and something that feels like... Die, you son of a bitch! Behind us! Get down. No, Sosuke! She can take... What am I reaching for? I don't even have my gun. London? Hey, are you okay? Are you hit? Sosuke, I am not injured. Were you ready for that? No, I wasn't! I was not ready for that. What the fuck is happening? Oh my gosh. The danger's gone. The heat of the moment replaced by the chill of a cold sweat on my lower back. Thank God London is secretly super competent. Yeah, London is great. But why did you push me down? What? What do you mean why? Why did I take my time turning back to trace the bullet's trajectory. Vaguely, I'm aware of the stomping feet as the crowd rushes to the exits. The sound is far away. Reflexes. Sorry. You alright there, ma'am? I'm fine, detective. Thank you. For a moment, I locked my eyes with Detective Quasim London. In that instant, I recognized a nameless flickering across his face, cold and sharp like frostbitten furs. Nameless. We don't need a word for it because we only ever see it once, at the very end. Okay, I've taken 60 seconds to yell into a couch pillow, so maybe now one of you could tell me what the hell happened out there? How did that man get in the courtroom? The building. And with a weapon like whatever the hell that was. Welcome to Madame Barrows, everyone. She's the superior judge of the higher circuit. There you go. Give me a fitting seven-letter word. I don't know what the fuck it could be. Badman Twitch. I thought of murder, but that's 8. Yeah. It was his own arm, Madame Barrows. Modded illegally at some literal chop shop. Fully prosthetic, but fairly low tech. He uses a simple air-taking system and projectiles made of enamel. Enamel? As in teeth? Where on earth do these people? It doesn't trigger any metal detectors, looks organic from the outside, but if you're aiming at flesh, it gets the job done. And are metal detectors all that stand between a crazed gunman and the law of the land? No, Your Honor, we're looking into it now. We've already found some discrepancies in the personnel files of the courtroom security team members. He probably got his hands on a key card, lost, bought, or stolen, and had it modified to get him into the building. Would that even work? Only needs to work once. This time, it did. I doubt he expected to leave alive, so... You ask me. We're lucky he stuck something more directed rather than an explosive. This is a nightmare. What am I supposed to do now? Shit, chat. The jury must be horrified. I don't know how we could proceed. As I recall, the adjutant cut their feed the moment Officer Rogers mentioned the Hound of Icaria. So they didn't actually see the shooting. And by the way, how does a patrol officer know that my client is the lead suspect in that case? Would anyone like to explain that to me? Well, you'd have to ask organized crimes. But the mood going around Rogers has been celebratory. I'd imagine there are plenty of cops eager to describe in detail what he'd achieved by catching Sosuke red-handed. Ah, fuck, so is despair, and that is something you'll see at the very... Ooh, despair, fuck. Alright, we'll see then, Badman Twitch. Allegedly, there's no presumption of innocence in a station locker rooms and cop bars, counselor. So the OC department buys Rogers a round of drinks, and 24 hours later, I've got a shooter in my courtroom. Who was he? The shooter's been ID'd as Bowen Brenson, low-level muscle in the Blue Blood Mafia. Priors for possession, dealing, assault. Attempting to carry out an assassination in a courtroom full of cops is quite the setup. Despair in London's face? Yeah, seemingly. Any connections to Creek's Pod? Meh. Older generation. Different part of town. Not exactly thick of thieves. So, trying to execute Sosuke wasn't an act of revenge. He was given orders. Yes, that's very interesting, but his job for the police to handle. Counselor Morgan, I assume you'll be filing for a mistrial? Oh, chat, we are not filing for a mistrial. If I was Morgan, I would continue onwards. I'm not even joking. Fuck that. We are on the offense here. About that, I feel like it's in my client's best interest for the trial to continue. A mistrial is kind of bad for us. Yeah, usually a mistrial is good for the defense. It gives us more time. Now, this would not be a mistrial with prejudice. So a mistrial with prejudice would essentially be the court being like, you know what, we're not going to even bother trying to prosecute this anymore. You're innocent, you go free. This would just be a regular mistrial, which would mean like they would just redo the entire case all over again, which is bad for us because Emma Rockford would just be able to like destroy us. I'm going to be honest. If we can't surprise Emma Rockford with random bullshit pulled out of our ass, then we have no chance of winning the trial, like zero. So we have to keep going. But also like 50 cops outside. There is also that true, yeah. Yeah, that's also true. They heard about the Hound of Ikaria. If Sosuke goes outside, the cops would just kill him immediately. His innocence is like, yeah, okay, we have to, yeah, that's also a good point. All right, chat. We're fucking continuing. What? A blue-bike gunman just tried to shoot him. But the jury didn't see that. All they know right now is that they've been given a long lunch. You too? The goal, Your Honor, as I have always understood it, is for a defense attorney to do what's best for their client. Right now, clearly, the Blue Blood Mafia is convinced my client killed 4 of their men. And every cop in the city thinks that he killed Officer Chopin. If he walks out on a mistrial, he won't be able to walk down the street without getting shanked. Sosuke Ikaria doesn't need a mistrial. He needs a media blackout. I really hate that term. Oh, wow, okay. She's right, Your Honor. If the story spreads to the Blue Bloods that try to assassinate Sosuke, every juror in the city will assume he's guilty. We won't be able to find anyone over the age of 10 who hasn't heard of him, let alone put together 12 unbiased peers to judge him. Hey, they're girlfriends basically for a reason, yeah. Even if that's true, and even that's possible, what you're asking for is... Detective, is the building still in lockdown? Standard procedure says to keep it that way for another half hour. But these stands full of police officers. Any one of them could. Ambulance chasers will pay prime for a story this rich. Someone's gonna break rank. A immediate blackout in a society where privacy violated is a given? Fun. Very fun. That might be good for us, though. We'll see. We don't need a blackout to last forever. We just need it to be intimidating enough that the story doesn't leak until the trial's over. Which will be when, exactly? We could finish tomorrow. There aren't that many witnesses left in the docket. Finished tomorrow? Yes, Your Honor. Ugh. Fine. Yes, we'll have a blackout. A big, scary old blackout. Like we're the shadowy masters of the universe. Happy? Perfectly. Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, follow me. You'll need my authorization to activate the building's blanket protocols. Right behind you, ma'am. I'm gonna save here for there. Surprised to be arguing the same thing as you for once. Now kiss? Thanks for not gagging from the effort. Any other defense attorney in the city would have taken the mistrial, dumped the Hound of Ikaria on some other idiot's doorstep, and cashed their check. Some other idiot, huh? Or is it that you can't dump him? You under house arrest already? I haven't felt threatened by them. That could change fast if you fail them. House Icaria are high society, haven't you heard? And I'm beneath their notice. I don't think they'd bother to ask me just for underperforming. Sounds exactly like the kind of thing a high society types would do. Going this far for your client, though. You know me. Defender of the weak, champion of the downtrodden. I'd go for a lot more effort than this to keep my face out of the papers. Hopefully, when the story does leak, the focus should be entirely on Sosuke. Is that what she's telling herself, eh? But if this means that people start recognizing me, remembering me, Bowen Brenson will be glad London did him in one. I twisted the knife slow, as a second hand, as if he's... You okay? Compared to you, I guess not. I've never seen anyone get shot before. Oh. Right. Sorry. No, I'm sorry. That was... Maybe I'm feeling jealous. Chat. I spent all this time poring over crime scenes and diagrams, trying to get inside the head of Heartbreak of all people, and maybe I get into my head that I'm some kind of unfeeling badass, just to freeze up like a deer at the sight of an actual violence. I'll need to get over that. Do you? Do you need to get over it? I have a responsibility. A prosecutor isn't a hangman, Emma. No. If the hangman does their job right, the neck snaps and the subject's dead before the pain ever reaches the brain. If I do my job right, Sosuke Icaria spends the rest of his life drooling on himself while Megs haggle over the property rights to his gray matter. If you feel that bad about it, you could always recommend a lesser sentence. That's just the thing. I've never felt bad about it at all. Runs in the family. The way she whispered it, and a half-stuttering sigh. I'm not sure she even heard it herself. Hi there, Mono. How goes stream? Oh, it's awesome. This game is amazing. Also, hope you're doing well, Mono. Let's move on. Floor 48. Alright. That should free your phone up from the blanket. Mute it so I don't get spoiled now, but I'm supporting you. Appreciate that, Mono. Have a good day. Thank you, Detective London. You're welcome, Counselor Morgan. Something I said? You didn't say anything yesterday about what the Hound Vicaria really is. Come on. There's a lot of code names to remember. Would you believe me if I said I didn't put two and two together? Maybe I would, if I hadn't seen you act that fast in the courtroom. That was just a lucky shot. From across the room, with the crowd moving around at him? Yeah, real lucky. I know, I'm agreeing with you. Though it'd be a lot less lucky if you were, say, already watching him. Did you know? No. But I'm flattered you think I'm brave enough to stick around for a shooting that I knew would happen. But you recognized him. Tickled a spot in the back of my brain, even in disguise. Hope that the guy was fidgeting around all day. Bresson had been in the courtroom all day? How long he waited to take his shot. Did you get a good look at him? I did not. You shot him very fast. Eyes bloodshot to hell and back, nosebleed, flushed extremities. He was high as a drone. Probably metahexaphone, or considering how well the Blue Bloods had been pushing it. Meta Nirvana? The party drug that college kids are huffing? It's been a long time since I've been in college. I guess it could be good for a party in small doses. I'm hypothesizing here. Don't take this out of context. Sure. But at higher doses. A couple months ago, I saw this guy stumbling around the open markets. Eyes dilated, mouth moving a block a minute. He knocked over some bicycles, so I cuffed him to the rack, hoping he'd sober up within the hour, and so I could move on. I took a phone call. When I looked back, he was trying to chew through the chain. Pfft. He broke 4 teeth. He had started biting his arm by the time I knocked him out. Ew. But anecdotes are cheap. One bad trip is hardly enough to slow the ball that's now rolling. You believe the hype? You think they're gonna legalize it? Within the next 2 quarters, if you ask me. What'll happen to the Blue Bloods monopoly? Up in smoke. Pharma mags and dispensary around the world will step in and reap the rewards. The Blue Bloods will have to slink it off and cook up some other haze to push. The gray tide rolls on. The Blue Bloods have legitimate income sources, right? Like Sinus. Yep. Some of them are even pretty profitable, like their host clubs and pink rooms. So if the Blue Bloods can run those businesses just fine, why can't they stay in control of Nirvana once it's legalized? There's competition and name recognition and locale and real estate, and basically, they just can't afford it. The buy-in's too steep, and everyone's past the door likes it that way. Legal drugs are a whole nother realm of profitable. Folks like Ikaria do not want to share. Jeez, not even on special occasions? Well, like I told you, there was that meeting last year, but their play date fell apart. Hey, what you said back there in the court about Prop 492, you really buy that? Tariq Chopin working with the Blue Bloods? It's quite the unlikely pairing, I'll admit. But that might explain why it ended the way that it did. Yeah, it might, chat. So, what was the verdict? The verdict only handed down after the jury's finished deliberating. That might take... The show must go on. And the shooter? Getting introduced to accommodations down in the morgue right about now. He was some blue blood muscle named Bresson. Ring a bell? As I said, all these blue bloods are He tried to shoot you, Sosuke. And I was standing very close to you when it happened. I'd like a little bit more detail than that. I've never met him. Never heard of him. That's the truth. But the Bresson family is known to be enforcers for the blue blood leadership. So it's the old guard who wanted you dead. Does that make the young bloods an enemy of an enemy? Didn't you tell me the Creek was a young blood? Considering what I'm trial for, I doubt they're fond of me either. God damn it, Sosuke, who doesn't fucking hate your ass? I need to try to disregard that nonsense that comes out of that adjutant's mouth. It might be starting to sink in. Sosuke, you were captured when you could have been ignored. You were tortured and you could have been ransomed. And now these people are trying to kill you in front of one of the most secure buildings of the city. What are they after? Why are you at the top of the Blue Blood shit list? Is it because of... last year's meeting? I'm not going to save scum here, but... Is it because of what happened a year ago? How do you know about... What happened a year ago? Also, hi, Sarah. Yeah, Sarah's here. She's so cute. Look at her. A meeting between the old guards and the house, apparently. You were going to work out a deal for the Guardian network to distribute a blue blood product. Why would we want basement cooked swill of the blue bloods to make sold in our storefronts, our pharmacies? You wouldn't. Not until after Nirvana is legalized. Yes, I figured some stuff out. Stop pouting. There was a meeting last year, yes. A private meeting that was to be kept strictly confidential. The IFG met with the old guard to discuss a deal. It fell apart, voices were raised, weapons drawn. I was in the shadows and I stepped in front of a blade for Makoto. The house elders were perturbed afterwards. They feared for Makoto's safety and perhaps felt like they had grown overconfident. The hound is a useful tool, but not indispensable. So they ordered me to guard Makoto full time. Isn't that a great honor, guarding the heir to the headship? Of course it is. Then why do you sound like that. You get points for picking up on it, but you need to learn how to take advantage of it. So your deal fell apart. Blood was drawn. I kind of assumed that was par for the course in your world. It's not unheard of. So why are the old guards still trying to kill you and Makoto a year later? I don't know. I don't know, Morgan. Because I'm not an old guard. Is there someone who we could talk to who is? There's always someone. For a price. But that's how it's gonna go. I'm gonna need a drink first. Alright, chat. We're gonna do a bit of side investigating here, probably. Here to join? What are you talking about? Oh, boy. We got some more flashbacks, chat. Sorry to disappoint, but I was here first. The net's slow as shit in this wing of the school. No one comes here if they don't have to, so it's a quiet spot to read. Yeah, it is a detective mystery. So what? Like 5% of the books in the library are. Well, it's not like I own the room, but if you want to convene your club meetings there with that many members, I can't exactly sue you. Especially not when you're going to be some big shot lawyer. Join your club so I won't get evicted? Isn't that like blackmail, counselor? Mutually beneficial, sure. So it's just plain old corruption. You'll do just fine out there in the adult world. Dreamtime? Yeah. Whatever. As long as you don't go around telling people that I'm a member, you can put me down. We need to add our phone numbers too? No, I don't actually care. And back to it we are, chat. Is something wrong? Why would you think that something's wrong? It's unusual for you to wake up mid-transit. We just had to nap. You fall asleep very fast, and you sleep very deeply. Suspiciously so. Sometimes I'll try to wake you, and I could swear you're just pretending. I have no idea what you're talking about. Okay. Oh, Sarah. You fucking... Oh, you dork. Besides, you're the one who's been quiet. I had been bothering Sosuke, I think, pestering him about catching bullets. If you were bothering Sosuke, he'd say it. Turn to the side in that bitchy pose of his. But I can't catch a bullet either. Even though I'm fast, and I can see fast. Sosuke was the one who acted while I just... Sosuke's trained for that exact kind of thing. Trained for his whole life, the way he tells it. Father built me to be strong. I should be able to... David didn't build you to be anything, Sarah. He didn't even really build you. Just watched you grow. And do you think I'm still growing? Still developing? Do you think I could get taller? Oh my gosh, Sarah, you're such a fucking... Oh my gosh. She's so cute. I think you shouldn't get your hopes up about that. Come on. You can bounce back faster than that. She's so stupid, I love her. Yeah. I'm sorry. I suppose I am still processing what we saw back in the courtroom. When Detective London took out that shooter, I know that Detective London has been a police officer for many years. Why must Sarah be such a cute being? I don't know. It's just her nature, I guess. It stands to reason he'd act decisively in circumstances where there'd be so many lives at risk. What am I still thinking about is the man he killed. Yeah, but there's only so much we can speculate about his motive until... I'm not thinking about his motive. I'm thinking about how he's dead. You haven't been out and about that long. Everything's new to you. Even the most ordinary stuff. Guess I forgot that includes the extraordinary, too. You've seen violence like that before then? Yes, I have. Seen people die? Yes. I have. Seen more people die than most your age? Most lawyers? Probably a safe bet. This is a private subject, isn't it? Death is always private. I'm no exception. Do people ever get used to it? I can only speak for myself. Have you gotten used to it? Every time is like the first time. I hope everyone is like you then. It doesn't seem like the kind of thing anyone should get used to. Sorry to disappoint you then. There are no people like me. It's very cute that Morgan is very honest with Sarah in this scene. You should not hope that Sarah... Yeah. Morgan's being very real here, which is pretty rare for her. Oh, here's Diamani. Irashai. 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 Now, to what do I owe the pleasure of hosting my two favorite girls? One, Sarah. Who's the other? Figment of my imagination, apparently. Do you want something to drink? What do you recommend? I've just got this case of beautiful, tawny deep reds from volcanic soil across the sea. Savory and full, with notes of cherry and oak. Morgan's first time with death is not normal. Nope. Sounds delicious. You just described a tree, down to the dirt. Well, I would very much like to try it. Sorry, but you're underage. She's an android. A very realistic one. What do you say to customers who walk in and see her drinking at the counter? Irashai? 2 waters coming right up. No drinks for us, chat. Wait, back up. Your client is the Hound of Icaria? And I was the last person to find out what that actually means. Then it should be easy enough to tell whether he did the deed or not. The Hound always leaves a calling card. So I hear. Is that literal? Stark white business card laid neatly on the ground with the house's insignia. Hold on a second, chat. This is almost certainly just like a random thing. Yeah, I still don't know why this is in our evidence here, but okay. What are those like little thingies here? Is that just the number? That must be just the number, right? I don't know why I'm obsessed with this card. It just seems so weird. Anyways, I don't understand why the house would go out of for such lengths to let the victims know who attacked him. These nobility types, their whole lives are galas and boardrooms and cocktail parties and wine tastings. Torture. Where every sentence is a front and the backside to it, and every glance is a whole unspoken clause. Probably number and address? Probably, yeah. I'm probably overthinking it. To them, an unambiguous act of violence is an exclamation point they can't misconstrue. And the Icaria aren't exactly at the top of the nobility pecking order. Reminding others that they soak out their fangs is a viable strategy. They know they're outclassed in terms of how much mountains of gold they have. That doesn't explain why such a purposely great assassin has gotten made on more than one occasion. Well, he's probably just doing his job there. If all he needed to get away from murder, he'd be a poisoner or a sniper. All the major houses love to use body doubles. If he kills the target from behind closed doors, their house can just bring out a spare. Or help, claim the entire thing never happened. But the Hound kills where house rivals can see. The damage sticks. You know a lot about the nobility, don't you, boss? Are you considered a part of the neo-aristocracy? Do I look like I got to kind of sway? I don't run a bar in Midtown as a hobby, kid. Wouldn't know it, looking how profitable your wine section is. It'll catch on. The Hound was a nasty surprise, but the big reveal isn't making anything click for me. A Blueblood assassin trying to mistrial. I don't get it either, but the Bluebloods aren't exactly as rational as they used to be. Used to be? I traded them for a good deal when I was younger. They were richer. Traded what? Stock tips. Oh. This before the Icaria cut them down? I was a young man hungry to establish myself, and the Blue Bloods were the biggest game in town. The rest weren't even a twinkle in some psycho punk's eye back then. The Icaria cartel were just that. Drug smugglers and dope runners. The Blue Bloods used them as couriers. A reversal of fortune. Could be that their names in the opera houses and hospital cities all across the city today if what? If the Icaria hadn't killed them all. But didn't they have allies? Connections? The morgues were overflowing with cerulean blood. No one wanted anything to do with them. But they were the victims. Corporate partners are risk averse. Political alliances require you to bring something to the table. And when you fall like that far, that fast, the common folk assume it happened for a reason. They thought that the Blue Bloods deserved it just because it happened to them? All that was left were the old-timers, the grandparents and the great-uncles, all suddenly without heirs. They recruited latchkeys and orphans during the Red Decade, found family that became the first gens and then the young bloods. What about the money? You're starting to sound like a real human there, Sarah. Some of it, the cash, the gold, the jewels, the Icaria just stole. The vast majority of it was held overseas where it was safe, untouchable, and impossible to get your hands on without the right blood. Locked behind GFA. Yep, DNA test, essentially. Getting butchered by the Icaria was a bad beating, but losing that money was unforgivable. The rest of the Blue Blood Mafia around the world will never accept them back into the fold until they recover it. Exiled from paradise because they tempted fate with their hubris. Has a certain poetic charm to it, no? It would have to be a very sobering poem. Those are the ones you remember, aren't they? Probably where the Blue Bloods are still humming the same old hymns, passing down the same ghost stories and urban legends. They did seem to be a surprisingly superstitious bunch, crossing the finger over the red hood and... Hey, what's a little lord? That's another one. A new spin on one of the oldest tales in the book, a promised prince. The belief is that exactly one kid survived the fall of the leaves, one lone heir to all the fortune the Blue Bloods lost. He got spirited away overseas or out west to be raised in secret, and one day he'll come back to reclaim what's rightfully... You know, I'm guessing you heard this one before. Okay, chat, I'm gonna go on a massive limb here. Yeah, that's Sosuke, the person we were talking about in this story. It's Sosuke. He got adopted into the Icaria family. It explained a shit ton of things that could potentially happen. Yep, there you go. It might be that people don't know that it's Sosuke, or at least not many, but... Sosuke, yeah. You know, I'm guessing you heard this one before. Is there any truth to it? Oldguard certainly seems to think so. Need to think so. It's probably what's keeping them alive. If they can just hold for another 5 years, they'll finally find the heir they're looking for. They can rectify decades of embarrassment and shame. Thinking that that is what makes the young blood start talking about maybe the old guard doesn't care about what happens to us. What do they expect? Blood's thicker than water. The original expression is thought to be, the blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb. That actually suggests the camaraderie between those who have fought together is stronger than simply sharing a common relative. That is true. The original saying is, yeah. It's the original saying is not meant to be like, oh, family matters more than, like, whatever. It's the opposite, but whatever. Yeah, well, if that was actually true, then maybe people wouldn't have amputated the expression centuries ago. Still, this 30 years of water, blood covenant, if you prefer, is what we're talking about. Young bloods to give their life to the mafia, each of them had to choose it over their own family. It's a pretty raw deal to get cut and loose just because some sheltered kid, only valuable for his DNA, decided to show up after all these years. You think the old guard would throw away the young bloods if it meant reuniting with their little lord? I know it, and so did the young bloods. Huh, it'd even give... okay, that's interesting. That doesn't seem to be the dynamic that incentivizes them to look very hard for this little lord. No, it incentivizes them to smother the royal bastard. If I assume my client is innocent, that means someone else killed Tariq Chopin. Someone who didn't do it in self-defense. Tariq Chopin... You mean the son of the city councilman? Adopted son. His parents are the government officials. Even if they are loaded, the Mob Act can't protect all their records. Right, Mob Act. The Protection of Reasonable Anonymity Act. Right. Hindering the... Yeah, goal of hindering mob justice. Basically, the elite managed to get not Luigi'd, is what I'm going to say. Sarah, look this guy up. What do you want to know? Actually... What if... Give him adoption. I want to know about his adoption. His fathers adopted him in 2066 after 3 months of visits to the Gospel Home orphanages, a private philanthropic institution that is no longer in business. Bankrupt or bought out? Bankrupt. Damn it. They just got swallowed. The parent company might have kept the records. The adoption itself was somewhat of an event. There are multiple news articles and photos for it. Not trying to cast doubt on the realness of their connection. They wouldn't be good career politicians if they let a photo up that good passing by. Unless they wanted to draw attention away from who they were adopting, and no. A child showing up quietly in a politician's life looks guilty as sin. They wouldn't let people think. This isn't useful. I can go all in circles all day speculating about this. Alright. What about the age? How old was he? His age is listed as 27, but the entry has been edited a number of times. There's been a great deal of back and forth between database contributors about the last 36 hours or the addition or removal of an asterisk. Fucking Wikipedia, classic Wikipedia edits right there. It seems like his original birth certificate was lost. Well, that's shady as hell. Only kinda. Here it comes. If he was an orphan 27 years ago, that's pretty firmly within the red decade. A lot of paperwork was getting lost back then. That's a kind way of putting it. What would be an unkind way of putting it? The governments of the world were scrambling. Education. What was his education? Tariq Chopin had a law degree. Who gets a law degree and then becomes a patrol officer? The son of a politician. It's not a bad path. If your superiors know your connection is smart and can recognize when the law is being broken, they'll keep you far away from anything real. You can just coast for a year, then move on to politics as a veteran of the force who's hard on crime. London Vid mentioned that he's far too principled to be likable or reliable. If joining up with the police was nothing more than a calculated move, that means he had a career plan of what to do after. And it probably didn't involve defrauding the city in a real estate scheme. I can think of a number of reasons why a cop would get murdered at the scene of a crime like that. But Tariq Chopin wasn't some ordinary cop. The strongest motive that comes to mind is, wait, you really think? You think Chopin was a little lord? You're the last person I'd expect to believe in a fairy tale's Red. Can you honestly say it doesn't fit? If we, for a moment, assume that unicorns, dragons, and Tsuchinokos, oh my gosh, I'm sorry, are real. What do you mean? Tsuchinokos are very real, well documented. I can show you. Then yeah, it's possible that Chopin was the little lord. And if any young blood knew it, they'd want him dead. To prevent the old guard from abandoning them. 3 thoughts come to mind. 1, this is all guesswork on your part. Even the most zealous young blood wouldn't off a guy just because he happened to be about 30 years old and adopted. They would have had to at least seen something that at least suggested it. 2, as I recall, the only young blood you know of is this Creek guy. And Creek was dead before Chopin even entered the building. Clears his name pretty handedly, eh? The only young blood I know? 3, I can think of at least one other group that killed to prevent the little lord from reclaiming his throne. House Icaria. And it would be better to cut him down than their most loyal rook. And that would neatly explain why the old guard would be pissed enough to try to kill Sosuke in a courtroom, unfortunately. Stay positive. Just because the old guard thinks Sosuke killed the precious heir doesn't mean he actually did. Yeah. Hey Sarah, get some footage of me making this next one from over there in the counter. Boss? We'll shoot a promo. I just found this hidden gem where this guy made this best drink ever kind of thing, you know? Where it's kind of cheap and fake, but you're in on the joke and not pretending to be... It's not trying to pretend it's genuine. Boss, with the number of followers Kintsugi has, a video longer than 9 seconds posted this time of day. I don't want to hear that depressing shit. We'll cross-post or whatever. Does it have to be that corner? The lighting will be bad. Any corner. Just make it sure it's from a distance. From a distance? Wouldn't it be better if I framed it? It'll look like a shimmy cam found footage. It's more legit that way. My hands do not shake, but I will try. Oh my gosh, she's cute. What are you doing? Making you a drink, obviously. That's quite the treat. Why? Because we got some heavy shit to discuss. Starts with ice. What do we do with crushed ice at Kintsugi, Sarah? Kick it under the fridge. Exactly. Rock ice or nothing when you're mixing a cocktail. Hang on, you taught her that? There's a drain under there. Not in my kitchen. When the ice melts, it wraps the floor. Half a lime, juiced. Pay no attention to the second half of what I'm using here, Sarah. Red likes a tart. Cutie, yeah. This is so cute. I love this. This is so awesome. Now you're the lawyer, and you got one hell of a mind for all of this stuff. Egg white, toss a yolk unless it's a weekend, in which case, put it in the bowl in the fridge. But it seems like to me you're approaching this shooter from every angle but this serious, deadly one. Orgeat, if the customer says they prefer simple syrup, you let me know and we won't serve them anymore. You need to consider that maybe the shooter wasn't there for Sosuke. I told you, they kicked me out after only a few minutes. No one's sending an assassin after me for that. Whiskey, Black Label, or higher. Then shake the hell out of it. Word of mouth can be pretty deadly down there in the fog. I saw her leaving the building can easily become I saw her running away. If someone wanted out to get me, a courtroom filled with cops would be a pretty shitty place to do it. Yeah, but it might be the one and only time they'd know you'd be. Mint for garnish and charred cinnamon for smoky ambience. Serve immediately. Chat, do you think the kid that ran away when they saw a red hood got rumors out about us being there? Oh god, chat, that's scary for us. Holy fuck. Z, do not :3 that one. God damn it. Oh, holy shit. Okay, hi, I'm here. You freaked me out. Hi, okay. A bitter blessing. Surely with that much lime, it's a sour blessing, no? See? Totally nothing to worry about. Z, I swear to fuck. You want me to toss it out? Thank you for the drink. But I'm nobody, Rain. No one's coming to get me. Nobody even knows I exist. I hope you're right. I am. You wouldn't know if you're wrong until it's too late. Bottoms up. You get all that, Sarah? Yes, boss. Hey, bottoms up is just an expression. You're supposed to sip it for God's... One last thing. Apparently, Sosuke's captors talked about some kind of huntsman. Ugh. If the little lord's an urban legend, the huntsman's a goddamn boogeyman. Orcas shooting shit around, burning tires, trying to make the noobs afraid to go off and piss by themselves. Right, so they're bullshit. I got the same answer elsewhere, but... Oh, they're very real. Pardon? Huntsmen. Not a species native to our shores, thank God, but they're real. You just said they're boogeymen. Yeah. The fact that they exist is what makes them so goddamn scary. Are they some kind of assassin? Like Bresson, shooting the courtroom? Nothing so concrete. Huntsmen are virtual shapeshifters. You can feel a chill down your spine one night on the way down from home. Go to sleep. Wake up at night to a man wearing your own face and choking the life out of you. All while he calls your mom from your own locked phone across the room in your own voice. Oh, Jesus Christ. Holy shit. Okay. But like I said, they're all overseas in more contested parts of the world where blue bloods are better funded. You wouldn't pay for one of them to come into the country unless you had a really good use case or a weapon only they could take full advantage of. A weapon like the mask Morgans took? Like that? Well, I'll be sure to pass that on to Sosuke. Thank God nothing like that is here. Yeah, thankfully there's nothing like that. Why? So Sosuke can start writing his will? I wouldn't bet against him, so long as he knows what he's up against. Urban legends are missed, but boogeymen are easy to kill. How do you kill a boogeyman? Same way I kill anyone else. With pleasure. Holy shit. Oh, right. I actually need a recommendation from you. What kind of recommendation? A bar, I think. Needs to be open tonight? Oh. What are you looking for? Well, it's, not for me, but... How much do you know about host clubs? I'm sorry, what is happening now? What? Zero nerves after that, right? Yeah, we're so fine. Why are... Holy shit. What is happening? What the hell's that supposed to mean? Just what I said. You can't enter a crime scene until you pass our security clearances. You've gotta be... You're a drug-pushing lowlife. Why would I need your permission to go anywhere? I take offense to that. I've never worked in pharma. Han, not the time to be a smartass. Raze, it'll only take 30 seconds. You're serious? This is reality? The city's expecting blue bloods to keep a crime scene secure. They're the ones committing the goddamn crimes. Hey, if that's your criteria, half the police force should be disqualified. Or is it excessive force not a real crime? Are battered spouses not real victims? Damn, Han spouting fucking facts over here. Holy shit. Guess assault's only assault when a real person's on the receiving end. Sign this is legitimate, Raze. All the paperwork's in order and signed by our bosses. These idiots are walking around barehanded and knocking shit over and leaving trash all over the goddamn place. Should we give them badges while we're at it? Let them investigate crimes too? We already investigate crimes. You have any idea how many missing teens there are in the lower wards? No, because we find them. Because we actually give a shit about the people who live down here. Oh, and I'm sure your prices are very generous. Better than their parents get a bill from us, than a letter of condolences from you. So sorry, ma'am, but he looked suspicious as he was running away. Han, not helping. Raze, let's calm down. Sorry that I'm not calm. We've got actual orcas stomping all over the scene where our cop was murdered. Last I counted, there were 5 bodies upstairs. Are both your eyes broken? Or do you just not want to recognize anyone without a badge as human? Perhaps we've come at a bad time. Yeah, Sarah, you fucking think? You think? Oh my god. Nothing for it. Gotta strike while the iron's hot. The iron seems very hot in this instance, Adonai. Sorry to interrupt, folks. Don't mind me. I'm just gonna take another look upstairs. Now you? Hey, why not? You nearly died once already today. Why not let these orcas give you the fucking tour? Was that you giving me permission? No! You and London should both get a goddamn hospital, whatever, getting debriefed. She doesn't need your permission. She has mine. Ma'am, you can go right ahead upstairs. Talk over me again and I'll break your finger. Is that an ad recording me right now? That sounded like a threat. You want to hear a threat? Ow! Clearly, this isn't gonna work. So Han, why don't you head upstairs and wait for Morgan? I don't take orders from you. Oh my indeed. Also, hi Ezzy, oh my gosh, hi Ezzy, how you doing? I hope you're doing great. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. You literally joined the stream just as ads are about to start, but yeah. Girls are fighting, yeah. Who do you take orders from? Want me to give them a call? Let them know that you're going around kicking up hornets' nests and scratching your head over why everyone keeps getting stung. Not a problem for me? True. Unfortunately, what the problem is, Azzy, is that I need to take a piss break. Chat, I'm gonna be back in like a couple minutes. It shouldn't be very long. I'll be back soon. See you all soon. Okay, just on time. Holy shit. Hi, everyone. Whew. How y'all doing? Ooh. Go Pisco girl. Thank you, Azzy. I've been pretty productive lately. Nice. That's good to hear. Okay. Do give me 1 second, chat, because I'm very quickly eating some crackers in the background because I'm very hungry. Speed piss champion of the world. I can take very quick pisses. Yummy crackers. They're pizza flavored, so they're okay. When girl dinner, I do unironically have a Monster Energy that I've been sipping this entire time with like fucking pizza crackers. Now that is girl dinner fucking coded. Also, I'm gonna have dinner after I finish the stream, Estrella, which is probably gonna be like another 2 hours, if not 3, because I want to finish off this entire episode today if I can. Pizza flavored crackers, that's a nostalgia trip. Ooh. You know, speaking of nostalgia trip, one of the things that I still have nostalgia for, and I don't know if anyone here is gonna understand this, but like, it's these Calbee spicy chips that are only like mildly spicy, but taste so fucking good. And when I lived in Hong Kong, I would have them constantly, and it automatically built up my spice tolerance a lot because I just chomped out of that shit. Because when I was a kid, I actually had very bad spice tolerance. I could barely take anything spicy, but those chips were so fucking good. It tasted so nice that I would always endure the heat. And so I actually got like a spice tolerance from them. And I still miss them to this day. I still want to like buy them and eat them. Cute, I think? Yeah. I didn't used to always be like pretty good at handling spice. I used to be really bad at it. Like when I ever thought I would have like any amount of pepper in my meal, like I would immediately like get like a like spicy, and I would not have like it at all. This is back when I was like 12 or 13. But yeah, eventually I just like, you know, get over it. Okay, that is enough crackers for now, chat. If I really need to, I'll snack on them later, but I think that's enough to hold me over until dinner. Especially since crackers have way more calories than you'd think. Like, whenever I like get a box of crackers, I'm like, oh, like eating like a few crackers isn't that bad. And I realize it's like fucking like 400 calories or something. It's like, how the fuck is there that many calories in those fucking crackers? But, oh well. Chat, we're gonna get back into the game. Azzy, I'm glad you're here. You've missed the first half of the trial, but there's still a lot more to be seen here. So if you wanted to keep tuning in and listening in, you'll be able to see a lot more happen. Yeah. As far as I can remember, at one point, I got so tired of white person people food and started borderline drowning in salt and pepper. Hells yeah. Oh ho. Drama. Lots of drama, Azzy. Trust me. Look, our life might be in danger. The life of our client might be in danger. Everyone's life might be in danger. Things are really fucked up. Girls fighting, Yuri, all the good stuff. Yeah, there's this little toxic Yuri. We love it. Let her know that you're going to be going around. All right, I already read this line out loud. Chat, let's move on. Whatever. You think you could just walk away after the shit you said? Turn around and take a walk, sunshine. London, if you think for even one... I'm not kidding, Farah. Take a walk. Forget it. You can all go to hell for all I care. Oh, no, not you. For God's sake. Oh, Reese. Sorry about the bad timing. No, that was gonna blow up no matter what. Situations like this require compromise, and Reyes is uncompromising. At least you're around to balance her out. You might be the most compromised cop I've ever met. That is not a very nice thing to say. And it shows you haven't met that many cops. God, I wish women were real. Yeah, Azzy, sorry. I'm just a figment of your imagination. This entire stream is just fake. Sorry. I'm just surprised you're still welcome around here after what happened in the courtroom. Oh, Bresson? The Blue Bloods are a big organization, and Bresson was pretty firmly on the other side. Gals like Han who work in the gray areas might as well live in a different world. If you say so. Don't worry, Azzy, I'm only sometimes not real. Hells yeah, Z. You flicker internet out of existence. I just didn't think the Mafia would allow the death of one of their own go unanswered. They sent him into a courtroom packed with police with a modded arm that only had one shot. I don't think they're surprised he didn't make it back. Well, Detective Reese be alright? She seemed angry. More so than usual. Yeah, she'll be alright. Blowing up, yelling, cursing. That's nothing. Practically healthy. It'll be the ones who go quiet you gotta worry about. What brings you here, anyway? Whoa, like a quantum state. Yeah. We're pursuing leads. Look at her. Look at her little... She's so cute. Sounds serious. What about Chopin, eh? Anyone go around digging into Chopin after my implications earlier yesterday? Lady Rockford will probably take it seriously. If only to cross it off the list. But other than her, I think you mostly just piss people off. Lucky for you, I was able to convince some techs to confirm your soundproof Windows theory, but... Ooh, chat, this is really important. So, the building confirmed that all the windows and doors were all effectively soundproofed. That does back up what we claimed in trial, so that's good for us. Don't expect to be welcome into City Hall anytime soon. Hadn't counted on it. Whatever else he's innocent of, Chopin did get here before anyone else, and no one knows how. Look, if he really did get some kind of coded message or secret text, there's no trace of it in any comm logs on his personal devices. It didn't come from any of the tech we've examined on site. Have you sent any secret passages on the premises? Sarah, this is not... Come on. Afraid not, little lady. But maybe you have better luck than me. Secret passages? What in what world? I was about to... Okay, chat, the reason why I stopped there was because I was about to say to Sarah, come on, Sarah, this isn't a detective game. And then I realized it's a detective game. What was your whole story back in the whole courtroom? You and Reese happened to be in the area? If you don't want to take my word for it, Reese will tell you the same thing. It doesn't seem like she'd want to talk to Adonai at the moment. Can you tell me exactly what you two saw when you arrived? The 1099 went out around 10:50 p.m., telling us that Chopin's heart has stopped. It's a lawyer game with involved lawyer. Though Morgan has had a very good reasons to be involved. She has. So we dashed across the street to find an elevator. We were descending at 10:17 p.m. when Rogers reported that he was dead. At 10:21 p.m. we approached from the front of the building, so the door ajar, lock blown in. Then Sunshine and I started cleaning the first room. You didn't try to hurry up to the third floor where the dead cop was? Oh yeah, Azzy, we did kill 4 of the victims of this case and then framed our client. And now we have to make our client get acquitted. It's fun. But there's also a 5th person who got killed, that being a police officer, which we didn't kill, and so we have no idea who killed the police officer. Like I said, Chopin had flatlined, and his own partner had confirmed that it was no false alarm. Oh, you know, like one does. Oh, yeah, you know, it happens all the time to me, eh? We knew we couldn't do anything for him. Rogers had already apprehended the suspect, so SOP is that we continue focusing on securing the area and clearing the premises. How level-headed. So Officer Rogers we saw in court today really did take Sosuke down all by himself? Yeah. Charged in and pistol whipped him right in the head. I assume you found the first floor was in fact clear. Yeah, all these vaults were empty. You didn't wait for Sinus to show up with the spare keys? Surprise, you didn't throw your back out kicking down doors. Sunshine helped. Besides, they weren't all locked. That's interesting. Why weren't they all locked? They weren't? Yeah, I remember that. That one right there was unlocked. Room 107. Nothing suspicious was found in this or any other locked vaults they cleared. Is the person who did who killed the police officer, were they hiding in the store? In this room? Ooh, chat. Okay, that's important. Nothing inside of there either, though. Guess the Blue Bloods missed a lock on a nightly roundup or something. Sinus has unlocked every door in the building at this point. When I first walked down this hall and when I walked out the front door later. How did this hall look then? If you do manage to find some kind of silent alarm, I'll be impressed. If you can prove that Chopin was dirty, I'll be floored. But even then, how the hell are you going to convince a jury that anyone other than Sosuke killed him? It'll be difficult, without accounting for the 4 Blue Bloods as well. But if you take it all in one set, it starts seeming plausible as an internal issue, don't you think? What are you? You want to pitch this as the young bloods and old guards going at it over what? The juicy bait that Chopin literally died over. Proposition 492. But what's there to disagree about? The project would put money in everyone's pockets. If my theory is correct, and Chopin was killed because those young bloods didn't want old guards abandoning them, the old guard have already hedged their bets on the Little Lord returning. Does that mean that Red Ink plans to profit off of Prop 492 were a Youngblood conspiracy? Those papers were tucked inside Creek's safe before I arrived. Well, good hunting. You won't be joining us? Not this time. I'd go pump the brakes on Sunshine before she finds a bar. Try not to piss off the Blue Bloods with any more wild accusations while I'm gone. I would never. Take care. That goes doubly for you, Sparky. What does Sparky mean, by the way? It's a nickname, because you're so bright. A nickname! But I guess people are always calling you ads whatever they like, huh? Sorry, should have asked first. What do you mean? I'll just call you Sarah. But it's my nickname. You gave it to me. You can't just take it back. Well, okay then, Sparky. Gosh, Sarah's so cute. What the hell? Do you hate spearmint that much? I would never want to seem ungrateful. She doesn't like it. No, she doesn't like Morgan's nickname, but she likes Sparky. Oh my gosh. Seems like the smell's starting to fade. Barely even the memory of blood, now that so many feet have trodden through here. Nothing lasts forever. Miss Han? What? No, I already called you this morning. No, they're not. No, they're not. You're being paranoid. Yes, I'm sure. Yes, I'll call you tonight. Bye. Didn't mean to interrupt another lover's quarrel. Spearmint was meant as an insult? True. What? No, that was... Dementia meds aren't working. They get confused this time of day. Sorry. Forget it. That's what I'm gonna do. Just gonna turn my phone off for a minute and forget. Cute android, by the way. Aw, she's blushy. So, what's up? There's a couple ways of going about this, but none of them is surefire. Might as well start out big and see if there's anything to this theory. Do the Blue Bloods still use silent alarms? Or use... yeah, of course. Thank you for telling us. Sure. I'm actually gonna need a little bit more than that, Miss Han. It's just Han. Did Creek have a silent alarm? She's hesitating all of a sudden. Is she unsure of this answer? Or is she just gonna give her first answer without thinking about where it would lead? Sparky has layers, it's mostly positive? Yeah, that's fair. Nothing like that was installed into the building. RX would have chewed it up and spat it out by now. The RX is not flawless. It can miss things. Look, you seen that level tech we Blue Bloods have? It's secure, but it ain't subtle. True. An Orcus-run security firm wouldn't have quite as much luck hiding their subsystems from the police as David Assure did, Sarah. But the ARCs can miss things that aren't tech at all. A silent alarm that's analog. Ooh, chat. That is true. Something as simple as raising or lowering a flag. Yeah. There's a few things you could do there. Huh? Let me know if you figured that one out. Either an alarm is analog and loud, or digital and silent. They don't mix. She's defensive, but her logic is sound. Approaching it from the other angle then, how could an analog silent alarm possibly function? Many ways, Morgan. Tons of ways. A literal alarm, but one that can't be heard under normal circumstances. What a horrible smell in here. Like a dog whistle. Yeah, a dog whistle. You once bragged to me about your sense of smell. I don't think I was bragging. Could have sworn you puffed up your chest at the time. It doesn't matter. If I asked you to sniff something out, could you find it? What would you like me to look for? I still don't have a clear picture of what happened after I left, but there's one thing that I know should be here that hasn't turned up once yet. That being the knife. Right. I'm the only one who knows about the knife. And while I don't know where it went, I do have plenty of blood on it when I last saw it. I want you to smell for blood. Adonai, do you really need me to help find blood in here? I'm not asking you to sniff in here. I want you to smell out the window. I'll try. There are many strong smells in this part of the city, Adonai. But there is something truly unpleasant as well. Something beneath this fire escape. Okay. Now go fetch. You could ask nicely. Wait, Sarah. Yes? That's a very old rusted fire escape. Take the stairs. You're too heavy. As you command, Adonai. She is way too. She's like 300. She's like 200 kilos, right? If I remember. Yeah, I think I vaguely remember because she weighs twice as much as I do. And I weigh a lot because of all the muscle I have on me. So, like, yeah. Sarah's thick. Okay. 300 kilos? Holy shit. Okay. Yeah, never mind. Could lift her? Okay. You could not, Estrella. En instant. Okay. Drop in the French. Several minutes later, Sarah returned, looking worse for wear and seemingly in a bad mood. Did the weight comment bother her that much? Adonai, I do not like digging for trash. It is not a dignified way to investigate. Digging people's trash is the basis of all good investigation. I said the 299. Okay, I'm just gonna look for the. Okay. Where is it? Where are ya? Where are you, Sarah? There you are. Yep, it's 200 kilos. Knew it. She weighs twice as much as I do. All right, moving on. Easy for you to say when you aren't wearing all white. Did you find something? Yes. My knife, and it's charred. That's weird, chat. I found it amongst the ashes of a blackened steel drum below the fire escape. It seems to be in the site of a fire. That sounds familiar. Wasn't there a barrel burning in the alley when I first scoped the place out? Did they use a literal fire signal? Don't tell me they used a literal fire signal to, like, indicate something. Oh my gosh. There were signs of chemical flame retardant being applied to the barrel. Police must have put the fire out when they first secured the scene. I mean, the knife wasn't in the fire all night, but still. There does appear to be blood on this knife, Adonai. So how did both the police and scientists miss it? Their noses aren't as good as yours, evidently. That is true. But they have drones and dogs for this kind of thing. Yeah, but they actually have to use them. They'd have no reason to search the vicinity for a bloody knife if they found a sword taken out of a corpse midsection. Shall we ask the police to check for fingerprints? Fingerprints are mostly oil and sweat. Fire evaporates them both. Then we have to test and see whose blood is on the knife. But DNA is damaged by heat as well. You know, before DNA analysis, blood had another forensic use. You mean blood typing? The DNA on the knife might be too damaged, but the modern analytical tool should at least be able to identify blood typing. Okay. Blood typing will allow us to narrow down suspects a little bit here. At the very least, we'll be able to show that the knife was used on Miller. So, let's see. That could work, Adonai. Great. Ready to get started? Pardon? You were capable of recognizing my DNA, weren't you? When we first met, yes, but... So why don't you try your head at analyzing blood type? It's gotta be simpler, right? It might be, but Adonai, to Adonai's blood in this knife, I'd have to use my tongue. Pretend it's a lollipop or something. It's blood. Well done, blood. It'll taste like beef. You don't know what human blood tastes like. Sarah, she knows what human blood tastes like. Also, okay, not gonna lie, chat. I know what human blood tastes like. I've tasted my own blood. Like, it's not that crazy. Of course I don't. You don't? Come on. Just say that you, like, when you got a cut as a kid, you sucked on the blood. I did that. It's not that weird. Chat, it is not that weird to taste your own blood, okay? Like, once. As a kid or something. Not consistently. I'm not saying that I'm gonna move on. Look, the fire sanitized it, probably. Just get it over with. I will refer to this incident next time we discuss raises, Adonai. Fine by me. Because that's never happening. I puked blood. That's how I know. Oh my gosh. No. Oh, oh my gosh. Yeah, but other people's bloods taste different. How do you know that, Ed? No. I'm sure it tastes different, but like at least you know the general taste of human blood by tasting your own, you know? Kako bites hard? I do. What do you've got? There is blood from more than one person present. Mostly B negative, I believe. Some AB minus around the tip. Alright. Now that I can cross-reference the rest of the data I have. Oh, through the profiles. Okay, so Miller was B negative. What was AB negative? If we... Is Sosuke AB negative? Sosuke is AB negative. Ooh, so that's Sosuke's blood on it as well. I see. Uh-huh. Yeah. Is there... What about the rest of the crew here? We try to, like, put it on one of them. That's not ideal for us. That's A negative. What about Trey? Oh, positive. Okay, I see. Why was it tip in quotes? don't ask. Thank you for those reports, Sarah. You've given me a new lead to follow. Yes, Adonai. And you've just made your first forensic contribution to an ongoing criminal investigation. Ooh, and here's the knife, or my knife, because this was our knife. A mass-produced medium-sized combat knife. Yep. Bears a cool sign of blood. Yep, type B negative blood, type AB negative blood. Last time I ever leave something important with Sosuke. How the hell did it end up outside? There we go. Let's move on. How many androids can say that? Oh, now she's excited. Yay. Now, come on. We've got some boxes to tick. All right, let's look for arcs here, chat. Someone left an article here. Is this evidence? It's a piece of crap, some crime scene tech left behind. Nothing relevant about it. Yes, you are right. It's just displayed in a news article they must be reading. Apparently, they've arrested the Heartbreak Killer. Copycat. Yes, the Heartbreak Killer's copycat. And it seems... Just let me skim it for myself. An act of terror has been arrested. Firearm in question to be 10. Okay. Troubling lack of activity. Praising Heartbreak's hardline stance against neoliberal corporate soft power. Okay, stock price increased the days after. Yeah, so the Hanamani had been like laying off a bunch of people, making the stock price go up. But then, yeah, arrest was made. And then have been speaking with investors at 50 kilometers from the suspect's residence. Terrorist acts like this one are easily caught. Thinking their next Heartbreak Killer, you will be caught. Okay. Clarifying the Hanami's global market strategy away from their commitment to workers, swears their customers and shareholders. Okay, well, that's that. Is it nothing, chat? Let's pause. It seems like Heartbreak isn't going away, no matter what happened to the original. So it would seem. Yeah, it's not nothing. Let's take a look here. So this is where they found Creek's body. He was the one who didn't die instantly. If anyone had any chance of using a silent alarm. No. He must have been paralyzed in between the time he was shot and his actual expiration. They weren't paralyzed. What do you mean? If they'd been paralyzed, Yumi would have noted that in her autopsy. That's true. But he sat there limp the whole time. Didn't even try to move. He was playing dead? Letting me think he couldn't move so I wouldn't notice his... Was anything found in his hands? Anything at all? It doesn't seem like it. They weren't holding something by the time they got their body to the morgue. If he had been holding something but dropped it when he died. Help me look. For what? Anything small enough to lift in the palm of your hand. Oh shit, chat. There's our alarm. Hang on. What's this? What was that? Did you jump? I was merely surprised by that sound. Hold on. What sound? I just brushed against this little toy thing. You can hear it? Is this like a dog whistle, essentially? Okay, I'm not gonna lie, chat. For a second, I thought it was a clicker. But no, it's fine. I can, and it's not exactly pleasant on the ears. Could any android hear it? Or is this some special feature David gave you? I'd imagine any android or robot or electronic device with modern features could pick up this tone. Maybe I should close the window before I test it anymore and stop torturing all the dogs in the neighborhood. I was seriously debating saying, okay, I won't, when you said, don't tell me they use smoke signal. We are collectively so cooked. Yeah, we are, Azzy. Closing the window would not matter. Oh? It's soundproof, though. But the specific frequency of this tone is not in your audible spectrum to begin with. Right. But do you really think Creek was toying with that nuisance maker at their final moments? Here's the whistle. Pressing it makes the frequency inaudible to humans being picked up by many electronics. Okay. That's good to know. The papers can be read there. Alright, let's check this. Our client, Sosuke, according to Rogers, this is how he found him. Thrusting the sword into Chopin. Or merely trying to retrieve it. Not a huge improvement there. He really was found in a terrible state, wasn't he? And that was before the police gave him his cop killer welcoming and... Sarah, bring up the medical files on Sosuke. I want to go everything we know about how he looked when Rogers arrested him. What specifically? Wound patterns? How exactly was he injured? His left hand was broken. He had internal bleeding throughout his torso. Bruising and rope burns on his wrists where he was bound. Contusions all over the anterior side of his body. He also sustained a large blunt force trauma on the wound on the back of his head. His biggest wound was to the back of his head. I guess he fell backwards to the ground. There's also a small cut on his left hand. How small? As if he cut himself in the kitchen. Wasn't expecting a metaphor there, but it's effective enough. Let's look at the blood analysis. He was covered in blood, right? Were samples taken for analysis? The blood on his torso and head is all his own. He got some Chopin's blood on him while he's face down, being cuffed by Officer Rogers. He also had a great deal of Trey's blood on his feet and pant legs. Oh, okay. Any other questions about our client's arrest, Adonai? Not unless there's some crime scene photos you've been holding out on me. I'm afraid not. How is it that I'm the only one who made an effort to preserve the crime scene? Alright, let's look at the Red Ink Protocol. Red Ink Protocol, designed to make data difficult to physically redistribute. Couldn't anyone just take out their phone and snap a picture of the pages? It seemed like some of the responding officers attempted to. ARC showed that they failed. Now that's some fancy ink. What do you see when you look at the pages then? No more detail than you do, I'm afraid. It's strange, isn't it? They went for such lengths to protect this information. And yet, the papers were left out where Officer Chopin or anyone could read them. They weren't left there by Krieg. I took the documents out of the safe so I could reach the mask. And I must have left them out on the desk afterwards. Okay. Still got something more to check out here, chat. Ooh. Anchor 10. Supposedly, he was the first to die. Logically, he had to have been. He's the one who had the gun. If an attacker got it away from him, they must have done so first. Yes, I can see that the gun is registered to him. Right. Registered. Who the hell would look at this guy with a gun and just nod him along? Patrol officers TC and HR 1 week ago. Hold on a second. Chopin and Rogers a week ago? Tariq Chopin and Huey Rogers? The badge numbers match. Seems like they were detained Anchor 10 briefly during a stop and frisk and found this gun on him. That ties both of those officers to the fucking crime. Chat. Finding a gun like this on anyone with priors during a stop and frisk. At the very minimum, that's grounds for 28 days in detainment. Why'd they just let him go? Is it possible that he was a criminal informant? If he was a CI, they wouldn't have even logged the incident. Where's the rope? It was in the other room. It got like sawed off by our client when he woke up. And besides, patrol officers don't have their own CIs. Also, officers can just stop and frisk anyone seemingly. Yeah, what a wonderful future, eh, chat? Then perhaps they'd let him go for some other reason? Because they'd already gotten what they wanted from him? Make sure to copy the file of that stop and frisk report. Right away. Right, chat? We got new evidence on the MAG US. Found a takes person over a week ago. We use the report. Subject in possession of firearm, violation of parole. Firearm shows illegal modification. Subject in possession of suspect communication software installed on personal phone. Subject release with a warning in accordance to personal discretion without prejudice. Without prejudice? If without prejudice means they could have followed up on this at any time, I'm pretty sure. With prejudice means they would have completely let him go and not been able to follow up on this original crime. So they had something against the guy they could use. I see. Possession of suspect. Subject in possession of suspect communication software installed on a personal phone. That's... Okay, chat. Future XD? It is the future. It's the 2080s here. It's a, It's fucked. I meant for hanging the officers that are about to be in. Oh, yeah, psycho. So the tags were fucked a week before Tanks was killed. Yeah. Huh. Yeah. We had previously assumed that the tags on the gun hadn't been fucked up yet until like a week before. Or less than a week before because it was checked by officers. But now that we know this, then it says a lot. That about wraps it up in here. Miss Han, since Sinus is technically in charge of securing the crime scene, what should we do with this? Do with what? Adonai, please refrain from pressing that button any more than is necessary. Sorry, Sarah. I can see you don't like it. But Miss Han's phone didn't seem to like it either. Ooh, so it like does stuff to people's phones? Oh, she's scared because she realizes Morgan figured out the silent fucking alarm. Holy shit. It's just Han. And I don't know what you're talking about. I get messages all the time. Oh, chat. Han, ma'am, if you please just admit it so she stops pressing that. Fine. Whatever. Yes, you found one of our alarms. Pretty clever system. Not really. It's just an app. You set the frequency and you get a notification if the app picks it up. The range? A couple kilometers. Thanks for clearing that up. Well, I have you here, though. Exactly how fast did you show up to the scene of the crime? Pardon? This is Blue Blood. This is a Blue Blood neighborhood. That's pretty big. Actually, yeah, a couple of kilometers is really pretty wide range. Do you really expect people to believe the cops lumbered their way here faster than any of you could? What exactly are you trying to say? Yeah, I'm tuned to that frequency. But I'm tuned to a lot of frequencies. It's a good way of communicating without Megs or the pigs listening in. So you didn't get this alarm the night of the incident? Didn't even know it went off that night. You got proof it did? Can you explain how else Officer Chopin could have gotten here? Nah, not my job to either. Is it your job to come to a fellow Blue Blood's aid when they're desperately calling for help? I didn't know Creek like that. I didn't even say Creek was the one who had this. I saw you were poking around and they're the head of the pod. I assumed. Creek's a stranger to me. Even though you're both Youngbloods. Oh my god, chat. We are going in on her. Holy shit. What? I'm guessing that's what the tattoo means. Neither of you make much of an effort to hide it. It is plainly visible, even in their autopsy photos. Oh my god, it is. Wait, I just realized. Yeah, you can see the tattoo. Oh my god, and she has it on her chest. She's covering up right now with her hand. How did I not spot that earlier? Jeez. Good foreshadowing game. You have no idea what this ink means. Would you tell us what it means? Blood bag. What? The old guards use you as donors. Gangsters live a life of drugs, smoking, drinking, and back alley mods. And then end up with livers and kidneys that look like charred steak. Who could have guessed? Got no children, because the Ikaria kill them all. Can't get them on the donor list because they're geriatric, reviled crime lords. So what do? Hey kid, wanna be a gangster? Let me see if you got what it takes. Hold still while I prick your finger. They tattooed our torsos, because even if you mod off all 4 limbs, you can still pump clean plasma. Every drop, an indicator of quality. I'm a universal donor, so I've got 3. A AAA graded, just like meat. And Creek, save it for the trial, lady. Creek had 3. What about Trey? Trey didn't seem to have any, actually. But Trey was new. Miller didn't have any that was visible. Tanks? Let's look at Tanks here. You can maybe look for the evidence in the autopsy. Creeks. Yeah, okay, whatever. Well, there you go, chat. Are we done here, you think? Not quite. We got one more place to search, chat, and then we'll be done here, and we'll be back to the trial, which I am looking forward to. Emma's argument is that Sosuke didn't escape from here. He was brought out into another room to be questioned, and then he broke free. I know that's not true. Sosuke would have been stuck here until the police arrived if I hadn't handed him the Mag US to, well, frame him. And the knife, also to frame him. But secondarily, so that he could cut himself free from his bindings. Those bloody rags there? Remember what Sosuke told us when we first met? That he was bound in here the whole time until his bad Samaritan came along? And give him a knife. Now we know what the knife he was talking about. And now, I want to know whose blood this is. The blood in the bindings? It would have to belong to Sosuke, wouldn't it? All the other bodily fluids in this room do. Probably. But I need to know. Sarah! Hey, it's time for you to tell. Do your diagnostics bullshit again. Come on, Sarah, you can do it. You've already done it once. What's one more time? One more time will surely make me sick. Please, Adonai, let us ask one of the scientist employees on standby to analyze it. They have a record for very fast turnaround on DNA tests, I promise. I can show you customer reviews. That's right. Scientist does do DNA testing. Typically, paternity test is part of the private investigative services. Licky Sarah, just a tip. Oh my gosh, no, Psycho. Oh my god. But they've been assisting the police with DNA analysis around the scene. I will flag the bindings to be analyzed. Wait, I already made the request, Adonai. You insist on making me test the bindings myself now. You'll only be upsetting my stomach to satisfy your own impatience. Fine. But I'm going to state this incident the next time we discuss arrays. Really is a shithole in here, though, huh? I agree with your sentiment, if not with your choice of words. It feels like a cruel place. Yeah, you're not wrong, Sarah. Alright. What is it? Was there something we missed in here, Adonai? No, not in here. The windows. They were closed when Creek was shot, still closed when Chopin and Rogers arrived on site. But they were open by the time Rogers got to this room. I use the contradiction to argue for the presence for a third party. Because someone must have opened them to go down the fire escape. And then what? They must have dropped down to the alley and run away, right? Yeah. That's one option. What's the other? Go for the second floor. Yeah, here it is, chat. I was wondering why we didn't investigate this earlier, but here we go. Norgo has influenced me this time. I'm innocent. Psycho. Whatever you say. Would it kill them to do some sweeping around here? I guess that'd be contaminated the crime scene at this point. But then what the hell do all these cops and sinus chumps even actually do? Lean on walls and screw around on their phones. I think you're being a bit harsh in your assessment. But you aren't alone in your criticism. Detective Reese had much to say about how sinus employees were not wearing gloves and knocking over trash. If they had picked up trash, that'd be removing evidence. The arcs would light up. Adding trash, though. Adonai? Help me look through this. Garbage again already? Just start looking. If any of this requires DNA analysis. Wait, there. Red. I don't smell any blood. Not blood. Ink. Oh, shit, chat. A torn page of a red ink documents. With what looks like a shoe print on it. Should we try to match it to the samples? Good luck. Cops and security types all wear the same kind of boots. On top of which, 99% of 100 shoes in the cities are made by the same two megs. But if the print isn't useful, that just leaves the extra text and that. Looks like the letters were run through the wash a couple dozen too many times. Well, it isn't that particularly informative. I don't understand exactly how this clue fits in with anything else we've seen. But doesn't it seem important? It is important. Okay. Wait, let me see here. Oh my gosh, I accidentally went out. Yeah, here it is. Have been exposed to natural humidity for some time. The red ink is already ineligible. There's a watermark that remains visible in this corner. Sinus. Yep. So we can link it directly to sinus here. All right. That's useful to know. Good, 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 good. Yeah. Okay. How could it have been possibly lying there neglected this whole time? Oh, fuck. Ah. Meh. I actually swallowed a little bit of air, chat. Sorry. It was one of those bad swallows, not one of the good ones. You know what I mean? Okay, I think I'm fine. Oh, thank you for the stretch. I appreciate it, Z. All right. Not one of the good ones. Look, as soon as I was saying it, I'm like, okay, I can tell this is gonna be red. Fuck it, let's keep going, you know? Alright. Nah, princess, I'll have to call you right back. Of course, wouldn't dream of it. Come on, you know me. What'd you find in there? More dead men's garbage? Keep it up, and you girls are gonna make me look bad. Happy to be of assistance. So would you like to add this to the arcs, or should I? Well, seems like you got a momentum going, so please, don't let me get him out your way. You don't wear gloves on the job, Miss Han. It's just Han, but you already know that. You probably also know they don't really make him my size. So, if we found fingerprints in here or on the windows, even upstairs. Oh man, I'd be pretty embarrassed. We almost always get rated 5 stars. So, Did you need me to walk you out? Wow, Han is not happy about us being here. Spitters or quitters, unless it's a bad swallow. Yeah, fair. Holy fuck. I'll be fine, thanks. Shoot yourself. Just be careful you don't get lost. Sun will be going down soon. It can be hard to find your way back in the dark. Yeah? Okay. Kind of busted her balls, so not surprised. This idea is starting to look like a pretty safe bet. Your theory that Chopin was assassinated is an attack on the old guard? But how can we confirm it? We still haven't met anyone from the old guard. Though, even if we had, it occurs to me they would be reluctant to speak with Sosuke's Ikari as a legal team. Don't be so pessimistic. The enemy of my enemy is usually willing to at least talk. And talk is where I do all my best work. Where do we look then? You still got the address boss gave us? Ooh. Alright, chat. One last place to investigate. Blue blood territory. Hey there, tall, red, and mysterious. Ladies, come in. Don't be shy. Let me guide you to a booth. Oh, we're in the host club? Should we take a seat for now? With taste as expensive as yours? If you get near menu, these people drain my checking account with overcharged champagne faster than I can blink. Oh, champagne! As much as you'd like. This is gonna derail fast if I don't find a way to shut it down. I should find a way to get exactly the right kind of attention and dazzler salesmanship in one go. I'll need to go with that. Hey, don't frown. A smile will suit your pretty face much. I need to speak with your manager. Chat, she altered. Chat, Morgan as a white woman said, I need to speak to your manager. It's over. The battle's done. Go home. There's nothing we can do about it. I hate this, but love it. Ugh. Ugh. What happened? They're all walking away. Hey, mama. Yeah, there's some kind of, I don't know. Accountant or whatever here to talk to you. The voice on the other end of his earpiece grumbles his response. A cranky one, judging by his reaction. Mama will be out in a second. You're expected to buy something in the meantime? You got tap water? You don't want to drink tap water in this district. Soda water? It's all overpriced, lady. Might as well get something you'll enjoy. I thought my first visit to a host club would be more celebratory than this. How much thought have you given to the subject? Well, chat. We got a bunch of stuff to look at, so let's test our literacy skills here, chat. What kind of light reading gets tossed around a club like this? Probably something along the lines of, I spent every night at a host club for 1 year. Here's what the staff taught me about emotional workloads in corporate settings. Holy shit. Oh wait, this does look actually somewhat interesting. Fungus stymies bamboo. Lets many of the tropically centered macro farms trying to produce most of the world's bamboo. Fungal infestations increasing. Highly versatile crop. Advances agricultural genetics and greater restrictions made bamboo a premier organic manufacturing and construction material. Modern genetically modified monocultures are tailored to grow specifically in a small number of tropic and subtropical biomes to provide a stable cash crops. Yeah, what the fuck? Because I was about to say, what do you mean fungus are like making bamboo not grow? Bamboo are like, dude, bamboo will grow anywhere. You put bamboo, it'll grow, and it'll grow really fast. This shit's insane. The fungus practically chews for the grooves. You can see it working on a naked eye. I see. So they're making burn pits to spread to prevent the spread of the fungus. But there's a hesitancy to provide masks is more than politically motivated. The gas mask is still a powerful symbol even to this day. Back then, workers went on strike because conditions were growing mushrooms and fungal plants so unbearable. Regions disproportionately run with population. Education lies firmly in the corporate realm of authority. I see. Huh. Well, it is true. The gas mask is still a powerful symbol even today. Yep. It is in Hong Kong at the very least. Thermite shrooms. Yep. Not the reading material I expected to find here. But judging from the article, the Megs are getting concerned about growing unrest. I think they're more concerned about the growing unrest than the fungus. The fungus is a problem, sure, but they've engineered their crops around problems like it 100 times before. Easier to update monoculture genetics than your entire global economic model. The Megs are probably more concerned about all the young people getting agitated about their job security. This is the perfect form of incredibly brutal, agonizing, prolonged for torture / execution. Yeesh. The warmer the waters, the bigger the storms they brew. Form of? Right. Let's observe. Bad enough that I'm walking into the lion's den here. Stepping even further into Bluebed territory to defend an Icaria assassin. Do I really have to wait for some of the shooters to drop into place this sleazy too? Are you perhaps not enjoying yourself, Adonai? You're getting bitter. You're getting bitter at picking up on that. You're frowning quite openly. Are we in danger of getting arrested here? There's nothing illegal about a host club. Chat. Host club. Yeah. If anyone here doesn't know what a host club is, I assume most people do, but it's quite popular in Japan at the very least. And it's basically like a place where you can buy drinks. The people there will flirt with you and like you. And they're basically there to get you to spend more and more money on alcohol. And that's kind of what they do. To put it very simply. So, are you just uncomfortable then? I'm unamused. Okay, let's check. Have you ever been to an establishment like this before? No. Not even when you were apprenticing? There may have been certain work parties where attendance was strongly encouraged, but I never set foot within a kilometer of a place like this otherwise. I suppose if you had a hard spending limit, there's only so much you can enjoy. And it's not a matter of cost, it's a matter of taste. Surely everyone enjoys being paid attention to. No, it's flattering. Not everyone takes to being complimented. I see. So you respond more to being challenged? Sarah, you are on the fucking money. Why do you think Ebba is her fucking toxic Yuri, Sarah? You are so right. Sarah is so smart. What do you think? Perhaps not. No, Sarah, you are on the right track there. Do you think they're being literal when they said we were expected to make a purchase? Probably. Doesn't mean I'll oblige them. Though, it's not like spending money here will make them less likely to cooperate. I would offer some suggestions based off of customer reviews and price points, but for some reason, I don't see prices listed on any of the items on their menu. That's on purpose. Was a mistake when formatting the data? I really hate this place. Fucking, give me beer. Hey, buddy, 1 beer, whatever's on the tap. Yeah, I can't remember if it was China or Japan. They strapped someone over a bamboo shooter too. Oh, yeah, the Japanese torture technique. Yeah. The bartender gives me a stare that's trying very hard to be withering. Underneath the soft, warm lights and all the makeup, though, the message feels muddled. As expected, what finally arrives is mostly foam. Boss would not approve of their pouring technique. I don't care if it's dishwasher and food coloring so long as it gets me an in. Mama on deck. The big cheese. What exactly are you expecting? With a title like Mama, I was expecting a stern but fair, nurturing figure who... What the hell do you want? Is that how you greet all your customers? You bought a drink? A beer. Though it was mostly foam. Beer and wine coolers ain't drinks. That shit doesn't count for anything. Okay, dickhead. Whatever, I guess I should have gone for the champagne. Especially not paired up against the fact that you're a goddamn Kirayan lawyer sniffing around my lawful place of business. So nice to be noticed. But you came out of here anyway. I take it that means you're willing to talk. Was my mouth flapping around not enough of a sign? Introductions then. I'm Morgan Esquire, criminal defense attorney representing Sosuke Icaria. With a glowing green toaster as your +1. Couldn't have put in my better myself, Miss Kim Hana, small business owner. Welcome to Kim Hana here. Yeah. All right, moving on. And one of the more influential members of the Blue Blood Old Guard, I take it. The Old Guard are the only Blue Bloods that have any influence at all. First gens and young bloods should count themselves lucky to be in middle management. Should you really be calling them young bloods? Oh, and now the neon robot's gonna preach to all of us about political correctness. Really, madam? I know PC. My gen invented PC. We got PC coming out of our ears. So I mean when I say young blood is a term of endearment. Well then, I won't hesitate to use it. To their face? Better not, they'll knock your tea out. Okay, Kim, you're an asshole. Oh, she's a fucking dickhead. How about a trade, Miss Kim? Miss says you're talking a little. One who doesn't need anything from you. Not the best position to start bargaining from. We're trading information. If you think I can't give you anything, you're not thinking very hard. Oh yeah? What do you think you got? Something I can tell her that she doesn't already know? Breston's fit. Oh, no one knows what happened to Breston yet, right? No one knows what happened to the shooting in the court because it didn't get leaked. I can tell you what happened at the courthouse today. It's something worth knowing would have happened. It'd be in the news by now. There's currently a blackout on media coverage of today's events. There's always leaks. Finding one will take time. I can give you a first-hand account right now. Let's hear it. En instant. Oh, everyone. Chats are here. Ads are here. Please hang in there. Give it a second. I will continue playing in the meantime. I'm not going to pause for the ads because we got a lot to get through and I want to get back to the trial soon. Bresson. What a goddamn idiot. Completely useless. He did manage to infiltrate an entire courtroom full of police officers without even knowing he would make it out alive. And he still failed to hit the easiest shot of his fucking life. But Bresson's just an incompetent addict. The useless idiot is the one who sent him there. Not you, I take it. Old Guard sounds like it moves slow and wise. We got a fair share of hot-headed dumbasses too. Impatient, hot-headed dumbasses. Time is money. My turn to ask a question. Money. Is that why you've been going after Makoto? Trying to drum up a king's ransom because you can't go to the war without the war chest? Who says we're at war? Who says we're in any rush? Our plans are measured in decades, you little shit. No. Time isn't on your side right now. Right now, more than anything, you need money. Says who? You? Says the headlines. Time is running out before you miss the bus on Nirvana. Nirvana. Everyone in the capital knows it's going to be legalized before the end of the year. Bah! Party drug. Dumb money. Yes. Dumb money. Best kind of money there is. And you could rake it in by the truckload. If you had the starting capital to build a dispensary network beforehand. As things stand, the gray wave is going to roll your handwork up in a ball and hand it off gently to the Megs and the Ikaria. You've been losing this game to them for 3 decades straight, but I can still see you haven't gotten used to it. Of course not. Who the hell would roll over for those upstart bootlicking? Those goddamn fucks, smirking behind their perfumed instances, painted screens and sheets of gold fucking leaf. Should have cut his eyes out when I had the chance. I'm acquainted with the Hound. Who's the fox? Should we conduct a survey of all the IFG's members' back tattoos? The fox, the Katsune, the goddamn Daisuke Ikaria, of course. Ooh, isn't that the grandfather to Makoto? The family's patriarch. Haven't had the chance to meet him in person. Ha! Knew there was a reason why an Ikaria lawyer didn't already stink of cigar smoke. Adonai does smoke, despite my repeated warnings about the health hazards. Have you had your olfactory checkup lately? Loss of smell can be the first sign of... I don't stink. That's the takeaway. Now admit it. You wanted to capture Makoto Ikaria so you could afford to rive Nirvana to legitimacy. I don't want to capture Makoto Ikaria. You know our history? In brief. So what part of that summary makes you think that if I had the chance to end the Ikaria line, I wouldn't just take it immediately? Are you speaking for yourself? Or for the whole old guard? A Silver Fox Gilf himself? True, he is a Silver Fox. Also, welcome back everyone in ads. You didn't miss much. We're just continuing to question Hana over here. Nah, my turn to ask. Is the Hound gonna make it? You asking about my legal defense strategy? His injuries. Any chance he's gonna keel over from an infection after Creek's pod worked him over? Did Breston somehow manage to nick him? He is still recovering from an injury he sustained when captured, but he was not harmed during the incident in the courtroom today. Yeah, Breston didn't even manage to scratch. Not a scratch, huh? Did he even get the shot off? A detective on the screen responded before he could. A detective? Yes? Why? Bah, not wasting a question on him, of all people. Speaking of which, the bottle spun back around. Are the Blue Bloods working within the Chopin family to profit off of Proposition 492? Ha! You missed that one. Try another. What do you mean? You think Mr. and Mr. Chopin are working hand in hand with us for the little Klaus, Crass, and embezzling? Those rich pricks wouldn't piss on us even if we were on fire. The feeling's mutual. But they're backing Proposition 492. If you could buy the land before they need the city, before the city even knows it needs it. The Chopin family aren't your collaborators. They're your marks. Bingo! Kid gets a prize. Or they were. The plan's worthless now. That our courtroom heard me explain how Creek had red ink documents on Proposition 492. Whatever blueprints, whatever land the city had in mind, they'll change all of it. Thanks for that, by the way. Don't blame me. Your plan was always fragile. It was destined to collapse the moment that anyone with more pull than a ticketing officers heard that the Blue Bloods had their eyes on real estate. Meaning the Blue Bloods would kill to keep those documents from circulating. Ooh, chat, that's important. Yeah, well, that's just how it goes for Plan Bs. Plan B? Now answer me this. What did you see on those red ink docs that tipped our hand about Prop 492? Well, it was mentioned in abbreviation, if not the name, P492. That's a pretty big giveaway. You must have gotten more than that. Names, diagrams. I saw Councilman Long's name on there. Ha! Long, that sloppy bastard. Wait, you didn't know what was on those papers. Not exactly. You didn't know where Prop 492 leaked from. What are you saying? It leaked from the Brat Creek, obviously. Red ink means it was printed off somewhere you trust, a place run by people you trusted. It doesn't sound like you trusted Creek. Are these your questions? Because they're terrible. And pointless. Blondie's already dead. So Chopin wasn't in on the plan. What possibilities are left then? Might as well try asking while I still had the chance. My client overheard something interesting during his captivity. The talk of the Blue Bloods beginning a huntsman. Fake. And you don't even know what that means. Your client have heard wrong. You're a fool for believing him without any proof. Sorry. I guess he must have misheard. He must have also misheard that you brought a no mask into the city. Oh shit. Chat, we're bringing it back. We're going to talk about the no mask. Did Sosuke mention that? It's called a bluff, Sarah. Yeah, he must have been delirious. After all, there being a no mask at the crime scene would have turned up during the police investigation. Huntsman. Ridiculous. Maybe he's real, maybe he's fake, maybe he's already behind you. Phantoms like that get their power from uncertainty. If I answered your question at all, that'd be your answer. Schrodinger's box is already open though. The mask isn't there anymore. If it's not in the hands of a huntsman, then who has it? A dead man. Who just doesn't know it yet. Chat, for context, we have the no mask, so that's not great news for us. Oh, Z. Oh, this is not great for us. Don't give me a fucking colon-3 to that. Final round. But what if we still want to ask? Our house, my rules. Who hired you? Why would she spend her final question on that? Chat, I'm gonna go ahead and say Housekaria. You already know the answer. I was hired by Housekaria. You, some no-name nobody with no connection to any of the houses. They hired you to defend their hound. Either you're dumber than you look, or less curiouser than a lobotomy, but either way, you really don't know the answer, do you? No, I don't, which I can freely admit. So why does having it pointed to me feel like such a defeat? Oh, I love hunting huntsmen? Oh, gosh. Come to think of it, I have one last question myself. That ain't the deal. Then it can be rhetorical. What are you gonna do? You lost all your heirs in the fall of leaves. Adonai? You're reviled by the international blue bloods for locking your treasure behind a GFA you can't crack. Now, all the old gods need transplants and transfusions for the first and second gens just to stay alive. And they'll be glad to keep that up forever. Eventually you, all of you, will die. Will you rest in peace knowing that everything you ever managed to build will be laundered under, what, 30%? 40%! 35%. Just to end up in the hands of some punks you tortured? What a nice young girl you are. Worrying about your elders. But don't worry your pretty little head over dear sweet granny here. Because she's a mean old bitch in this world line of work where anyone stupid dies off young. She and hers are going to be just fine. Don't forget to close your tab before you go. Did you get any useful information from your rhetorical question, Adonai? The question irritated her, but it didn't make her despair. I may have misread this. The old guard has a way forward. Proposition 492 is no longer an option, leaving them with plan A. The little lord, but Tariq Chopit is dead. Yeah, he is. But there is someone else. Oh boy, chat. How dare they? After all they put him through down there in that festering hole of a city district, to try to kill Sosuke in the courtroom of all places. The nerve of those blue blood scum. If we just wait for him to stop, we'll be standing here until morning. So, should we try to speak up? I don't know. I'm terrible with children. Listen, just keep nodding if he calms down enough to ask a non-rhetorical question. Get my attention. What are you gonna do? Try consulting an expert. Oh, we're gonna talk to the Pratt. Sassy child time. This is so much fun. What are kids your age like? Not my B-Day. I'm not asking for you. And also, I'm not a kid. So I wouldn't know. If it's for Sarah, I'm not a robot either. What would someone younger than you like? I don't know. Even one grade below me. Their sense of humor is impenetrable. The other day, the school announced they're going to be doing a test prep at every grade level. And the top comment, before it got deleted, was a picture of fish with boots. Okay, that's kind of funny. And the caption was, battering me and frying me in oil for 4 minutes on each side. It's not that impenetrable. It's very basic non sequitur. How's this for a non sequitur? Go ask someone else. All you did there was get back on topic. Why are you even asking? I've been hired by a youth. And I need to interrupt their temper tantrum. Well, what do you want from me to do here? Hack them some fork knife bucks? Fork knife! Fork knife! What is that? Would that work? Also, what do you mean a youth hired you? Oh. So they must be like rich. Yes. I'm like the worst to ask for advice then. What do I know about rich kids? Your academy is filled with them. Why do you think I do as much of my schoolwork as possible from a dorm? Don't you at least have a roommate? Nope. Never got assigned one. Guess there's some kind of unavoidable computer error on their end. Oh my god. They just fucking facked it. Oh my gosh. This is hopeless. You're usually good at gift giving and shit. Butter up judges. Bribing court officials. Slipping coins into viziers' purses. You have a very antiquated view of what my work entails. Medieval, in fact. I heard he passed. You know? Okay, that's a pretty good one. That's pretty good. I gotta respect it. Also, do I know this guy? French, because of the royal insignia. At first I thought he kind of looked like a French monarch, but it doesn't look like it. Shit, I should... No, wait, chat. I should stop trying to fucking figure out what the fucking photo is. Whatever photo that is, failed to send. Good. I mean... What would you do if they were a rich adult? Flatter them or whatever. History obsessed? I am very history obsessed. Rich adults are used to people wanting their money. Flattery puts them on guard. So what's the approach? You approach them as though you already work for them. Pretend you're a butler. Acting on wordless commands they've given without original thought in your head. They aren't suspicious of anyone they already feel like they already own. That mostly makes sense. So do that. They probably got more in common for a rich adult than kids their own age. Or, you know, anyone with a soul. Unless there's some reason you can't do your iconic butler technique here. Because I don't want to act subservient to a child. Morgan, get over your ego. Sosuke did strain himself slightly when he tried to tackle me to the ground, but that was the extent of it. Yes, as my ad says, no one was hurt. Well, the attacker was part of an officer-involved shooting, but no one else was hurt. Oh, well then perhaps we just forgive all and make peace. Those fools regret their actions. The anger the house, once aroused, is not easily satisfied. Oh fuck, yep. Shit. I thought there was a lull, but he's ready to start it back up again. As Sun Tzu says, if your opponent is of choleric temper, seek to irritate him. Well, yes, but please calm yourself, Makoto the House Ikario. We need to speak with you. About what? Oh my gosh, Sarah just clutching it. Oh my gosh. About Sosuke. You think he's done something to deserve this? That's not what There's nothing Sasuke could have done to justify what the Blue Bloods have put him through. I assumed as much, but Sarah Sarah fucking did it. Makoto has no idea what the Hound Vicaria was doing up until a year ago, does he? These questions are foolish. I will not waste my time. A wise man can learn more from a foolish question than a fool can learn from a wise answer. Quote the background of Vegeta all you want, Robot Girl. It is not impressive for a machine to. Bruce Lee said that. Nice one, Sarah. Well, he's probably paraphrasing at the time. Will you help us or not, Makoto? Please. If it's for Sosuke. Enough. Oh, chat. Welcome to the Fox. Electric blue irises flash a deadly glare. The room's shadows seem to extend in his presence, curling and deepening like ink dropped into water. Gilf time, oh my gosh. That's a gangster. Chairman! All of you, show some respect now. He says that out of practice, without actually looking around the room. One glance would have shown him there's no need to demand respect. Every head was already bowed. This is a man who's used to others not meeting his eyes. The rest of you, get lost. Their practiced obedience didn't betray them. They all slipped away into the halls of the complex without so much as a creak of the floorboards. Even so, their anxiety was screaming at me, like a bad tail begging to be taken advantage of. His presence today was not expected. Now then. Come here, Makoto Dad. Grandpa. Okay, wait. Wait, chat, it's fine. How are things on the front lines, huh? Makoto is the heir, so the chairman is his grandfather, of course, but... My little warlord, making his enemies tremble with every fear whenever he sets foot out the door. I was not expecting the House of the Nobility to be so... I'm off to bed. Bye-bye, Psycho. Thank you so much for joining us. Good night. Affectionate. I thought you and Father were still in the capital. Well, we were. Then we made a lot of powerful people in the city very frustrated when we were at it. I made a lot of fresh-feeding people very powerful, I'm sure. Wish I could see the dumb faces solemnly nodding when I cancel my meetings. Just to fly home and see my grandson. Chairman, apologies for the lack of introduction. This is... I know exactly who she is. She's our lawyer. Any good? She is not entirely incompetent. I would hope you would say more than that. And she is also somewhat perceptive, Chairman. Knows when to keep her mouth shut, clearly. How bad can she be? Her methods are odd. She came back to ask me about Sosuke for some reason. Ah! Not another word. Chairman? Back in the storehouse, second floor. There's a cask of sake. I wanted a drinking game 5 or I'm supposed to be 6 years ago now. Would you go fetch it for your grandfather? Of course, but old trick of the trade. One sip and anything we tell her becomes inadmissible in court. I see. Very clever, Chairman. Makoto is allowed to drink sake? The hell's wrong with you? Of course he can't drink. It's a ceremony of it all. Damn it. Understood. I'll go retrieve it right away. Have one of those layabouts that were in here fetch you a ladder first. Make him earn their keep for once. Put on a suit and a pair of glasses. You think you can just stand there for the rest of your career, you lazy. Read your damn emails. You got nothing better to do. Should we be seating a certain way for... There is no cask of sake. Oh, but then the actual strategy becoming intoxicated in order to avoid... I made that up. You're the lawyer. Is there any truth to what I said? No need for tricks like that. Attorney-client privilege already binds my hands. I'm working for House Ikaria right now, Sarah. I mean, hell. Makoto can confess me that he's a mass murderer, and I wouldn't be able to tell a soul. So why did you send Makoto away, Mr. Chairman, sir? I want to walk the gardens. Are we supposed to follow him? He left that part unsaid. How can you tell? Hey, quick strategy meeting. You know what a butler is, right? Morgan. I'm glad you have such appreciation for attorney-client privilege, sir. It makes these conversations go much smoother. But if you trust privilege so much, what did you trust your grandson to be here? Don't kid yourself, Copper. That boy's the future of this family. If I didn't trust him, there'd be no good point to any of this. Everything I built. Dynasties aren't dynasties unless you manage to actually pass them down. What you've built in the last 30 years is undeniably impressive. It must have required astonishing brutality. Progress is brutality. And history is unkind to the gentle. Is that why you orchestrated the fall of leaves? To get your name in the history books? Orchestrated. So grand, so full of it. We knocked on the doors, and when they opened them, we shot them. Walked out into the street, split their stomachs wide. Pulled up beside them and let loose a full auto of their limos. It wasn't anything as complicated as orchestrated. I executed. My uncle named me his successor for it. Damn, okay. He's killed a lot of people. Jesus. The Blue Bloods weren't even able to put up a fight? They were worried about a handshake event and social media perception. Thought that their friends in high place would be there when they needed them. Thought that they had already won. So how'd you get away with it? Good timing. No one notices a leaky faucet and a downpour. This was right before the Red Decade got underway then. And once borders started locking up, there was no chance of reinforcements. We never saw it coming. We didn't know it was a bubble. We didn't think things would get that bad. That's what they always say. The losers. The scapegoats paraded in front of courts and cameras to meekly reassure the national audience. No, you couldn't have done anything. You did everything right. So did we. We're all victims of uncontrollable market forces here. Stale bread for piss poor circus. With a pity party instead of proper gladiators. I saw the signs. More importantly, I didn't ignore them. Droughts from heaven. No grain in storehouses. There'll be room for one family of thieves in this city, and I made sure it was mine. I'm not actually going to bed. It's just the guilt turned me into a doting grad dad. Fair. Last call, all aboard. And everything you've built since, Renogen, or Aurora Holdings, the legitimate half you're so proud of. That was the easy part, actually. Reprivatizing an industry is tricky business. How do you break up a state-controlled monopoly to a healthy, diverse, competitive private marketplace? How? Ditto! I'll let you know if they ever pull it off. Oh, that's so real, Daisuke. Holy fuck. The shitstorm they did go to was easily gamed. Sprinkle some cash in the right bureaucrats' pockets, and we were able to snap up the whole economies wholesale. We being the nobility? If that's the term you prefer. Adonai, why is he confessing? He's not confessing, Sarah. This is bragging. Mr. Ikaria, I'm not looking to take up too much of your time, but perhaps you can help me understand something. The inciting incident, as they say. In screenwriting. They say it elsewhere too, probably. A year ago, you extended an olive branch to the Blue Bloods over Nirvana. Was it genuine? My curiosity was genuine. But not your financing. Is that why it fell apart? Why Makoto was attacked? It fell apart because those first gens of young bloods of theirs were hot-headed idiots who couldn't follow orders. But I expected as much, so I ordered my hound to be present, on standby. But he didn't assassinate anyone that day, did he? No. Instead, Sosuke stepped in front of a blade that was headed for Makoto. And he's been guarding the boy of his life ever since. Was that your order as well? My order, yes. Not my idea. But I'm the patriarch, not a dictator. My sweet siblings and darling nieces and nephews make an earnest request. Who am I to refuse? You had to be pressured into letting Sosuke guard Makoto? Oh, that chat. My previous theory about Sosuke is starting to become a little bit more true. We'll see. Weren't you controlled by Makoto's safety? Of course I was. I just know the best place for the queen is on the attack, not hopping around the king's side blocking checks. Hey, chess metaphor, help me out. Any piece can sacrifice themselves, but there's only one queen, and she has by far the most ability. Wait, Morgan, do you not know chess? Come on, Morgan. It's still a game that's probably still around. I don't like chess that much, but at least I know this much. It is better to keep her out in the open, ideally near the center of the field where she can attack freely, at least assuming you're subscribed to. Okay, got it. But here's the question. Why have the Blue Buds kept trying to capture Makoto over a year now? Because of some hot-tempered idiots? This was explained in episode 1. She doesn't like it because it's 100% fair. Hey, honestly, that's kind of the same for me. I kind of hate chess as well. I think chess is boring. And she could only play against David? Fair, yeah. No, chess is fucking boring as shit, chat. I'm gonna be honest. It's like, people like to think it's like a game of strategy and wits, but honestly, all chess is just a game where you play as a calculator. That's all you do. Calculate each move, knowing whatever the other moves that everyone can do, calculating over and over and over again. That's all you do in chess. There isn't strategy in that. You're just being a computer. Literal flowchart games, that is the thing. Chess is just a complex flowchart game. That's all it is. That's why I never got very super good at it. It makes playing more interesting. Honestly, it is more interesting. Chess is way more interesting when you are like a beginner or maybe an intermediate. Anything more and it starts becoming a tedious nightmare. Anyways, let's continue chat. I'm glad we got the fucking chess debate going though. What's your answer? What do you think they'd want to capture our little Makoto dad? Am I gonna go for the blood here? That'd be wild. I mean, I have to go for it. If they're literally out for Makoto's blood, they'd want a steady supply. Mirai suggested they try and arrange marriage on the line, but Kim didn't seem interested in anything of the sort. Okay. The ransom? If they took Makoto captive, they could extort Ikaria for a king's ransom. Once. After that, the Ikaria would make them pay in every other way. Even the price tag was big enough to ease all the Blue Buds' woes, resulting in gang war which drain the coffers are the same. People can easily kill for money, but for them to take Makoto hostage? Revenge? It's just gonna be no reason, is it? The Blue Buds aren't lacking motives for revenge. A bloody culling, followed by 3 decades of humiliation is more than enough. The most fitting revenge would involve them killing Makoto, not taking him captive. While I can imagine plenty of ways to extract revenge from the living subject, gangs have to maintain a balance between being feared and being tolerated. The Blue Bloods proudly tortured a child to death. They'd be run out of the lower wards by their own constituents. Is it because Makoto was never the real target? Was it because Sosuke was the real target? Maybe? No, that feels a little bit... Well, they wouldn't want to capture Makoto. They don't. A certain mama said as much to my face. They'd much rather kill your sole heir than capture him. It's what I do. That any heirs are left. But then, why keep attacking Makoto if not to capture and kill him? Because they're not trying to attack Makoto, Sarah. They're attacking Sosuke. Their goals never be Makoto. It's just that every single time they've gone after the goal, Makoto's been there. You mean... Put another way. The purpose of an operation is what the operation accomplishes. They've been trying to capture Sosuke for over a year. The other day, they finally succeeded. You think those idiot punks would want to take my hound alive? I don't think. I know. Because that's literally what they did. They captured Sosuke and brought him down to the lower wards. To torture him. Idiots. They don't talk after the third. They'll never talk after at all. The third what? It wasn't any blue bloods that tortured him. It was a pod led by a young blood named Creek. It's a math chart of the checksum values with no win, loss high, no risk. A game that's calculated informed for yes or no charts. It's like tic-tac-toe, a no-win game. That is true, yeah. Chess is just really complicated tic-tac-toe if you think about it. Again, it's why it's shit. It's why there is no... I do not think that chess has any actual strategy to it. I'm going to get off my high horse, though. We're going to continue on. Young, old, bound by blood or water. They're all the same scum. As you say. But I've learned that there's some pretty interesting ideological rifts among that scum. The young bloods captured him, no doubt on the old guard's orders. But just an hour ago, an old blood was asking him after Sosuke's health. They didn't want him harmed. A generous interpretation. I'm guessing the young bloods knew that, but they tortured him anyway. Probably because they wanted to know why they're being repeatedly ordered to capture him. Out with it. What they want with my hound. What the Blue Bloods want is ultimately simple. So simple that my android can answer this one. I can? What do the Blue Bloods need right now more than anything? A lot of money, without which they can't invest into the legalized nirvana. Such a shame, but we'll be happy to pick up where they left off. So at the time when they needed money, they're throwing their young bloods at capturing Sosuke. Ergo, capturing Sosuke must open a path for them to get their hands on a lot of cash. My, I look away for a few days and suddenly my hound skyrocketed in value. Who do I have to thank? Who raised the price in his head to such a degree? What about Sosuke makes him so valuable? His blood. Who raised the price on Sosuke's head? You did. 30 years ago, you made it irreplaceable when you killed everyone else who shares a drop of his blood. Sosuke is the little lord? Last descendant of the Blue Bloods ruling families. I fucking knew it, by the way. I called this out like fucking hours ago. Boom. Woo! Fuck yeah. The game tried to fucking red herring me by fucking pointing me towards fucking Chipton, where the fuck his name was. Smart Yeen, thank you. I did my best. But yeah, no, I knew it. Fucking Sosuke. Last descendants of the Blue Bloods ruling families, and the only person on Earth who can get back at them for their fortunes. Hell of a shot in the dark. Personally, I was so caught up in the Huntsman, I dismissed the little lord. Oh yeah, Z, I've mostly ignored the Huntsman. Huntsman to me is like mostly a red herring. At least for this case. We'll see what happens. You gonna deny it? Sarah, when did the attacks supposedly on Makoto begin? About a year ago. What else happened about a year ago? The meeting between the Blue Bloods and Ikaria fell into chaos. Makoto made it out without a scratch, but only because Sosuke stepped in front of a blade for him. I can assume that Sosuke is an impressive martial artist, with a very defined pectorals and collarbones. Sorry, you don't have to... Okay. But even he must have left some blood on the floor that day. Yeah. He bled that day, but it's not like he bled blue. You telling me the old guards could just smell the resemblance? They didn't need intuition or guesswork. Their private security organization, Sinus, is in the business of securing crime scenes and cleaning them up. and performing paternity tests. Could have been a whim. Could have been that they were just hoping to match him to DNA left at the other heart attacks. Who knows? But I would pay good money to have been a fly on the wall when they saw the results. His reaction to the information is not very strong. That's to be expected. I've just told him a bunch of information that he already knew. He already knew that Sosuke was the little lord? That chess metaphor used a minute ago might have sounded like solid reasoning if I actually played. Unfortunately for you, I find the game boring. So it struck me as very odd that a grandfather like you, equal parts doting and calculating, would ever place his heir's safety below the concerns as vague as optimal play. You didn't object to Sosuke guarding Makoto because you wanted to keep your hound. You just couldn't convince the rest of the house it was a bad idea without revealing who Sosuke really is. If you knew that Sosuke was the real target and would keep getting attacked, then having him guard Makoto would actually be putting Makoto in danger. You know bonsai? They look like miniature trees, but they aren't. They're shrubs. You condition it to look like a miniature tree by pruning it daily until it stops trying to grow to what it's meant to be, instead of lives as what you want it to be. Took the Blue Bloods 30 years ago to figure out my scheme, and you solved it in, what, 48 hours? You deserve a toast. Now I wish that sake was in the storeroom. Instead, as a reward for your effort, I'll give you a story. 30 years ago, I saw the future. Not as statistics or stock prices or consumer confidence indexes. I saw it in people's eyes. Fear and illusion. The sinking feeling that maybe everything really is made of bullshit and SIFO. And that if you ever stop to look down at it, you'll fall through the bottom. Shit, chat, that's a little real. Can't warn people. They won't believe you. They might strangle you to death for even implying their boat might have a leak. Only one thing to do in times like those. Take advantage. I'm not gonna lie, chat. This hits a little harder than I was expecting. Mostly because, can't warn people. They won't believe you. They'll strangle you to death for implying their boat might have a leak. This guy's only a bit younger than us, probably. Yeah. Bit of context for me personally, though. You know, back in 2020 when COVID was happening, I may have concluded in February. So I don't know if people remember the timeline of events, but like for COVID, basically COVID like sparked up and like became like a major thing that everyone like realized like, oh shit, it's a pandemic now and like we're fucked, we need to do lockdowns. That was like midway through March, maybe early March. When I was there in 2020, I was like, I actually, funny enough, my birthday was on March the 2nd, so I was 17 turning 18 during this time period. I realized like around February like 24th or 25th that COVID was actually a real thing and is going to like spread all over the world. There was going to be lockdowns and all that. Like I realized that earlier than it actually like set in for everyone else. And then I realized I couldn't tell anyone about it because they would just look at me like I'm fucking crazy. Like I just like like that was such a fucking moment for me. That was so tough for me. Cause it was just like, I just have to sit here and not tell anyone and realize as everyone's like walking around, like everything's normal and fine, that all this is gonna be fucked in like a month, if not less. Oh fuck, Yin's a baby. Yeah, Psycho, I'm 24 now. Yeah, so my high school graduating year was 2020. Amazing timing, might I add. And now I'm graduating this year from university. My timing is impeccable. God damn it. But yeah, so shit, 3-year difference is not something I expected, to be honest. Tell me about it. Yeah, Estrella. But yeah, this line right here, can't warn people, they won't believe you. God, do I fucking feel that one, chat. Take advantage. Unfortunately, chat, I was not able to take advantage of the COVID pandemic. Honestly, probably a good thing I didn't. Because taking advantage of it would mean like shorting stocks and shit. Not only did I not have the money for that, but I would have felt pretty shitty had I. For 1 year, we pulled back. No resistance, no bargaining. We let the Blue Bloods hungrily swallow everything we left behind. For 1 full year, we withdrew and waited and sharpened our knives. 1 year of preparation for 1 weekend in August. Hottest August in the record. Left all the goddamn windows open. Shit, Daisuke. So it went fast. We'd show up, get to work, leave the mess wherever cared to see it, and drive it to the next address. I did 22 myself. Even had you asked me back then, I couldn't tell you the first thing about any of them. Except for the 22nd. She had firm eyes. Cold eyes. None of that harsh. Cool eyes, like condensation on steel. She was very brave. When I took aim at her, she blinked, not even upset, just exasperated, like I neglected to hold the door for her. My mouth was dry. I felt like I hadn't spoken all day. I had to clear my throat to speak up for a second so you could hear me over the blabbing of the river she'd fled to. The shots in the distance. I wanted to ask her why. Why out here? Why not in a panic room? Why she was wearing a medical gown and why her thighs were covered in blood. Shit. She had just given birth. Holy fuck. That's actually crazy. Yeah. But instead I just asked, why aren't you afraid? She said, I can't be afraid. I'm a mom now. I've always liked that answer. So when the pistol stopped ringing in my ears, I heard the baby wailing in the bushes. I felt inspired. It's tradition in our family to going back centuries that the eldest child gets to be guarded by the birth by a nursemaid, typically from a branch family. My wife would be due soon. The Hayakawa clan had an unfortunate casualty that month. There was an opening. Expertly done. But why let him live? Adonai! So that I could invent the little lord. Build your opponent a golden bridge to retreat across. You started the rumors about a survivor? So long as those fools don't hope they could actually reclaim their former glory, they'd never rally themselves and chipping away at ours. And if they ever did become a real threat again, I'd have the world's most valuable hostage ready to put them back in check. Jesus, Daisuke, holy fuck. That's a good chat. Now that's fucking strategy, chat. I respect it. Like, I think you're a horrible human being for doing that shit, but holy shit, I have to respect it. Pure fucking ice in his veins. Daisuke's actually insane. Yeah. You turned your former enemy's last hope into a meat shield for your family, and eventually your personal attack dog. That was just a bonus. The heir had come of age, and so did Sosuke. He was free to choose any career in the family business at that point. He became the Hound of his own accord. I'm sure. But that's just... Oh my god, this guy's a pure kingmaker? Yeah. Irrelevant. At the end of the day. What? It helps him understand why the Blue Bloods have done what they've done, but doesn't help me put me any closer towards proving Sosuke's innocence. But Sosuke's their little lord. If we tell people, won't that change everything? Well, for starters, we won't have any of this in court. Of course not. Can't exactly go telling the court about my exploits 30 years ago. Not when we have attorney-client privilege. But if you use your influence, if you reach out to the Blue Bloods, what? We'll work together to get Sosuke free? I killed everyone he ever could consider family, copper. Besides, a few old crooks waiting to die. Anyone who shares a drop of his blood in the ground. Most of them were put there by me. I did all that to sink the Blue Bloods. Now that they're finally ready to die, you think I'd throw them a lifeline just to protect one man? Just to keep one man out of prison? He's right. I'm not allowed to disclose anything I've been learned here without express permission. It would complicate the attack suit against my family terribly. If it came out that I lied about a blood relation, wouldn't it? Sosuke's in the will, after all. That's the law. Didn't mean to run you in circles, honestly. Would have preferred you never waste your time unearthing any of this. That's what I get on relying on him to deliver a message, I suppose. You're the one who wanted to keep my investigation limited. I thought you'd get the picture and hurry up and make a plea deal. Negotiate charges down to manslaughter. Get those all squared away so we can focus on fighting the goddamn audit. Audit? Sosuke's on trial for his life. Sosuke's sworn to protect his family with his life. I'm respecting his wishes. And if he does go to prison, the Blue Bloods would die knowing their little lord is alive, but permanently beyond their reach, running in a cell for killing their own men in defense of their own worst enemy. I can see why you wouldn't prefer that outcome. A hostage is what you're never willing to sacrifice. Isn't a hostage. It's just a babysitting gig. I spared his life 30 years ago. This doesn't even cover his interest. So Sosuke's always been a tool of you? A hostage you'd protect until the perfect use came along? I've always wondered, do tools appreciate the part, but they're used properly? What do you think, Copper? Does Sosuke have any complaints? Oh, holy shit. Jackie, hi, welcome back in. You haven't missed a shit ton. We've just been working through the investigation. And by not missing a shit ton, I mean you've missed a lot, but in a good way. Well, not a good way, but like, you haven't missed any trial components, I think. So, can I answer the question for yes. Does a tool enjoy being used properly? Ooh, true. Jackie does know about how to use this tool. Thank you, Psycho, for the hydration. Oh, that's good. That doesn't make any sense. Huh? Oh, Sarah. Oh, gosh. Sosuke's a veteran. He served in the military. Did you grant your hostage permission to go risk his life for a country instead of you? It's not like he was one of those Minutemen they throw at walls. He was never in any real danger. Poor Sarah. Sorry, Sarah. It's okay, Estrella. What about as your hound? Deadly assassination infiltration missions. He could have died during any of them. Why let your perfect hostage, your obedient tool, take on such dangerous work? Why give him your last name? Why let him live under your roof, raise him like a son? Why trust him with protecting the life of your son, your grandson? Why are you lying and pretending you don't... Pardon my android's outburst, sir. I'll have to adjust her conversational parameter later. Don't bother. Just rip its voice box out entirely if it's going to speak over a man or to his own roof. Goddamn Copper. Next, the furniture will be telling me what I feel about my own damn family. Raise him like a son. What bullshit. I have no son. Counselor. Do your damn job and tell Sosuke to do his. Now. Shit. I'm sorry. That wasn't very Butler-like behavior just now. It's fine. It was a good play in that moment. But, do you think he meant that? I don't know. Do you think he meant it when he said he has no son? Makoto is Daisuke's grandson. If he has no sons, then the previous heir that Sosuke grew up guarding must have been... Makoto's mother? Yep. Mire? Oh my gosh. Jesus Christ. We're untangling everything here, chat. Let's go, go, go. Is it safe to assume everyone in your family has severe trust issues? I have no trust issues with no issues with trust myself. But as you've seen, the house is very particular about preferences when it comes to information siloing. Fancy words. You could have just told me who you are. I told you my name and my position in the house. Is it relevant that I'm married? That I'm a mother? Should I be flattered? You told me you work for Aurora Holdings. You didn't mention that you're at least the second most powerful member of the house. If I had to tell people that, it wouldn't really be true now, would it? You could have told me about your relation to Sosuke. He guarded you every single day of your life until you... 19, until I was 19. 19. He's your goddamn brother. So that message you wanted me to pass along? If you see a way out, take it? You wanted him to try and make a deal with the Blue Lads to get out from under the house. If Sosuke merely gave them what they wanted, I'm sure there'd be dozens of Blue Bloods ready to confess to the crimes he's accused of. So you knew. You knew! Holy shit! And you thought he could parse that message. That means Sosuke. He's not an unintelligent man. Merely stubborn about the most frustrating things. What do the Blue Bloods want from Sosuke, precisely? A blood donation? One sample would not suffice. They need to be able to validate their accounts whenever called for. Daily blood donations, then. I told you. The old guard wants to become nobility. How do they cement alliances amongst the aristocracy of old? They want Sosuke to marry? But the old guard are old. Sosuke's already got enough blue in his veins as long as they can ask for. They don't need him to marry into them. They just need to marry him into power. not the worst thing that could be asked of you. Have you ever been in an arranged marriage? Don't call it a gift. Okay. What about you? You were the heir apparent up until Makoto was born. All that time, Sosuke was your bodyguard and driver and poison taster, though that would most often entail me to giving him concoctions to try. But his assignment actually ended when I married. Subtracting Makoto's age, the half must have been over a decade ago. So he joined the military the moment he didn't have to shadow you anymore. And after he got back, he asked to become the Hound. The guy must have really hated guard duty. He must. Alright, let's talk about Daisuke. Back up a moment. Your father didn't want me uncovering Sosuke's parentage. Most likely because he didn't want Sosuke to know the strength of his own bargaining position. But you told me that to pass up Sosuke a message that he'd understand if he already knew who his parents were. How long has he known? And how long have you known that he's known? And when did Daisuke cease knowing who knows what? Around the time Sosuke left for the military. One hell of a thing to find out your entrance physical. It was before he left for the military, actually. Did that influence his decision? Sosuke finds out he could be the richest man in the city, and then he wants to risk dying in battle? Quite the guilty clash consciousness. I don't know exactly what did or didn't influence his decision to join the military back then. You'd have to ask him. I apologize for any gaps of knowledge you've had to work around, but hopefully you now understand how delicate of a situation you found yourself in. Yeah, I can smell the explosives and hear the fuses sizzling. I just don't get why no one's gone over the top to stomp them out. If Sosuke's know this whole time why the Blue Bloods wanted to capture him, why didn't he tell us? Because he's a stubborn man working for a highly secretive family. That I get. What I don't get is why he didn't defect the moment he learned the truth. Who knows? You'll have to work out the rest with him. I've given you all the aid my position allows. That. I suppose it was kind of you to share information with us all. Or at all. Being in charge of the legitimate side of your family, you don't have any connection with this incident yourself. Not quite. No connection with this incident. That's not quite accurate. Ooh. Pardon? You do have a connection to this case, even if you yourself don't realize it. I found a note by the body of a blue bud who took Sosuke captive. It reads, M. Ikaria. Oh, we thought it was Makoto, but what if it's Mire? Holy shit. This was one of the men who attacked my son? I'd imagine a note with his name is the least of what you'd find. They've never been after your son. Not once. It's always been about capturing Sosuke. Makoto's just been in the crossfire. I am very well trained in to give it away. Good job, Z. Which Sosuke knows, which explains his reluctance to accept the responsibility of guarding Makoto. So I seriously doubt this dead man was interested in Makoto Ikaria. Mirai Ikaria, however, has no relation to the world that dead man lived in. That was decided the day she was born. But you do have a relation to Renijin. Makoto mentioned your family name, given one seat on the board as a show of respect. I take it this deception too. You may have let Renijin go public, but you've never given control of it. The rest of the board must be your family's puppets. But that doesn't matter. What matters is what Renijin makes, the prices it charges. Renijin is the best known for patenting of metformin, a patent which expired years ago. Plenty of other companies making it now. And yet the price hasn't gone down. The invisible hand says this price where it will. Sure, but this is your invisible hand. A normal corporation couldn't strong up its competitions into keeping prices high. That'd be operating as a cartel. But the reincarnation of Ikaria's drug cartel would know exactly how to go about that without getting caught. If it were true, it'd be much easier than you make it out to be. The right email signature, the right package delivered to the right address, the right look. These executive types scare easy when a perceived threat is anything bordering on physical. Of course, it helps that the end result is we all profit immensely. But yes, metformin is very lucrative. What of it? That dead man, Creek, had a brother with expensive tuition and TAD. Oh my god, Z, I fucking called it. I called it when I looked at the fucking autopsy. Woo! Fucking knew it. I knew it. I knew it. You can't fucking slide this one under me, game. Fucking knew it. Type 2 abnormal diabetes? Yep. Discovered in the mid-21st century. Characterized by the body's inability to regulate its own blood glucose. Type 2 type 1. Type 2 is required by type 2A is believed to be child exposure to artificial sweeteners. There you go. TAD can be treated for a variety of medicines and, more importantly, metformin. Yep. Well, he'll need metformin for the rest of his life. Then he really ought to choose a proper insurance plan, don't you think? I don't get the impression that family member coverage is the benefit that the Blue Bloods offer. I suppose even the Mob Act has its limits. Yes, one could find the name of M. Icaria in relation to the Renegade board if they looked hard enough. So you think this Creek individual was going to threaten me? Come up to me in the street with a knife? A gun? He wouldn't get to within 100 meters. Short of it is, some children are lead poisoned? Yeah. I don't doubt that. Now the rest of this is speculation, but he might have just wanted to contact you. That would have been even less likely to succeed. So you don't care that his brother needs his medicine? Sosuke is like a brother to you, and you've gone out of your way to try to help him, even when you stand to gain nothing from it. Yes, but I wouldn't expect my enemies to be impressed by the effort. How would you feel if they laughed at your effort? My apologies, new android, still adapting to conversation. You know what we sold back before Renegade? For the facade of nobility, back when we were the Icaria cartel? Opioids? Yes, it was still illegal back then. But not for everyone. Take the exact compounds, put them all in an extended release pill, and sell it at a pharmacy. And that's just pain management. It's all the same poison. Equally addictive whether you get it from a dealer or doctor. Wow, okay, opioid crisis, we're coming in. Have you ever seen someone go through an opioid withdrawal? Like taking a wine opener to your stomach for 7 days straight, they testified. Pain like that eats people alive slowly and replaces them with something unrecognizable. A loving parent would steal from their own child if they thought it would buy them release from that kind of pain. Painkillers. What a joke. Does Renegade produce painkillers? No, we do not. People die if they don't get their medicine that they need, and I'm sure their family mourns them. But addicts die a little bit more every day of their life, until the day they finally fade out forever. And their family feels disgusted with themselves for breathing a sigh of relief. Plenty kinds of evils in this world, little girl. Plenty to choose from. For real people like us, if you don't choose, the choice is made for you. Now wipe that look off your face and address the access the following address. Renegade main financing, prescription financing options, out-of-pocket apply. You have that memorized? But this portal is not listed or linked anywhere on the site. I know, but it still works just fine. By law, we have to have it, but we can't be blamed if the website is poorly designed. You know, any despondent crybaby college students looking for coupons to help pay for the medication, they might want to start there. Oh my gosh. Chat. Holy shit. Mirai. Fuck. Alright. Fair enough. Yeah, that's nice of her. Don't thank me. Don't. I can't stand it. Just save Sosuke's life. Don't know how you pull that off. Adonai? They do consistently refer to themselves as a house. Perhaps they simply value family more than you think. Maybe. Alright, chat. This is probably our last person we have to question before we're going to go to trial. And that's our client. I knew Mide was a baddie for a reason. Yeah, she was. Gotta give her respect, honestly. So, where should we begin? What do you mean? I'm afraid I don't have anything new to tell you. Stubborn about all the most frustrating things is it. I'm your lawyer, Sosuke. We're sworn to always do what's best for clients, their rights, and their privacy. To an extent that many would consider extreme, we are unable to disclose incriminating or otherwise problematic information that our clients give us, no matter the circumstances. This whole system is designed to benefit the defendant. So it really upsets me when I find out that my clients were lying to me about vital information that could help me save their lives. If you're troubled with the nature of the work as the Hound, you're adopted. Yes, from the Hayakawa. That's bullshit. You know it. I know it. And people whose opinions you respect know it. Fine. All members of the military have extensive DNA samplers on record. If I subpoena... Alright, stop. Just stop. Does the military keep all of its members' DNA on record? I don't know. Probably, right? Yes. I know what you were referring to. Even before I knew, I did wonder. If you've known about your real family for more than a decade, then why haven't you ever... Because it doesn't matter. Try telling that to the Blue Bloods. They've been risking a gang war for over a year trying to get it to you. That's their choice. It has nothing to do with me. How can you... I'm appalled, Sosuke. How could a brave soldier serving the House of Ikaria allow violence to continue when he knows he could stop it? Holy shit. A worthy attempt, counselor. Ah, unfortunate. Sorry. Guess I'm not used to having to persuade people to act in their own best interest. Or that of their family. Family? The Ikaria raised me, fed me, taught me how to read, write, and walk. They gave me a home, a purpose. They're using you. They need me. They've got a funny way of showing it. I owe everything to them, and nothing to the dead. They're only dead because the man you call a father murdered them. He did that a long time ago to people I never met. You'll have to forgive me if I'm short on empathy for complete strangers. Aunts, uncles, cousins, parents, siblings. You can call them complete strangers, Sosuke. Can't I? The Ikaria are my family. Nothing will change that. Nothing ever could. Let's test that then. Pardon? The state thinks that you murdered a cop. They'll make sure that no one thinks of following your example. Let me repeat that. The full brunt of the police state is about to fall directly on the back of your neck. Hammer. Nail. I'm not afraid of prison. You ever been in one? What? No, they shave you. What? When you're convicted, they shave you. For hygiene. It's not for hygiene. Are you talking about the virtual work release thing? Where they fit you for skull caps? Not right away. They don't do that to people. Put a man in chains, strip him naked, sew his mouth shut. He'll still recognize himself in the mirror. He's still a person. But shave his head, give him a uniform, make him sit in the dark with 500 others who've been treated the same. He starts to forget. Forget that he's a person. After you're so bored, you're seeing consolation in the concrete. After you're scratching your skin raw, just trying to feel something new. That's when they ask you if you like a job. After people stop being people. Holy shit, chat. Hey there. Oh. Wow. Yeah, the virtual work release. We can't even access it. What the fuck, chat? How could you know any of that? I'm a defense attorney, Sosuke. Well, if the link is dead, yeah. Who else gets to see inside a prison and walk away afterwards? Makoto sent me himself. You never actually took your one phone call, did you? Take my phone and call Hannah Kim. The Blue Bloods will volunteer a fall guy to confess these crimes, and you'll walk free. Afterwards, you'll become one of the richest men in the city overnight. That's not. If you're at all curious, I have done some calculations to estimate the extent of your familial holdings. The number is quite remarkable. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. You haven't missed much. I'm just continuing onwards because we got to get through this to the trial. Though I suppose I haven't taken taxes into account. No one's asking you to abandon the Icaria. You could just become their greatest ally. Together, your families would. I know exactly what would happen if I made that deal. I won't do it. Why the hell not? Why not, Sosuke? You're forgetting a few small details involved in this process. Namely, disowning the people who raised me through my entire life. You've got like 2 hours left? That is pushing it, since I normally end my stream 6 hours in, but... Chat? I don't know if you can hear that. Maybe finish before the trial? Nah, chat. I've got half of monster energy left on my desk. I'm gonna finish this. Both the monster and the episode. Let's fucking do this. Woo! And claiming myself before the world as the son of the people I've been fighting since I was a teenager. How shameless do you think I am? Daisuke, that man raised me like his own son. And in return, I can't throw away the name he gave me just for goddamn money. Treat your men as you would your own beloved sons. And they will follow you into the deepest valley. Is that it? You would rather rot in prison as an Icaria than live in luxury as a blue hound? Gladly. I am not sleeping in solitary then? Oh my gosh, Z. Don't forget to nibble on some stuff. I will nibble on stuff. Do not worry, chat. We're going for it. Also, Z, if you need to go to sleep, okay? I appreciate that you're here. This is my answer, Morgan. If you try to use my parentage in the trial tomorrow, I'll dismiss you as my counsel. I do not need sleep? Okay. And change my plea to guilty. If that's your answer, then that's your answer. You're the client. Whatever you say goes. Right. So if you somehow last another night with a cop smothering you in your sleep, we need some kind of strategy when we go into the court tomorrow. Of course we will. And what are your thoughts on the matter? I might have found a way to know of opportunity. A chance that someone other than you had the means and motive and opportunity to commit these crimes. Have you remembered anything else about your captivity? Maybe if I go after her again and I extrapolate somewhat or a lot. We'll need to be prepared. You're going to be called on the stand tomorrow. All I need to do is keep silent, right? You better not. I'll be the one asking the questions. You're going to call him to testify? What do you expect me to say up there? I want you to tell the truth, of course. I want you to tell the court exactly how you were set free. Ooh. I am no slave owner, for I own no man nor woman willing to leave. Ugh. That's a fucking... Wow. Okay, psycho. Jesus. Alright. You good taking another night shift? He's infuriating, but I'd rather he didn't get shanked at the moment. Of course, Adonai. Detective London will be back shortly, and I'll make sure that Sosuke's monitored all night. What is it? You gonna ask me to explain his decision? Because I'm done trying at this point. I don't think his decision is that confusing. He wants to be loyal to the people he's shown loyalty to him. Shown loyalty? Do you need a microscope to see it? You spot any members of the Noble House Icaria around here? Or are they hiding under their box somewhere? The people who've shown loyalty to him historically. His decision doesn't confuse me, but his choice of words. He considers the Icaria his true family, and he spoke of a debt to them. That seemed odd to me. What do you think? I don't know. Did they really shave everyone in prison, or is that just another bluff? Not everyone. No. I'm paraphrasing. The quotes is like 2 paragraphs down, but boils down to that. Yeah. Only everyone who can't pay the fees. Oh, God. Of course. God, this future is horrific. Okay, Morgan's apartment. Woo! A good puzzle feels satisfying to complete. Like a good story. It maintains its appeal even when viewed in hindsight. A bad puzzle doesn't make sense after you finish it. The picture's there, but it's muddled. It's vague. And you feel like an idiot for even bothering to piece it together. Sosuke Ikaria's that kind of puzzle. I've had every edge just so, but the result wasn't satisfying. An infuriating client to cap off a frustrating case. Having to keep track of what the cops know, what the Bluebloods know, what the Ikaria are hiding, what Emma's thinking, what I've learned, what I actually know to be true, what I can prove, what I can actually say. And after all that, getting kneecapped when my client refuses to play his best cards. Welcome to humanity. It's down to how fucked we can be, and we can make everything else to our own convenience. I don't blame people for thinking that kind of way about humanity, especially nowadays with the current climate. It's not a view that I personally subscribe to, but I won't get into it. I won't philosophize here. I want to clear my head. Or maybe just empty it. Oh, okay. Well then. Don't feel like finding something to stream. Sarah's messed up all my recommendations anyways. My home pages used to be great, tuned to a T. I'd get close circuit footage of industrial machine accidents and gun disassemblies with no commentary in the title. What the fuck? Girl, your recommendations are insane. Now it's all street workout videos and film director tier lists. If the end result is my internet history looks like a bit more random to an outsider, I guess I can forgive it. But if she ever gets me added to a mailing list for diet supplements, I'm fully revoking her net access. Bake? I'm not hungry. Baking is satisfying. Applied chemistry, which is just applied math. But the cleanup isn't fun. When I don't have a neighbor that I'm trying to butter up or client visiting, everything just sits in my freezer until I end up thrown out. Sarah seems to shovel it all down without complaint, but she's not here now. I'm also slaving away in that witch's office I never wanted for hungry mouths. Coworkers will eat anything you leave out in a break room. If I ever get desperate to hide evidence, I'll just bake into a pie and find a birthday office party crash. Guns and gore, the history of a very stable person? Yeah. It'll be gone without a trace in minutes. Look. Not in the mood for people watching. Sometimes if I let my eyes unfocus, the mass of the foot traffic on the streets below builds into one dark amoeba. Curling slightly at its edges as it squirms along the petri dish of the world around me. Its edges lost beyond the horizon. Which can be zen in its own way. I'm guessing that's what people see in ant farms, but I wouldn't know. Who the hell would want more insects crawling around their house? Also, not Morgan just casually decided to make a long pork pie one day. Yeah. This is pointless. Might as well close my eyes and wait. Even staring daggers into the backs of my own eyelids would do more good than this. Whatever this is. Well. Kind of like my watch history when I turned 23. It was berserk time for me. Depression ruled. I hated everything. Then I said fuck it and stopped caring about all the bad shit. Honestly, nihilism can be pretty good. Like positive nihilism. It's something that definitely people subscribe to. And I think it's a decent way of going for life. If nothing matters, then you can do whatever you want. Fuck it. Why not? Eh? Hey, cool kid. If you go to jail for starting this pyramid scheme of extracurricular activity, does it help or hurt your chances of becoming a lawyer? You're trying to recruit members because if you don't hit critical mass, it all falls apart. It's exactly like a pyramid scheme. Well, I don't know if I can give you advice since I'm the only member on paper, but if you want to start a club for solving mysteries, maybe you should, solve one first. I don't know. Ask questions, talk to people, I guess. Record what they say. Take notes and think hard. Oh, you never know. You can be pretty persuasive, or at least entertaining. I mean, I'm still sitting here for some reason, right? Well, would you look at that? Okay, chat. Guess I fell asleep after all. It's still dark out, though. What time is it? 5 in the morning? It says 9:40 on my phone. I slept for 30 minutes. That's it? What the hell is going on with me today? Ugh, am I really about to give up and start scrolling on my phone? I should check my temperature. There must be something wrong with me. Don't feel like finding the thermometer. How about a bet? 300 says the first article that pops up is an advertisement. There's always good news every night. Beloved school janitor is giving dance-off salute by students having to postpone retirement for the 3rd time. Oh, God. I fucking... Oh. Chat, this is so fucking real. Okay, for context, chat, I, like, watched... I like, watched videos where someone, like, would, like... have like, oh, here's some daily nice news stories, like good news stories, you know, positive news stories. And every single time the news story was this person was going to die without having the retirement money. But luckily this random person decided to, you know, set up a GoFundMe and now they have enough money to barely retire. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, what the fuck does that say about society? That doesn't make me feel better. It makes me feel worse. I'm glad for this one person that, you know, they managed to get what they needed, but like, Jesus. Every single time it was like that. And I started to realize like a lot of the positive news stories, especially the ones that come from the US, are just stories that just show how fucked things are there right now. Me when GoFundMe everything, yeah. Double or nothing. Federal investigations recovered Dennings girl. Well, congrats on no longer being kidnapped. But you just cost me 600, you little shit. Oh wow, okay. Oh, wait, shit. I didn't mean to... All right, let me see. Nation rejoices thanks to the investigation of the federal investigators. Okay. Dennings was rose to prominence as the CEO of Constancy Incorporated for bringing up advertising to the front lines of heads-up display services. Okay. When his daughter was kidnapped on her home to school, and which was meticulously planned and flawlessly executed, they mapped the psychology of the kidnappers themselves. We don't really describe this as a terrorist act, but okay. Yeah, sure. So it was terrorists who did it, apparently. Carrying out the attack was so-called a quartet formation, considered by the signature military elite hostage retrieval squad. We've had a shot even being fired, a possible relationship between Mr. Dennings' work and the suspect's military backgrounds. Okay. Are you infuriated as we are by anti-authority outside anarchists inciting anxiety? Okay. Fucking right. Yeah, Psycho. What are the chances I see that name? Perfect timing, actually. Maybe chewing out meat eye for keeping me in the dark is just the nightcap I need. That woman is like a black... Hang on. That knock doesn't sound like meat eye. Oi! Hold on a second. Am I about to get Yuri here? That voice almost sounds like... Pen up already, you shit! I better check the door cam. I fucking knew it! Detective, is that you? Open up. Pardon? I said open up. Hang on, are you? Don't pretend you can't hear me, you little creep cave, you little creep. She's drunk, yeah. Oh my god, new soundtrack. Let's do it. Detective Reese, are you drunk? Yes. No. It's a crime for you to ask me that. Oh. I can just wave my badge hello at the door cam. And my door just unlocks like that? That cannot be legal. Oh, it's not legal. What? Wait, what model of the door is it? Oh yeah, with this model of door in this city zoning, it's legal for you to unlock your door like that. The prey animal coming straight to us? Yeah. Guess Han had a point. Needing to make spare keys is a fair trade-off to avoid this bullshit. And just invited me in. I did not. Here I am, above the book. What is happening right now? Why is your ceiling all the way up there? Who'd you kill to get a place this huge? What do you even do with this much space? Hang from the rafters like a bat? Echo? Echo? Detective, this is absurd. Does everyone even know you're... here? Oh my gosh, Morgan, eat her. Nom 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 nom. What? Let me check. Detective Reese, badge number 10806, reporting on all channels. Self-assignment, prospective surveillance of suspected criminal target. Threat assumed to be medium to low target capabilities. Not a threat to self or others. Reporting, oh my gosh. What's your address? Do not dox me to every cop in the city, Rays. Reporting it from address withheld. Any copies? Over. Copy. Copy. Cam saw you entering the building. Copy. Reading your biomonitor. We got you 10-8-06. Have a great quiet night. Morgan can't kill her now. Unfortunate. Are you finished? Hey, where's this snowball? What? She waves her hands in a rough approximation of something cloud-shaped. Snowball, Porkapall, Matcha Ball. Sarah's doing her job. Likely story. You probably made her sleep in a coffin in the parking garage. Going off of David's setup, she might be more comfortable if I did. Is this booze? That's water. Ugh, God. Can I do something for you this evening, detective? Fuck, no lesbian murder cannibalism. Unfortunate. I know, we were all looking forward to it. Or did you come in here just to critique my interior decorating and knock shit over? I came here because I'm drunk. And I'm drunk because you're in danger. No, the other way around. I drank because I was pissed, and Quaz and everyone else told me to go home. Even though you shot a guy even a few hours ago, I'm the one who's so emotional and too useless. So I came here to catch a bad guy. Because you're defending that cop killer. Uh-huh. Who's also an orca killer, a whale cop killer. Killer, whale cop. Every gosh darn idiot in the city wants to shoot him. And also you, because you're a stinky lawyer. Thanks. And I'm a cop. Cops supposed to protect people. Even stinky lawyers. Thanks. Oh, Race. That's kind of sweet. I mean, you're drunk as fuck. You cannot protect us, but thanks. So I'll pack myself right here and catch the next assassin they send after you. And then lock him up and throw away the key. Yeah, wow. Yeah. Yeah, okay. If I actually save your life too, that's okay. Uh-huh. Even if you don't deserve it. Oh my gosh, she's a menace and a goober. She's such a goober. You could have just stopped talking. I can stop talking easy. Do you really have anything to drink? I'm not sure. I want to drink with you, detective. Who invited you? You're the host. Do whatever, but I am gonna do what I gotta do. And where the hell is the screw top? If I have to host Drunk Detective Reese for the rest of the night, as I evidently do. No, you can't see. Oh my gosh. Suppose I need to force myself to go through the ordeal sober. I'll get a bottle opener, detective. Oh shit. I said I'll get it. Oh my gosh. Wait. This is the best part of the vid, where he breaks down the horsepower. For years, they all abided by this gentleman's agreement where the engines would be a horsepower capped around 270 or so. To avoid this, like, arms race of engineering in our country with such a huge street racing scene. Right. But the crazy part is, it was only ever on paper. They were building and selling cars with 300 plus horsepower. And they were all just listed horsepower as 270 domestically. Yeah. And God, everyone knew it. I mean, they were selling the same car with the same engine and the same guide and torque rating in 2 different countries. And they were saying, oh, I know, I think it's only 276. That's crazy. I was born in the wrong generation. Oh my gosh, Reese. Fuck off. I'll die without even knowing what gasoline smells like. Gasoline is odorless. What? It's odorless. They added a strong smell during refinement so that leaks could be noticeable. Huh. That does make sense, actually, yeah. A car-brained goober? She is. That's... Oh, wait. No, wait. That's natural gas only. Yeah, gasoline does smell, right? Because it have like sulfur and stuff in it because of its... Ugh, I don't know. I don't know shit about gas and gasoline, chat. It is not my area of expertise. I do history, okay? You want me to? You want to ask me about coal mining techniques? I'll fucking tell you about it, okay? You want to ask me about like the smell of gasoline in its pure form? Fuck if I know. I don't drive a car. That's natural gas, you dummy. Scare me for a second. Jeez. If you're gonna try to ruin something that I've never got a chance of experiencing, you better get it right. Doesn't know the difference between gas and gasoline. So you knew Chopin? So you Chopin? God. We dated, okay? Happy? I wouldn't have guessed that. For how long? Once. Which is not a lot. A lot. Duh, I know. It's such a shitty date. Where's your uniform like I was supposed to salute? And God, was he cheap. I said, what do you tip the bartender? And all he got confused. He just handed me 2 cans. Why would I tip? Because you tip the goddamn bartender, man. That's why. That's very true, chat. You do tip the bartender. Can always tell when someone grew up with money. Maybe they just can't hide it. Maybe none of them will ever learn your decency to try. Rockford's not so bad. I mean, it's obvious still, but the airhead part kind of offsets it. Yeah, that's... What do you mean? Emma comes from money? Guess even you can tell a joke. Worst date I've ever been on. Waitress looked like she was going to stab him. You'd think he was allergic to salt for the nitpicking he did. And then he had the balls to tip 10%. Dude, what a dickhead. I'm glad he died. Holy shit. That is bad. Oh, and what do you know? You probably haven't been on a date since the 60s. How old do you think I am? Was talking about the tip. What tip? Oh, the tip. Well, yeah, but still, do you even have a dating profile? Or do you just hang around funeral homes and castles and shit looking for creatures of the night? I don't have a dating profile. You met Chopin for a nap? Yeah, a dating app for cops. There's a dating app for cops? Yeah, just for cops. Just for all. That's why it's called Just for All? If it's just for cops? It's a pun. Well, not really a pun. Wordplay. I play on words for justice for all. The cop catchphrase. We say it all the time when we catch people. There's an app for everyone. Probably even lawyers with sun allergies. I don't think there's an app for me. Hang on. Let me project a hologram of the world's smallest violin out of my eye socket. Apps suck anyways. This one I matched. She was terrible. Her teeth. Ugh. She tried to smile or some shit and she was all teeth. I think it was her first kiss. Do you remember your first? I don't know why everyone's always so concerned with firsts. The hell does that mean? Don't worry about it. I have never given a second thought to anything you say, so get that straight. It's gonna be kind of difficult for her to get it straight, right, Reese? Not when Morgan is not straight at all. Would there be an app for people who want their brains blown out? Honestly, probably. I wanted to slap the guy's dumb face at the end of that date. But then I didn't even recognize him. When Lana and I came in, he was face down. Whole floor, blood, just blood and paper. Couldn't turn him over. Had to preserve the scene. Just had to leave him there. Sorry. Sorry, I'm not sorry, I'm angry. You seem to get angry a lot. You mean anger management? You know what that's about? Managing anger? Keeping calm. Not letting your emotions control you. I'm great at all of that. If you say so. I do say so. With what I'm feeling most of the time, I'm a goddamn saint with a call out on my stay. I'm just too small. A little hole in the bottom of a big water tower. Fills up faster than it ever drained. Feels big, I'd trample this whole city down long before my English gone. Didn't even like people from the hall. Just 2 people-shaped things face down in blood. Sosuke and Chopin. They were both face down. What? Yeah. Because Rogers was cuffing Sosuke in the ground? Rogers, what a klutz. Like I can cuff a cow. A cow? I don't know, something that would cuff easily. A dress shirt. Oh, what do you want? A round of applause? Everyone clap for the world's greatest, wordsmith. Just shut up. No, that's additive. Natural gas does have an odor, but it's less potent. They do add additive. Both stick with you. My brother worked at a refinery about 10 years ago. A company's for more workers of terminal. Oh, shit. I'm really sorry to hear that about his coworkers. All right. Good to know, though. Yeah, wow. Persuading her to remove her shoes and socks before tossing her up the stairs was the very upper limit of my patience. Making it off the floor and onto the bed is up to her. I don't care. I can sleep on my couch. I can sleep in my chair if I had to. I can fall asleep in any position, actually, if it's not actually worth bragging about, especially not to myself. So now the homicide detective knows where I live. Guess the address is on the business card, downside of a home office. At least it's fun to imagine how sick she'll be tomorrow. Can't remember the time I got that drunk, thankfully. Can't remember the time I got that mad. The last time I cried. Screw this. Introspection's a scam. I'm not nearly so flushed that I can afford to waste time on it. Okay, so I think Z was the one who said that Reese is amazing. I'm starting to understand why people like Reese now. Because in episode 0 and episode 1, she's just kind of a dick. Like, she's iconic, but she's just an asshole. But now I understand a little bit more. Oh my god, stop smiling like that. Yes, you found the accuser's missing key card. No, you're not Sherlock Holmes. Or wherever his lawyer was. Oh, I'm sure you're gonna be the most popular kid in school overnight now. Well, I wasn't being that sarcastic. You better hope it's somewhat true. I said London's amazing animal. Actually, race is just a prey animal. Okay, gotcha. Deadline for your little club sign-up period is next week, isn't it? Actually, you need to find 4 members. I'm going to be out that day. Family thing. What a face. You show everyone puppy dog eyes that pathetic? Look, if you're going to be a lawyer, you need to get better at reading the fine print. See, you need 5 members to found a club. But if you have at least 2 students present at the qualification time, you can get an extension. I mean, even you can get 1 person to join, right? Just use that winning personality of yours. It's a family thing. I can't say no. Nothing. I didn't say anything. I miss so much. Signal drought is pain. Oh, I'm sorry. But yeah, at the very least, you're here before the trial starts up again. Nice to see you, Batman Twitch. But yeah, we also saw Reese, and I understand why people like her now more. Yeah, it fucking sucks, but one got doused and additive, the other got working there almost 20 years. Yeah, okay. Jeez. Fucking LA. Alright, on to floor 48, chat. They must have waved me down over 5 times. I've been in private banks with less active security than this. Were they private banks that have recently had a shooting? No. Then the comparison seems flawed. Armed guards in the halls, drones outside of the windows, androids standing firm in the streets, triple spectrum scans at every single entrance. They've really rolled out the red carpet for you this time. If they were this concerned, why didn't they just move the trial outside the city? The district attorney said as much, but the city council overrode them. The district attorney? You mean Miss Rockford? Miss Rockford's boss. Yeah, but it has to be done by someone, which is shitty. Yeah, well, hopefully one day it doesn't have to be done, Psycho. Well, we'll see. Word of the attack yesterday is already trickling out. They can't afford to delay or look like they've successfully been intimidated. There is such a thing as overcompensating. Not in the stage of security theater. Were you able to look over the DNA analysis that scientists completed, Adonai? They're reporting the bindings? Yeah. Okay, we've got the cut bindings here. The sweat matches Ikari Sosuke, the skin matches Ikari Sosuke, and the blood matches Sosuke and Miller. That's good to know. I really like Reyes because it's quite obvious he's trying to do what's right. Unfortunately, her basis for what's right on a future fuck system they all live in. Yeah, Reyes is... She seems to care. But she's just really angry that she can't do anything about it. And, you know, well, yeah. I get you, Batman Twitch. I guess why you like her. Give me a lot to think about on the ride over. You're looking much better. I don't feel better. They gave me some sort of injection last night. I woke up in much more pain, but they still insisted on taking off all my bandages. Some sort of injection? Sosuke consented to intravenous injection of a recovery accelerant at 9:33 p.m. last night. You consented without even knowing what it was? I nodded. Thought it would help me sleep. The interrogation room floor isn't exactly ideal for rest. Spoiled brat. This is the same guy who was confidently telling me he was fine going to jail. What about you guys and I? Were you able to get any rest? Okay, gonna take some meds and go to sleep for good night for real this time. Okay, bye-bye, psycho. I slept like a rock. Eventually. Didn't even wake up when a certain unwelcoming guest stumbled out of the door in the early morning, thank God. But it was an accelerant, huh? I thought there was something familiar about this discomfort. They give it to us back in the military on occasion. You heal up faster, but it still takes the same toll overall. Explains why I feel like all my bruises are fresh. Why'd they wait until now to give Sosuke medical attention, though? Emma must have realized it was getting a bit silly, trying to accuse you of murdering 5 people when you look like you've been thrown through a windshield. Don't worry, Sosuke. You're still handsome, even with that rugged edge of your injuries provided. Hearing that does not make me happy, you know. Okay, then why does it make you blush? Then why are you blushing? It's not like you're spotless. You still have a mark under your left eye. No, I've had that since birth. Morgan, it's a fucking mole. Come on. I was told once it's charming. Why'd you bring it up? Is it not charming? So needy. Okay, Morgan, you gotta... Morgan, please. Moles aren't that bad, okay? I see this someone chat who has lots of moles all over her body. Like, I have a lot. I think on my face, I have 12, like, alone. Yeah. Though I don't have any big ones on my face. They're all quite small. But I have a big one next to my boobs. Me too. They're called beauty marks for a reason, Morgan. Exactly. Alright. Chat, it's now for the trial. We're gonna get locked in here. Let's focus the fuck up. Thank you for clarifying that for the court, Detective. That was the same story he told me yesterday down in the lower wards. He and Reeves were the second on the scene, so they focused on clearing out the lower floors before meeting with Rogers. Good to have it on record so I can look it over. Alright, we got another piece of evidence here. Rogers had already been apprehended, so we focused on securing the area. Sunshine, he cleared all the rooms, but one was unlocked. That's going to be important for us. That unlocked room is where the killer was hiding in, for sure. Wait, are you going to burn till the end of the episode? What do you mean by burn? If you mean that am I going to play this until the end of the episode, that is correct, yes. I'm going to finish off this trial and finish off the episode. It's going to be a bit of a late night stream for me, but I'm more than willing to go for it. As for the next item in the docket, calling the defendant to testify, seems like it's going to be a nothing burger. Not entirely, Your Honor. My client waives his right to decline. It's okay, tomorrow's holiday. That's true. Does he now? Sosuke Ikaria. I'm the head of the personnel security at Ikaria Financial Group. And the IFG, that's family run. Small business. Mom and pop operation, I take it? Family run. Well, Mr. Ikaria, I feel like the court has already have a stronger understanding of the circumstances you found yourself in. How were you captured and tortured by these 4 known criminal associates, all of whom are now dead? How you're found standing over the body of the officer Chopin. I suppose all anyone can ask is, what do you have to say for yourself? I can only tell you what I remember, even if it's mostly pain. How about after the pain? How did it end? I woke up to the feeling of my blood drying on my skin. Familiar sensation for the head of personal security, I assume. Objection. I can answer. It was a novel experience. I pulled off my blindfold and felt like I'd stepped into the desert. White flare in my eyes, heart thumping in my temple. But I realized there's a gun in my waistband. The indication that showed that it was spent. Didn't know what to make of it. Does this gun look familiar to you, Mr. Ikaria? Yes, that's the same gun. Let the records show the witness had admitted to wielding the same mag US used to kill 2 of the victims. Emma, objection. Is this okay? I stumbled forward towards the door, and past it the whole room seemed red. And after that, You don't remember. Anything else you'd like to say to the court, Mr. Ikaria, before we finish? There's one more thing I recall. I remember holding my sword. Oh? So he admits it? You remember holding your sword. Woof, that ain't good. That's very interesting for you to say, Mr. Ikaria. It was on the ground, and it's important to me, so I bent over and picked it up. Do you recall the next thing you did with that sword, Mr. Ikaria? No. Next thing I know, I'm being transported and being read my rights. I see. Your Honor, do you feel like we need to continue the questioning? The trial. Ouch! I'm ready to cross-examine any time, Your Honor. If you insist. Round 1, fight! Surely we're past round 1 by now. Alright, chat, let's do it. Okay, I think the cut bindings is probably what's going to be it here, but we're going to find out. I woke up in that room, blindfolded and in pain. Okay. Managed to untie my bindings and stumble forward. Uh-huh. That's when I noticed the gun sticking out of my waistband. I was alarmed, but the ammo's already spent. Everything on the other side was red. All I could think about was to bend over and pick up Yoru off the floor. The next thing I know is an ambulance having my rights read to me. Sosuke isn't lying about anything, is he? I don't think so. But if I look at the cut bindings here, yeah, it was cut. It wasn't untied. Okay, that has to be it. No, he's just subconsciously glossing over a certain key detail. All the trial prep in the world couldn't undo multiple concussions, I suppose. Okay, let's see. Yep, that's it. Call. Boom. Wanna bet? Yeah, that's what I fucking thought. Sosuke couldn't have untied his way out of his bindings. Not when they were already cut by something sharp. Objecting to that statement from your own client now? What do you mean, Morgan? These pieces of cloth were recovered from the room where you were held, Sosuke, and they very clearly been cut. You didn't struggle on your way out. You cut on your way out. Yes, now that you mention it, that's right. But if I cut myself out first... Your Honor, the people ask the defense do their testimony coaching before the trial begins from now on. As it stands, this is a colossal waste of time. Yeah, I mean, this detail probably isn't important, right? Oh no, it's very important. We're about to establish the knife as a murder weapon. It's very important, Your Honor. If he used a blade to cut himself free from his bindings, that means Sosuke couldn't have gone free unless someone handed him a blade. Meaning that the people's theory about a daring escape mid-interrogation is... doing just fine. Thank you for asking. None of us in the court here today seriously believe that this man, or his memory, can be taken as the truth. Then forget him and just look at the bindings. They're hard, physical evidence that they have to have been cut by something sharp. What do we know that fits that description? You think it was Yoru? His captors had kept him bound in that room for most of the night, then cut him from his binding to the sword to bring him to the main room for questioning, where he turned the tables on them all before slaughtering them. Badass! Well, counselor, are you done here? Could the katana have been used to cut those bindings? Looking at the actual bindings themselves... Oh. Is it the... No, if it was covered with the katana... Oh, it is. Okay, yeah. If it was covered with the katana, at the time that she's saying it was, the only DNA, in terms of blood, that should be on the bindings should be only Ikaria's, right? Like, that's if there's any blood on it. It can't have been Miller, but Miller's blood is on it, which means that it can't have been the katana. Alright, we're raising. Of course it wasn't the sword that cut those bindings. What do you mean? The problem lies with the DNA. Your Honor, if we could please draw the court's attention to the forensic analysis of the bindings. You'll notice your client's blood, obviously. Yes, obviously. But upon closer inspection, you'll also see the blood from Miller was found as well. The poncho guy? Who was stabbed in the throat, as the court may recall, by your client's sword, and is no doubt still fresh in the jury's memory. Well, how can that be, Your Honor? What do you mean? Is it not sharp enough? What piece of... How could Miller's blood have ended up on the bindings that kept my client from leaving the room in which he was held? Unless Miller was killed before my client was ever cut free. Oh boy, chat. Let's fucking go. That's kind of a big deal, isn't it? I thought so, at least. She's lying. That's not possible. You thought wrong, counselor. It's true that the katana has the blood from Miller's stabbing on it. And I'll admit, it's surprising to see his blood on your client's bindings. Miller's autopsy shows that he had no wounds besides the fatal puncture at his neck. So the bindings of my client had to be intact at the time Miller died. But those bindings didn't need to be cut before your client could kill him. What? If your client's wrists were left bound for questioning, he could have stolen the gun, killed Tanks and Creek, and then picked up the sword just as he stabbed in his testimony and get set to work. You think my client was drugged and beaten before killing 4 men with his wrists bound? Hardly impossible for a man with his talents. Girl, you seen he shot 2 people with a shattered left hand and killed 2 people more with 1 hand? Yeah, this is a crazy claim for her to make. Like, she is reaching. There's no other explanation as to why he would have cut his bindings with a sword that you, as you insist, must already been used to kill Miller. No other explanation. Not even if he used something else to break out of confinement. Yeah, chat. We're going to go ahead and use the knife here. Oh, Emma's gonna get so pissed off because she is not gonna see this one coming at all. What if my client had simply used this to break out? What the hell is that? Way overcooked from what I can tell. It's a murder weapon, Your Honor. One recovered from the scene of the crime. That knife. Yes, that's what I grasped when I first woke up. That's impossible. What she said. There's nothing about the knife that's found seared to perfection in the ARCS data. Is it overcooked or seared to perfection? This knife was not found inside the building, Your Honor. I retrieved it from the alley immediately beside it. Your android did. Need her to submit video evidence of the entire afternoon to verify it? Doubting Thomas? It's not the android I would have had trouble taking at her word, counselor. What forensics have been performed on it? There be no fingerprints remaining, and the DNA present in the blood is too damaged to be of any use. But I have identified at least 2 different blood typings, AB negative and B negative, Your Honor. Your Honor, the people are of course interested in forensic analysis of any evidence that seems pertinent to the crime at hand, but this was just retrieved from an alleyway dumpster. A soot-foot filled drum near the alleyway dumpster. From an alley in the lower wards. We have strong evidence linking it to the crime. I see no reason to entertain the idea of this some kind of 4th murder weapon. 3rd murder weapon? What? The bat was post-mortem! The point still stands. Well, how about it, Margie? Any link between this totally not suspicious firebrand knife and our crime? Or should we just throw it back into the garbage? Again, it was a soot-full drum by the garbage. Of course, I have more to go on than mere proximity, Your Honor. I have proof right here. This knife is what Sosuke used to cut himself free. It's the bindings, right? Or wait, is it his medical record? Yeah, cut of the left finger. That has to be it. It's his medical record. Let's go. Just take another look at that. Your client's medical intake record? A little late to be still drumming up sympathy, but if there are shirtless photos in the file, I suppose I have a duty. There are. What? I did not remove my shirt for. If I may please direct the court's attention to one specific item. Don't call him 3 there. Slight laceration found on the left hand. What do you mean slight? Like a paper cut? More like a cutting board accident. Neither paints a very gallant picture, but if he had a cut on his finger when he was first arrested, then it must have been sustained around the time of his escape, like when he was using a knife to cut himself out of the bindings while blindfolded. Yeah, that makes sense. Even a master swordsman can nick himself on the blade every once and now and then. His katana was found with a lot of blood on it, yes, but none of his own. Oh shit. Adonai is correct. Yoru has been thoroughly tested. It is found to have blood residue matching Miller, Trey, and Officer Chopin, but not one drop of Sosuke's. I did not look your garbage on her. I did not. Yeah, Sarah's like desperately being like, look, she made me do it. Morgan made me do it. Meanwhile, we have a knife right here, ready to be submitted into evidence, studied under every microscope the state can find. That just so happens to have Sosuke's exact blood type on the tip. AB negative. That blood type doesn't match anyone in this case's full file except for Sosuke. AB negative is a super rare blood type, by the way, from what I know. What? I do blood type fortune telling. So I have a hobby. Shoot me. 2 shots right to the base of my skull. Counselor Morgan, perhaps you might grace us all with your formal request. I call for this knife to be submitted into the record and forensically analyzed as quickly and thoroughly as possible, because I believe that it is the murder weapon that actually ended Miller's life. A knife to the neck would be much easier to pull off than the very tip of a sword, I'd hypothesize. Nice recovery. Perfect Ukemi. In other words, then, you're asking for the medical examiner to reevaluate whether this knife may have been a better fit for the wound in Miller's neck? Yeah. Did you repeat what she said, but slightly rephrased? A conversational tactic to surpass Metal Gear. It's worth repeating, Your Honor, because the people understand the full weight of what this knife implies. It can overturn this entire case in an instant, depending on what Sato finds. That's true. Hey, look, I won my mock trial back in high school by I won it by throwing out a murder weapon. Here, she's gonna win it by throwing in a murder weapon, so game recognizes game, you know? Emma's repeating what I said because she's stunned. I just flashed her my hand, and it was 1 card away from a full house. The people have no objections, Your Honor. This trial requires that we fully examine this new piece of evidence. Cool. So, does someone have her number? Is there a group chat for everyone who just works in the government, or Dr. Sato is already on her way? Gay recognizes gay? Hells yeah. So there is a group chat, and I'm not in it. I'm sorry, ADHD. She'll be here in the examination as soon as she arrives. Guess we can just slack off until she's done then. It occurs to me, Your Honor, that we ought to thoroughly examine why this possibly critical piece of evidence was not found during the police's investigation. The investigation and preservation of this crime scene was a joint effort between the police and Sinus Security. Then perhaps our next witness can shine a light on the source of this deficiency. Ooh, we're gonna cross-examine Han here. All right, let's get started. Adelaide Han, site manager at Sinus Security. I served as supervisor for the scene in the case of the crime in the case 356319B. Wow, can I call you lady? Nah, babe. What should I call you, though? Well, you can keep calling me babe, or... You address that adjutant as Your Honor. Awfully cold name for such a hot... Oh my god, it's so gay, chat. I love it. Why the hell wasn't this knife found sooner? Well, I hate to throw a business partner on the bus, but we at Sinus Security maintain the perimeters and send watch over security scenes. It's the cops who do the searching and flagging. You'd have to ask them why they didn't go dumpster diving. It was a drum. The police aren't your business partners, though, are they? I don't understand the question, Your Highness. Sinus Security is a cell corporation owned by the FIC Holdings, an offshoot of rebranding and an effective pseudonym for the Kim acquisitions. All right, Cell Corporation. Yeah. A label for a business that operates without any clear or explicit knowledge of who its parent or sibling company may be. Okay. God, she just flirts with every single woman she comes across. Yeah, Han is a fucking slut. I say this with all the love in the world. And complimentary. AKA the heart of the criminal organization operating in the lower wards that is commonly referred to as the Blue Blood Mafia. If you say so. Sounds like it's above my pay grade. Permission to treat the witness as hostile. Can I get popcorn first? Do you know why the state cooperates with the Blue Bloods to this degree? Why you're allowed to run your business and manage your petty fiefdoms. Petty fiefdoms? How about this? It's a free country, and we're loyal, capitalist, tax-paying entrepreneurs. You got your own explanation? It's because you're insignificant. Wow, Emma's going hard here. Holy shit. Neither you nor your organization is on trial here today. That's not a favor. It's not a show of respect. It's just reality. The state is slow to shift its priorities. You aren't the focus of this investigation. But if you impede this title's progress by dodging questions and playing stupid, you'll find that the state shifts its attention to your neck very fast. You got questions for me then? Why wasn't the alley searched? Because the police found all the murder weapons within minutes. No rational person walked into that bloodbath and thought, gee, I wonder if there's a knife buried under a pile of ash in the alley downstairs. Oop, thank you for the hydration, Slasher. Your witness, counselor. It's my turn. If my hunch is right, it'll be critical to gather as much information as possible at the scene of crime. The ways in which it changed after I left. When did Sinus Security first arrive at the premises, ma'am? Midnight? About 2 hours after my client was arrested, you're sure? Checked every messages, and saw the time right on my phone when we got there. You were there by yourself. Trouble of being a site supervisor. You gotta stay on site. Lot of naps and parked cars. Han let slip a few details about the building setup when we first met. Time to get it all out on record. Let's talk about the security then, shall we? Do you know who owns the building that these crimes took place in? I don't. Do you know who installed the security features on the location? It was Sinus. Must have gotten hired by someone. Not my department. But you recognize some of the handiwork. The front door was Sinus. The individual vault room locks too. That front door was locked when the officers arrived. They had to shoot it open. Shouldn't your security system recognize officers of the law? Our doors use physical locks. A lot of folks in the lower wards don't trust a fob scanner that can be hacked. Physical locks can be bypassed too. Sure, but at least it takes time. Let's press here. Is there any way to unlock that front door without its key? I mean, you could use a spare, right? Is there any way to lock that front door without its key? Yeah, but the technique's real complicated. You walk out and let it shut behind you. That door is designed to lock behind you automatically. It's a selling point for building designed to be secure. Okay, good. That's what I wanted. Let's talk about the alley. That knife was found in the alley only yesterday, even though the police should have searched there. Yep. Seems like not everyone did their job. Did you do yours? Was the alley monitored around this clock? It was. Any disturbances to the scene in the alley? No, none. I think I guess this isn't a bad question to ask, but like, I don't want this to be planted, right? I can't possibly think what the weather question would even do here. Let me stay for now. I don't know. It was a warm night, I'll bet. And you asking me about the weather? Not exactly grade A small talk. Relevance, Your Honor. I was trying to be polite, but if you insist. Were the windows open in the building when you arrived? There's a lot of windows. Not sure. The crime scene in the room directly below it. Were there windows open? Yes. Those windows were open when Sinus arrived. Strange. Didn't it rain that night? That drizzle was over before 9 p.m. And even if it had been a downpour, it's not a crime to risk getting your own windowsills wet. All right. So, I mean, you can come back to that line later. Yeah, that's what I was doing here. We got 21 anyways. All right, so the building wasn't completely sealed by the time you got there. I mean, we stay here because we have 21. Thank you. That was a very enlightening conversation. But it just raises one more question. Who ever could have gotten inside the building before Chopin and Rogers? Oh, hells yeah. Hells yeah, chat. Oh, an ad break is starting soon, chat. When it does happen, I will probably like stop the game for a little bit, go over my evidence, so you do not have to worry about missing anything. Hang in there. The hell are you talking about? Your Honor, perhaps Counselor Morgan might narrow down her absurd, attention-grabbing claim first, so that people can properly eviscerate it. Yeah, what she said. Someone got into the building before Chopin and Rogers did. That's become obvious. What are you talking about? The way into the building is through the front door. Chopin had to shoot it down. Are you suggesting that he didn't even try turning the handle first? No, we're gonna stay here. The front door was locked. No, the door was definitely locked when those two arrived. This witness has testified that the door is designed to lock itself automatically, so it's impossible for the front door to be left unlocked. Or, yeah, as you say, but in that case, if we know the front door was locked all night, we know that the master key was found on Creek's body on the 3rd floor, then where do I even... What the hell are you trying to say anyway? Just that they used a spare key. Oh, a spare key. How convenient. But completely unfounded. Okay, chat. Ad break's happening. Hang in there. I'm not going to continue. We're going to look for some evidence here. I'm also going to let my voice relax for a little bit. Just a small, tiny break. Woo! I am putting it through the ringer this time around, chat, with all the voices, but I can still go for it, so do not worry. We've still got more to do here. All right, some things that I want to figure out here. First of all, who killed Chopin? And I think it has to be Han, right? She's the killer? That ultimately killed... Well, maybe. I don't know. There aren't that many suspects, or at least people that we know that could be the killer. It's always possible that it's someone that we don't know, and it's just like the Hound Master or the Hounds Hunter or whatever the fuck it is. But, yeah. Whoever did kill the police officer, though, was already hiding in the building, that's for sure. Specifically, in... What evidence is it? I think it's the testimony. London's testimony, right here. Cleared the 1st floor, but all the rooms are empty except but one was unlocked. There. Yeah, okay. Sorry, chat. I'm going to make sure everyone's out of ad time because this is the important, fun part of the trial. So we're going to have to wait a couple more minutes. Woof! Oh, God, chat. You have no idea how excited I am to start fucking eviscerating this shit. Oh. Oh, don't get me wrong. I like investigating. I like learning more about these characters, but holy fuck. This trial shit gets my blood fucking pumping. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Oh boy. Oh, fucking hell. Fuck yes, fuck yes, fuck yes. Come on. Come on, Twitch. Let me out of the ad jail. I want to continue. I want to eviscerate this fool. I want Emma to taste the boot of my heel. Or heel of my boot? Ugh, whatever. Meh. Fucking phrasing and sayings are tough at times, but it's fine. Yeah, it's fine. It's just fine. Woo. Okay, Twitch, come on. Yeah, my ads are kind of long, chat. I've considered shortening them, but it would also make it impossible for me to stop pre-roll ads from happening on my stream, so I've been kind of stuck having to do 3-minute ads by default. Ugh, goddamn Twitch. All right, everyone, you're back for the ad break. You've missed literally nothing. We're going in. The witness just testified that the spare key is the only other way in, but there's no proof that a spare key even exists. Probably not, no. Probably? So how about I show the courtroom where it was hidden instead? Where was the spare key hidden? Oh, wait, there was a spare key? What? The fuck? Hello? I wasn't expecting the game to go this direction. I thought it would just be the person hiding in the room. It has to be the dumpster, right? I'm not gonna lie, chat, I'm kind of not sure about this guess, so we're gonna go for the minimum stakes here. The dumpster? The dumpster. What is your obsession with presenting the evidence found in the garbage? I'm going to ignore that comment. And besides, there wasn't a spare key in the dumpster. It must have been underneath it. That explains why the dumpster was moved. Okay, that does explain it, yeah. Bit of a leap there in logic, but not too difficult. Okay. Huh? What? Is that true? Hey, don't look at me. I have no idea what she's talking about. That dumpster has clearly been moved, as indicated by the markings left behind from the dirty rain in the lower wards. We can all see those marks, counselor, but it could have been moved at any point after the last time it rained down there. The witness just testified that the last time it rained was 9 p.m. on the night of the murder. Oh my god, the question of the weather fucking mattered, chat. I thought I was just bullshitting. What the fuck? Holy shit. Morgan's fucking big brain. Let's go. So what? Your claim is that a spare key to the front door was left underneath the dumpster? Not so dissimilar from leaving a spare key under a potted plant, or sitting in a stone, or a biwa statue. This isn't anything like either of those examples. That dumpster is massive. Its wheels are long gone. Correct. So if anyone had moved it after the police had arrived, the cops would have definitely heard it. If it was moved after the rain stopped, but before Chopin and Rogers got there, that narrows it down to sometime between 9 and 10 p.m. And of course, someone would only bother to move a dumpster that heavy if they knew what they would find underneath it. Someone like... Okay. Is it Chopin? No. Or... I'm actually confused. If they knew what they'd find underneath it. Sometime before Chopin arrived there. 9 and 10 p.m. Are we gonna go for hands here? She has modded arms. Yeah. Tanks also has modded arms, but he didn't need to do that. I don't... Chat, I'm actually kind of confused here. Okay, part of me goes for Chopin or Han here. We're gonna go for minimum bet here, because I'm not too sure. It had to be Han, of course. Counselor? Okay, so it was Han. My instincts were right. God, I need to trust my instincts more. I keep, like, betting low. I need to bet high. Ugh. As a known associate of the Blue Blood Mafia and an employee of the security company who installed the front door at the crime scene, she'd have known exactly where to find a spare key. That dumpster also happens to be incredibly heavy, but I don't believe this witness's mod documentation has been submitted to the court. Could you estimate your approximate lifting strength, please? You lift your back, not your arms, lady. Pushing strength, then. Me, I couldn't push over a flower. Fact is, you're just bullshitting. There's no proof of anything you just said. We could check for your fingerprints on the front door. You'll find them. It's because I've used it plenty of times. It's my job. We could check your fingerprints on the dumpster. That thing's filthy. You'll get nothing but partials from a bunch of unlisted and addicts and whoever else is stumbling around that alley. Would we? Dunno. But after you do, I might just recall how I nearly puked when I saw that crime scene. How I might have stepped out of that alley to catch my breath. Would you believe that I rested my hand on that dumpster then? This line of questioning is unproductive, Your Honor. Wow, Hans is really trying to stop us here. Jeez. Counselor Morgan cannot substantiate her theory because the fact is there's nothing strange about Hans' fingerprints being on any centimeter of that building. Not when she spent nearly 2 full days patrolling it. And that's why she didn't wear gloves, chat. Fucking hell. She was trying to cover up her tracks. True. Fingerprints won't be enough. I need something more impactful. And I've got just the thing. What? Han was there that night. She was there before the police ever were. And she was there long before Sinus ever showed up at midnight. And I can prove it right now. How? Exactly. What? I'm going to prove how she got there before the police did. Any puppy still in the chat? Yep, it's clicker time. It's clicker time. Oh my gosh. What the hell is that? Adonai, did you really have to do it again? What is happening right now? This is a simple whistle. Every time I press it. Every ad in the courtroom picks up a rather nasty frequency. As does any phone with the proper receiver app installed. Oh, Han. Oh, come on, girl. You should have seen that one coming. So, should the witness be excused so she can answer her phone, Your Honor? You brought that shit into the courtroom. Where exactly was this whistle found? At the scene of the crime, of course. Near where Creek's body lay. The police must have disregarded it as a keychain or a toy. Doesn't anyone ever teach them when you find a button, you should press it? That's the exact opposite we should do at a crime scene. Yesterday, Dr. Sato testified that Creek was alive for several minutes after being shot. If he pressed this whistle even once that time, the witness's phone would have started getting alerts. As I've demonstrated to the court just now. Anything to say for yourself, Miss Han? Did someone install that app on your phone as a prank? Its reception has a limited range. The lower wards are a tight-knit, high-density community. How far could you have been? Far. I was in the area that night. It doesn't matter what range she was at, Your Honor. The defense claims that Hans entered the building with some kind of spare key, letting the front door lock behind her to block Chopin and Rogers. Those 2 officers did enter after. Ooh, she's like, but then where did she go? The answer is the fucking room. But those officers did enter after they shot the lock, at which point they didn't run into the witness. Creek was shot around 9:45 p.m. Considering the time it would have taken Han to arrive and retrieve the spare key, she would have only been there a few steps ahead of Chopin and Rogers. After coming so far of your brilliant spare key deduction, are you going to now claim that she simply ran away? No. At that point, she would have just had to hide. How could she have hidden? Yep, it's this one. Yep, only one found unlocked. It's the first floor vault. Max it out. Boom. Since they didn't see her logically, we must conclude that she hid in one of the rooms on that floor. That is logical, but it is also entirely conjecture. Not this time. Detective London's testimony established the possibility. Remember what the good Detective London testified earlier? Rogers had already apprehended the suspect, so we focused on securing the area. Sunshine and I first cleared the first floor, and then all the rooms were empty, but one was unlocked. Can you teach me how to speak brackets out loud later? Two police detectives have sworn that one vault on the first floor was found unlocked. Unlocked, perhaps by a spare master key. Is that some kind of big deal? Your Honor, what Counselor Morgan is proposing would be putting the witness behind Officer Chopin and Rogers at the police seated upstairs. Not a bad place to be if you want to do some backstabbing. You've got to be shitting me. That's some creative geometry you're employing, Counselor. Imagining the witness as Emma getting to position behind Tariq Chopin. Emma, I already know what you're about to say, and I'm going to tell you right here. The answer is the fire escape. All right, moving on. Yet somehow remaining invisible to the eyes of Officer Rogers. Ugh, that's non-Euclidean crime scene recreation. Very novel. Her insult sounded really smart, so I'm inclined to agree. It's all perfectly Euclidean. It's not non-Euclidean. You don't have to worry. I thought I had something, but when I tried to put the cards on the table, how could have hand gotten behind Chopin on the third floor? Was Rogers distracted the window maybe, or... Wrong question. I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm trying to work backwards at this point. I shouldn't ask what Han could have done to get in a position where she was able to kill Chopin. I should have asked what Han would have done to serve her own interests. Your Honor, there's some more testimony I'd like the court to hear once more. If you could access the stenography protocol. The what protocol? Was I supposed to be taking minutes for this meeting? I can recall any testimony you want to review, Adonai. If Han won't self-incriminate, then the only testimony that could give me a clue as to her actions would be... let me see here, chat. London's testimony, Sosuke's testimony, Rogers' testimony. Do we have anything about Rogers' testimony? Like, I don't remember anything specifically about that one. Ooh, we might fail here, chat. I'm not sure which one the game wants me to. I mean, we don't need London's testimony because London's wouldn't be useful. Rogers was there, though. Sosuke doesn't remember anything in particular to help us, I think. So it has to be Rogers, right? Recite Rogers' testimony from yesterday. All right, we were right, chat. Hells yeah. Oop. Start from after they entered the building. What are you fishing for? We heard a loud slam. Chopin gets all deadly serious and insists I stay, and he goes ahead. That's it. The sound Rogers heard from the alley. The one that made Chopin want to form a pincer. That must have been when Han... has to be line of the dumpster, right? The sound of the officers heard was that of someone fleeing the scene. Out the window, down the fire escape. And onto the dumpster. It's a bit of a drop. Even a dainty suspect would make quite the racket using a dumpster lid to break their fall. Good job! Rogers with that, they made it slowly their way up. Oop, you got it. Yeah, I got it. Yay! Your Honor, if we have to entertain this thread of conjecture, might we at least ask for proof that it ends somewhere impactful? I hear ya. Counselor Morgan, take this one seriously. You're telling me that? What exactly are you accusing this witness of? Are you prepared to accuse Han of having murdered Tariq Chopin? Oh, chat. Are we ready to do that? Are we? I don't know if I like, she is my biggest suspect as it currently stands, but I don't know if I have the... Do we have the evidence to prove that yet? Are we? I don't know. This is actually really tough. Okay. I don't know. Should we? The question is, if we don't accuse her of committing the crime, who will we accuse, right? This is a 13 blind. Fuck it. We're gonna play risky. Obviously I am. Counselor, you? I'm joking. Well, absolutely no one's laughing. Yeah, that's what I thought. We don't have the evidence to prove that right now. She might actually be the murderer here, but we don't have the evidence for it. If my theory is right, then the sound was Han leaving the scene that caused the cops to split up. In other words, at the time she left, Chopin was still alive. She's been uncooperative and has lied on this witness stand, but Miss Han didn't kill anyone. Okay. Woof, that was so anticlimactic. What did you just tell the court prior to this choice? Yeah, I know. Yeah, they had escaped for the scene. I was like, maybe like she could have gone back in again, but the door was already busted open. Yeah, I don't know. Well, we'll see. I mean, perjury. Who even cares? Perhaps now, Your Honor, the court can get back to track and bring this witness testimony to a close. And considering the fact that she may have perjured herself, I think it might be a better use of the court's time if we clear the room for the remainder of this witness's testimony. No objections, Your Honor. Okie dokie. Bailiffs, clear the gallery and remove the defendant from the holding room. Wow, look at all those fucking stocks, eh? They're forcing us out? What the hell? Hey, tag along, will you? With Sosuke? Can't let someone with a concussion fall asleep, right? I am certainly still not concussed at this point. See? He's delirious. Trust me. Very well, Adonai. Good luck. Alright, let's see what we can do, chat. Place empties out faster than I thought. No gallery, no jury live feed, no bells and whistles. You just give your testimony to the defense and the people, and moi. And when you're done, I get to watch them argue over whether or not I should add it to the record. So, you think I got something contentious to say? Sorry, but it's all going to be more cold shoulder. What I think is that you're scared. The hell? Of what? Who? You? Of an audience. What? The pigs? Do you give a shit what any of them thinks, says, does? Even if any one of them might leak to what you say back to the old guard? Oh, what's an old guard? The ruling faction among the Blue Bloods, who use the Young Bloods, like this witness, as their cannon fodder. Where'd you learn all that? Did you bring a late dine Cecil? Knowing Emma, she just learned all this from... Matter of fact, it did. So she actually just binged the fucking late night fucking... Okay, great, good for her. Old guard knows where my loyalties lie. I'm no snitch. So now there's someone to snitch on? I don't help state prosecutors. I definitely don't help Ikarian lawyers. The court's already emptied out. We can sit here in silence if you'd like. 15 minutes of nothing, and then you walk out. When you do, someone's going to make the assumptions about what went on in here. Telling me if I'm screwed if I do, screwed if I don't isn't exactly going to get me feeling. Sosuke didn't kill Creek. Maybe you don't care if an Ikarian dog goes down for a crime he didn't commit, but how do you feel about the person who did put that hole in Creek's chest, toasting to the news of the verdict? Screw this. Nice job, Morgan. Oh my gosh. All right. 9:47 p.m. Night of the murders. I got an alarm on my phone. I knew it was Creek because the whistles all have specific frequencies. You gotta set them in your device if you want to listen to them. Creek had nerves like ice. Strong bluffer. Wouldn't press the button unless he absolutely had to. You know what's fucked? What is? I ran. It was the fastest that way, on foot. Usually is in the lower wards. By the end of this, Creek's killer will toast at the verdict. Yeah, she will. Morgan will toast at the verdict. Of course she will. For a second, I was like, "See, what are you doing? Spoil." I'm like, "Oh, okay, whatever." Yeah, because we're the fucking killer. Dodoy. I knew where the spare key was. Helped set up the whole damn place. Doors, keys, soundproofing. Stepped inside, and I just got up my phone light out when I saw those two idiot cops come up. Reds and blues, but no siren. Trying to be some movie shit. Thought they were gonna shoot me. When I heard Chopin get ready to break the lock, I knew they were gonna shoot me. Used a spare key in the nearest vault, dipped inside and prayed they would just head straight upstairs. Lucky for me, they did. You followed after them. At a distance, but yeah, saw their boots in the stairs, their shoulders around the corners. They split on the second floor, one went upstairs. He was quiet, except for that squeak on the fourth step. Creek used to joke that was his valuable security feature. They separated on the second floor without any prompting. Other one was stomping around the second floor, so I knew I was able to keep my distance. Always knew exactly where that one was. Then one shouted down. He shouted, saying that everyone was dead. That must have been Chopin before Sosuke snuck up on him. I liked Creek. His boys were right too. But I did not want to join them in Red Hood's company, so I didn't risk sticking around a second longer. I opened that window on the second floor and jumped for the ground. I was willing to hurt my knees, fall on my ass if I had to. But I ended up smacking the dumpster instead. Guy on the second floor shouted after me. They're in the alley. I heard the window slide open above me, the footsteps on the fire escape. But my knees had stopped shaking. The fog was with me. They never saw me. You're saying you never even stepped foot in the third floor? Not until I came back later as sinus rep, nah. Where's the spare key now? Bottom of the bay, at the moment. Hell of a throwing arm, as you can see. I ain't gonna help you go snorkel for it, if that's what you're asking. Well then. The people thank you for your testimony. You've cleared up a number of oddities surrounding this case. Though none of those answers you provided have changed the fundamental facts of what the defendant is accused of. Not quite. She was in and out counselor, didn't even set foot upstairs. I know. Not until she came back to secure the scene, right? Out with it, counselor. There's no need for theatrics with a jury gallery here. I'm still here. I do appreciate the witness for being so forthcoming about her first visit to the scene. But yeah, she totally fucking messed with the scene afterwards, didn't she? When she was securing it. She totally fucking took something or changed something. Now I just need to explain why she started covering up evidence when she returned. What are you talking about? It has to be the knife, right? Yes, it has to be the knife. Why get rid of the knife? Hello? The knife? Who better to remove evidence from a crime scene than a sinus security professional? Sinus arrived after the police established the art. Okay, no, that wasn't it. There. No, I lost more chips. Okay. Then the only other possibility here is the red ink, right? It has to be the red ink. Oh, no, is this scrap of paper? It has to be a scrap of paper. It has Sinus's logo on it. That has to have been her. It has a footprint on it as well. Yeah, okay. There it is. All right, got confused there. All right, we're good. Why go through such effort to hide one small scrap of paper? What is that? More trash? Seriously? That's exactly what it is. Trash. Garbage. Some idiot knocked over a trash can on the second floor. It's a big building. This stuff happens. Still don't want to answer? Girly, you jumped the gun on that one. Look, I got excited, okay? That's okay. I will. You covered up that scrap of paper because it implicates you as an accomplice. Didn't see that one coming. Because it's nonsensical, Your Honor. Counselor, you just got done explaining how Han arrived after the pod was killed and left before Chopin died. Not an accomplice to murder. Just the mafia equivalent of leaking government secrets. Even though the papers were almost entirely ineligible, it only took 4 characters for a P492 plan to blow up in court yesterday. Years of blue blood planning all down the drain because Creek was reading something he shouldn't have when he died. But if he shouldn't have had it in the first place, one has to wonder where he might have gotten it. And he got it from Sinus Security. There it is. All because of that one goddamn watermark. Identical to the one on your business card. That's why we have the business card evidence. Ah, so we can know what the fucking trademark and watermark was. Okay, that makes sense, chat. Holy shit. That's what I was wondering about this piece of evidence. Because in my head, I was like, what does her card have anything to do with it? Like, why do we even need to see her card here? Because it's useless evidence otherwise. But now that explains it. Yep. All right. Sinus Security? You leaked the red ink? Creek never asked nobody for nothing. Dumbass was a giver. Gave money, food, blood, more than any of us. Enough that the weaker ones wouldn't have to get sick, stuck. Guy like that came to a two-face con hostess like me and asked for help. That red ink is radioactive. Anyone caught with it, why would he ask you for it? Old guard knew Creek was charismatic, brave, and smart. Everything they feared in a young blood. They also knew that Creek made them too much money for them to just off. Always reviewing evidence? Yeah, always be reviewing the evidence. Hells yeah. So the old guard decided to wear them down instead. More jobs than any other crew. More responsibilities. Less downtime, no sleep. Keep them too tired to have time to rebel and wait for them to screw up. So you can make an example of them when they do. Managers would do the same thing when a host got too full of themselves. Sort of think they were the ones bringing in the money. They were the ones who should keep it. Just put them on the grind. Grind them into dust. One old bastard trying to grab that Igadia kid or whatever. At the same time as expected them to do some kind of arms handoff to a big shot. Least was the rumor. Look, the point is that Creek already knew they had a target on their back already, so they wanted some kind of deterrent. They could have dropped that red ink into any inbox in town like a tactical nuke if they had to. But maybe that's why they fire their missiles first. You think the old guard killed Creek? I don't think that it was that pretty boy Hound nursing those broken wounds. Did he off the Chapin guy though? I mean, I'd kill a stuck-up prick like that for no motive, so... Did that answer your questions, Counselor? Not the most burning one. When did the scrap of paper arrive on the second floor? It wasn't there when I ran out of the window. It was dark. You were panicked. How could you have even noticed? Paper's white. If he had seen it, would you have taken it? You kidding? Yeah, of course I would have taken it. Would have eaten the damn paper to make sure. Why didn't you just eat the damn paper later when you did see it? Because then it would be on ARCs. Removing an item from an ARC scan building would set off any number of red flags. The first thing that would happen is that they would wind up to the clock back to see what it was. That's what I did. Looked back to see how I missed it. But the damn thing was in every single pick the ARCs had right from the beginning. Knocking over the trash to hide it was the best I could. Lower word survival tactic. Hide in numbers. If this scrap wasn't on the second floor when you left, but it was on the ARCs from the start, that means Ray's body cam saw it on the by the second floor windowsill, the one that connected to the fire escape. Your Honor, I believe we're done with this witness, even though all we've managed to establish is that... Ooh. That someone went from the third floor to the second floor without taking the stairwell. Someone circled around. You got all that from one paper? Am I stupid? Just because those papers originated on the third floor? If that scrap was found by the windowsill, someone could have taken the fire escape. Exactly. Could have. Someone could have. But obviously they didn't, because then they would have run right into Dr. Sato. Huh? She has some evidence, or DNA, or whatever. Maybe even an updated autopsy report, if you even care. Oh my god, they're fucking referencing Ace Attorney. Updated autopsy report. Should we let her in? Your Honor, you're the one overseeing the trial, so I can cry if I want to? Open her up. And kick the flirt out. Hey, Miss Morgan. That Ikarian dog didn't kill Creek's pod. No, he didn't. You gonna find out who did? Not your job, huh? Guess I deserve that. Updated autopsy report. Finding Creek's killer is not technically my job either, Han. But if they're brought before me, I can promise I won't hold anything back. Appreciate their sentiment, but I'm not gonna hold my breath. I won't tell any of the other young bloods to hold theirs. Yeah, I wish I could tell you, Han, that I would go for the killer, but that would be going after myself. Woo! Lots of news to break. I'll leave the interpretation of the good and bad to you two. That's so cool. Just imply I'm the ugly. It's fine. Counselor Morgan's hypothesis stands. This knife matches Miller's injury wound. Well, how about that? And it matches the wound better than the katana, considering what we discussed yesterday. I'd be ready to say this is definitively the murder weapon used to stab Miller. Damn, chat, we got it. Dr. Sato has concluded that it was the blade that was stabbed into the Miller's neck and not Sosuke's katana. Woo! We just updated autopsy reported the fucking prosecution. I fucking love that. But But I've had no more luck with DNA testing than Sarah did. You weren't able to get anything? Nothing in the range of admissibility. However, like Sarah, I was also able to perform a blood type analysis on the blade. And while I found AB negative and B negative samples on it, I found one more blood type as well. A positive. Huh. What? Okay. Okay, Barrows has that, but she's not involved. Chopin? Chopin is A positive. Wait a chat. Hold on a second. Chopin is A positive blood type. Okay. 3 people cut with 1 knife? This can't be hygienic. As long as you don't stick it in your mouth, you should be fine. A positive blood. Who was there that night that had A positive blood? Your Honor, these findings bring a rather alarming fact to light. Yeah, okay, it's Chopin. Yep, confirm that Sarah's blood type findings and there's evidence of another one, which is type A. Right. If Dr. Sato believes that Miller was most likely stabbed with this knife and not the katana, this means that this knife was also the source of Miller's blood on Sosuke's bindings. So either my client killed 4 men while cycling between a gun, a sword, a bat, and now a knife with his wrists tied together, all before stopping to cut his bindings, or he was still in captivity when the Blue Bloods were killed. But wait, that almost sounds like an alibi for 4 of the 5 murders. That is not an alibi, Your Honor. Merely an increasing strong shadow of doubt. The jury can decide that for themselves. The fact surrounding Tariq Chopin's death still stands. Sosuke Ikaria was the only living individual in the room when Chopin was killed in. Sosuke Ikaria was the only person with his fingerprints on the katana, something he corroborated with his own testimony just a short while ago. And the defense's theorized fleeing suspect has already been revealed as incapable of committing any of these crimes. Yes. But unfortunately for the people's case against my client, there's evidence that completely overturns our understanding of how Chopin died. Alright, chat. Chopin must have been stabbed with the katana. Uh-huh. Is it the knife? Wait, was Chopin killed by the knife and then stabbed with the katana? Chat. Oh, the fucking music is going hard as well. Let's fucking do it. The knife that Dr. Sato just confirmed was used on Miller? Very likely to be used to kill Miller, yes. But definitely used to kill Chopin. What? What are you going on about? Blood typing? Chopin is the only victim of A+ blood. Even my client Sosuke has AB negative blood. Yet Dr. Sato just told us that A+ blood was found on this knife. The blood could have come from nowhere but the single fatal wound identified on his autopsy. Chopin's blood was all over the scene. The knife could have fallen into it at any point. Ooh, check. Let's go. Not at any point, no. This knife was removed from the crime scene and was never seen by the ARCs. That means it must have been moved into the alley before Detective Freeze had arrived on the 3rd floor. But Chopin was impaled by the sword. We've all seen it. Yes, but not fatally. How could a stab wound not be fatal? Because it was post-mortem. Oh, yes. Huh? You're basing this on blood? Usually closely follows a stabbing, yeah. It's the amount of blood, Your Honor. An impalement doesn't leave that much blood in the scene because the weapon acts as a stopper. That's true. Why was there so much blood in the scene? Ooh, that's a good note. I assumed the amount of blood in the scene was just the result of the sword being jostled around afterwards because of the wound having been aggravated. But this knife turns that idea on its head. Yes, Chopin was stabbed in the heart from behind, but it was most likely with this knife. He collapsed on the floor dead. Then the knife was removed and his corpse was impaled with the sword in the same wound. It would also explain because like how does like Like, the sword stabbing didn't make much sense. Like, what are you telling me? That someone stabbed the guy and then, like, withdrew it and then made it fall down to the floor and then stabbed him again? Or, like, made him fall over and then stabbed him in his back? Like, it didn't really ever make sense. So, this actually explains a lot. Leaving a mark on the floor. The sword only then moved around, increasing the wound size, masking the initial knife's entry wound, while utterly soaking the floor in blood. It's a possibility. If I may, Your Honor, this might not just be a possibility, but it's a possibility that makes the most sense to me. It explains the irregularities of the victim's substantial blood loss, the pattern of the wound, and the indentation on the floor. It might make medical sense, Dr. Sato, but the sequence of actions you described are not those of a rational human. But wanting to frame Sosuke for the murder seems pretty reasonable, and stabbing the corpse of his katana would be the best way to do that. Thank you, Sato. Sato's doing great here. I think we stay here, right? I think they feel like they did need the katana to frame Sosuke. You make a strong argument, Dr. Sato. In order to frame a client for Chopin's death, they'd have to put his fingerprints on the murder weapon, the knife. They wouldn't need to stab the corpse with Sosuke's katana. Oh, that's true. Oh. Swapping the murder weapon and disposing of the knife is 2 to 4 times as much work. Oh, thank you for the stretch, Z. That is true. Like, yeah, why get rid of the knife at that point, right? It was just to frame Sosuke. Thank you for the stretch. That many more chances to make a mistake. It's nonsensical. Stabbing Chopin's corpse with the katana didn't help them frame Sosuke then. So what did it achieve? It made a big mess of some poor schmuck that would have to clean it up. Yes, that's... Chopin's blood. It was at the red ink docs? Oh my god. Chopin's blood nearly destroyed all the red ink docs at the scene. But who says that that's a coincidence? What if Chopin was stabbed twice? Just so his blood would cover the red ink docs? This is insane. Makes sense to me. No, not your logic for the stabbing. This idea of yours that Tariq Chopin was part of some conspiracy to defraud the city. Agreed. That is insane. I believe just the opposite. What? Tariq Chopin was an unpopular, straight-laced political aspirant working as a cop only to prove his electability. His personality, his family, his goals. He would have every reason to blow the whistle on Prop 492 and just get the whole project cancelled, leaving the lower wards in an undeveloped lurch. A lot of people would hate to see that happen. A lot of blue bloods. But the son of a 2 city councilman wouldn't care. And an Ikaria like my client would be actively rooting for it. Ooh, this helps our client more. You think Chopin was murdered just to cover up the fact that Prop 492 had been corrupted? Just? All that money left on the table. All the future money coming down the line. That's a much better motive than... What was it that you proposed exactly? That my client saw a police officer and would rather stab him than explain why he killed his captors? Something along those lines. So, like, what's going on now? Did Sosuke do it or not? That'll be cleared up in a very short order, Your Honor, with the help of our final witness. All right, chat. One last witness. So Yoru wasn't even really used to frame me. It was used to draw more blood from the wound to soak the papers. A very cool decision to make in the heat of the moment. Defying a corpse to just protect investments. Colder than stabbing someone in the back? In some ways. Didn't think that was up for debate. Yep, it's Officer Rogers. Okay, so I kind of got distracted by hands, but I did consider that if there's anyone who would have killed, Chopin, it would have to be Rogers, right? That's the only other person we know that was at the scene. Yeah. I mean, we'll see. Thank you for joining us once again, Officer Rogers. No problem. Where is everyone, though? Well, after the shooting yesterday, I'd rather not risk the integrity of the celerity of the trial by rescreening every single member of the gallery when I've already cleared out the room once. Celerity? Speed! Trial's gonna go fast, baby! And it takes everyone a while to find their spot in the stands again. We were almost caught in the line of fire not only 24 hours ago, Officer Rogers, yourself included. Surely you don't find the lack of an audience to be intimidating? Nah, I guess not. Where do we leave off with this guy anyway? I believe the lawyer over there had accused my late partner of being on a take for the Blue Bloods. I was merely exploring a possibility raised by the witness's sworn statement, Your Honor, that he had never heard any gunshots in the area himself. And I stand by that. Good. Does the defense have questions for this witness, Your Honor? Or should we all continue to glare at one another for the rest of the day? Tempting, but I guess we better not. Your Honor, I asked the witness testify once more about how he and his partner arrived on the scene. Yeah, no problem. I'll repeat my time as many times as you like. I'm gonna have to call you on that one there. Oh, it's just gonna be the whistle. Okay. We head for the scene or an Arkham hide spot. That's okay. Door was locked. Yeah. Followed by some kind of loud music. Yeah. About a minute later, I heard. Yeah. Okay. I think we all know what it is. Adonai, are you waiting for something? Perhaps just savoring the moment, I suppose. There's one thing to do at this point, and once I hit his trigger for it, things will really take off. Oh my god. Oh my god. Chat. Holy shit. Quit it already. I mentioned, I feel many times by now that is a very unpleasant tone, Adonai. Sorry. Butterfingers. Hasn't anyone told you it's poor taste to use the same chick twice? It's been a lot more than twice now. And besides, it's only an issue when it's used twice in the same audience. Speaking of which. Yeah. You gonna answer that, Officer Rogers? Just to fill you in, officer. What I accidentally pressed just now is a whistle found at the scene of the crime. Weird coincidence that my little slip-up coincided with your phone vibrating. Can you read us the notification you just received right now? Or should the court computer simply force open all your devices and splatter your data across the walls? Officer Rogers, you have a so-called receiver application installed on that device, do you not? Yes, I do. Is that in line with department guidelines on use of third-party software on state providers' devices? It's not breaking any regulations. It doesn't need to earn you any demerits to make you look guilty of sin. You and your partner, that is. Yeah, because, chat, think about this one. They need to be tuned to the specific frequency. Just having the app is not enough. It needs to be tuned. So let's fucking get into this. Did Chopin also have the app installed? We can go check. If having the app on the phone makes you guilty of something, you'd have to arrest half the cops patrolling the lower wards. What do you mean? It's common knowledge that Arcas use unconventional tactics to talk to one another. Flags on buildings, clothes left on flying, smoke signals, probably even messenger pages. Where? Don't jump scare me like that. When you've got to figure this statuesque, every pitch is a disaster waiting to happen. Anyways, whistles like that aren't uncommon. So it's common for members of the police department to listen in on the chatter of groups like the Blue Blood Mafia. Lower wards aren't the place for a cop that walks around without every weapon they can carry. And that goes double for information. So there's nothing suspicious of his phone reacting to that horrible racket? I put up the noise for nothing? No, not for nothing. The witness is correct, Your Honor. There's nothing suspicious about having a receiver installed on any of your devices, even if you aren't a cop. What is incriminating is that officers' device responded to this specific frequency of this whistle. Sorry, officer. A little blue birdie already told the court that you already had to input a frequency in order to get alerts for it. Yeah, I know that. So does the whole force, in fact. What? I see. What the hell is she reading over there? Officer Rogers. Testify about this anonymous tip that the police department received last night? Oh, for the love of. I haven't seen the submission myself, but it came through the department's network straight to everyone's inboxes. Be advised, anonymous tips suggesting potential Orca analog chatter at the frequency listed below. Patrol officers in lower wards use this information at your discretion. That's absurd. What's the point of informing every cop in the city about secret communications channels? The Blue Bloods would find out their line is compromised within minutes. Would they? I don't know. I don't control how the anonymous tips get handled. But as soon as you get an email telling you that there's might be a criminal communications occurring at a random frequency, you tune into it right away. Believe it or not, I'm a bit more concerned about criminal communications these days. Having seen my murdered by an orca right in front of me, barely 24 hours before getting shot myself. Back up. You saw the moment of your partner's death? That's news to the court. You know what I mean. Your Honor, that tip was submitted and the frequency was spread throughout the police network. Likely because the Blue Bloods believed it to be compromised, having already been used at the scene where 4 of their members died. Officer Rogers may have had the receiver app on his phone, but so do any number of the police officers in the city. The app doesn't provide the timestamps when the frequencies are added. So there's no proof of when his phone first started listening for the frequency. Neither he nor his partner were members of the organized crimes unit. Therefore, they had no criminal informants of their own. They could not have obtained this frequency before the rest of the department. Since the defense cannot prove that the signal was acquired illegitimately, I never said I couldn't prove that. Yeah, chat, we're gonna have to prove it. Oh, is it the Magus? Oh my god, it was. It has to be the Magus. Because he stopped. That has to be it. It has to be it, chat. The gun? What of it? Not just any gun. A Mag US legally registered to Adan-Kurtan. And how do I know that? Because this gun was identified and scanned over a week ago, when Tanks was briefly detained by some well-meaning officers on patrol. That report? Officers TC and HR reported the following. Subject in possession of a firearm in violation of parole. And the subject possession of suspect communication software installed in the personal phone. Oh my gosh, communications. Oh, holy shit. Chat. He wrote all of that in the report? Oh, thank you, Chopin. You're so useful. Even in death, you're giving us lots of information. You and your partner found the emergency frequency for Creek's pod over a week ago by skimming Tank's phone and sat on it until late last night when you kindly dropped it off in the tip box. The hell are you even saying? What would we frisk a perp, get good intel, and keep it to ourselves? For the same reason, your partner might report a generic shots heard over the police network when he already knew exactly where to look. The same reason he'd be ecstatic at finding documents on Prop 492, the site of an orca bloodbath. You wanted your gold stars! Huh? You wanted to be the first in the scene of the site of a blue blood massacre. Council is badgering your honor. Chat, buckle up. The piano's going, and it's not going to be easy for us. Woo! Let's fucking do this for the last time, eh? And losing her meager thread of logic in the process. The previous witness testified that there was, in fact, a silent alarm that night. A silent alarm that needs to be actively pressed. It could have only gone out before Creek's heart stopped. Said witness responded to the alarm by traveling on foot. He had arrived well before Rogers and Chopin. The lower words are maze-like. She could have been closer. That whistle has a limited range over which it can be received. You proposed that Officer Rogers and Chopin were within the limited range at 9:45. Yes? Obviously you do, or else they would have never received the frequency at all. And so if person H is on foot, individual R is in a police car, they both receive the signal at the same time, and the train leaves Appletown at 3 p.m. That seems like an entirely irrelevant factor. All the court needs to consider is this. How could Officer Rogers and Chopin have possibly arrived later than someone traveling on foot if all three were within the range? I can't believe I told my geometry teacher that none of that stuff would ever be useful. This isn't geometry, damn it. It's just logic. The fact that they did arrive later than him. If I'm right about the motivation for Chopin's actions that night, if he was sitting in his police car and then suddenly got a notification telling him about some blue buds were having some life or death emergency, how would he react in that moment? Huh. It would seem the defense does not have evidence available to address this contradiction, Your Honor. Evidence explaining exactly how Chopin proceeded to the crime scene? Huh. Yeah. Okay, my gut tells me we raise. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna raise your chat. I may be completely wrong. But, like, because I can't think of anything specific per se. Yeah. Okay, that was from Creek. We know that for sure. Good luck. I can tell this is the difficult part. Wow, the first trial was way easier compared to this one. Makoto's testimony. Wait, what is Makoto's testimony again? That's when they were ambushed. That's not relevant. Right, that's just the whistle. You've got the windows. Alright, I barely remember anything at this point. Well, we're gonna raise. Of course I have the evidence that explains this contradiction. I just have to go get it. Yeah, okay. I kinda expected that. Oh well. Smooth, counselor. Flawless, really. I may not have the evidence on hand, Your Honor, but sometimes living in a surveillance police state has its perks. Pardon? Like when you want to surveil police officers. The officer's patrol car, their cell phones, traffic cameras, and optics data. I could request any of it. Hell. Your Honor, I formally subpoenaed all of it. Oh my god. Scarlet Draw. I fucking love this song. What? What? She can do that? I'm not sure. I'm still learning. Ray's drunken swipe at my front door reminded me exactly how much power the police have. But it was her dutiful checking in that made me realize just how hard it is to lose a cop in the city. Whatever it takes to answer the question for the court. After Officer Chopin reported that he heard shots fired at 9:45 p.m., exactly how long did he and his partner do donuts in the parking lot before actually driving off to the scene? Oh my god. Kind of a big ask for the defense, but it's entirely doable. Do the people object? The people, of course, object to any data collection effort that would be a waste of taxpayer money or a violation of their privacy. So we would prefer the range of this request be narrowed somewhat. Narrowed perhaps from everything to something. Happy to do that, Your Honor. I promise not to act like a child in a candy shop when browsing through. If you do this, if you subpoena that data, you'll just see me driving like a lethargic moron. Officer Rogers? He seems different. Hardly recognize him. Agreed, but I recognize his type. Soldier. Your Honor, what the defense is suggesting is largely accurate. Pardon? That's a first. Though there are some corrections I feel I should make at this time. No objections here? Officer Chopin is the one who discovered the frequency when you apprehended on Kirtan. He entered into both of our receiver apps at the time without my knowledge. I guess I love how he gets a hat randomly. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Rogers, you're totally innocent, aren't you? Yeah, totally. It wasn't until the night in question that he chose to inform me of the intel he had obtained, and he planned on acting on it. At 9:45 p.m., we received a signal. Before I could react, he put a notice out on the police network that he had heard gunshots. It was at this time he told me to drive towards Blue Blood territory. He sort of explained to me what he believed we would find. I chose to take a suboptimal route. We spent several minutes in traffic as he berated me for my sense of direction. So you both knew about the silent alarm would lead you to some kind of Blue Blood emergency. But only you realized that meant you should take your time getting there. Logically, a silent alarm is triggered during a confrontation, not afterwards. I had no desire to walk into crossfire of an orc gunfight without backup. You could have had a backup easily. My partner has no desire to share an intel or how we obtained it. I apologize to the court, Your Honor, for being evasive or misleading during these proceedings. and I intend to take full responsibility for doing so. But I was not eager to admit my role in cowardice that played into these events. Nor would I ever want to imply that Officer Chopin was responsible in any way for his own murder. Very warm sentiments for the officer. Delivered with a voice as cozy as ice water. So you were telling the court that you and your partner arrived and you expected to be a blood raft, and you still shot off the lock of a door and started stomping around inside while separating from one another? Respectfully, ma'am, with the route that I took and the right time it took for us to arrive, we all expected to find all targets neutralized. And that expectation was reinforced when we arrived on the street and found the whole vicinity dead quiet. And yet we were still on first in the scene, despite my stalling for time. I think I might have enthused my partner. He was upset, he was excited, and I let him set the pace. It was my deepest regret that I agreed with his request to split up. First to arrive on the scene. We know that wasn't the case. A blue blood got there well before you and your partner did. That's what you're talking about? The witness wasn't present for that individual's testimony. He's merely giving the facts as he knows them. He can't have known there was a blue blood in the building. On the contrary, he already testified about encountering them yesterday, as they made a not-so-sudden retreat down into the alleyway. That was a blue blood making all that racket? I see. My partner, Chopin, shouted there was someone scrambling around down in the alleyway, not long before he was killed. He must have opened the windows on the 3rd floor to check. That's a new detail, Officer Rogers. Pardon me if I failed to mention it yesterday. It occurs to me that you weren't present in the courtroom when this other curious detail was brought into light. The fact that there was another weapon at the scene of the crime. A bloody knife, which somehow ended up down in the dumps. Know anything about it? No, ma'am, I do not. Plain dumb. Wrong fucking move. But I do know that scientists is a bunch of amateurs with conflicted priorities. Explain this to the court then. Forensic analysis had already shown that this knife was the murder weapon used to stab Miller, getting a healthy amount of blood on it in the process. It's also been established this knife must have been what my client used to cut his own bindings. If you say so. The evidence says so. If the evidence... Oh. Chat. Ad break. Ugh. Alright, I'm actually going to continue here for the ad break, unfortunately, because holy fuck, is it getting late. I want to finish this up soon. I've been almost streaming for 8 hours. Holy shit, chat. One last can of Monster here. I finish it off. Don't die. I'll be fine, chat. Woo! It'll just be my longest stream ever. If the defense isn't interested in asking the witness's question. Oh. Z, hi. Thank you for waking me up. Woo! Okay. I can do this. If the defense isn't interested in asking the witness questions, perhaps they'll answer mine. What does it have to do with Officer Rogers? Everything, of course. Allow me to show you why. What does the knife have to do with Officer Rogers? Okay, found Rogers arresting Sosuke. It has to be London's testimony, right? It has to be this, right? Because he was the, like... Yeah. We know for a fact that Sosuke had to use that knife to cut his own bonds. And Detective London has testified that Officer Rogers apprehended Sosuke alone. So why can't the officer who apprehended the man last known to be using this knife tell us how it ended up in the alley? That is a question well worth asking the witness. Ooh, Rogers, get fucking ready to pay. I have no idea what you're talking about. When I found your client, he had the Mag US and he had the sword. The sword he had stuck through my client. And this knife you're talking about? Where'd you find it? In the trash. Drum. down in the alley. Well, then some crime scene tech idiot must have thrown it out, thinking it was bio-waste. Or some scientist lackey tossed it as a prank. I wouldn't know, because I spent hours being debriefed in that room on the 3rd floor while they set up for ARCs. I spent all night in a room with my partner's corpse. Never took a trip down to empty the recycling bin. We know the knife was with Sosuke at one point. We know it ended up in the alley later. So it stands to reason someone had to walk it downstairs and out of the building. If Rogers never left the room all night, then someone else must have moved it. No. He could have removed the knife. 0 points for you. 0 points again? All that processing power, and you still can't manage to think in 3D? It doesn't matter if Roger stayed in that room all night, Your Honor, because he could have just thrown it into the drum that was still burning the doy. All anyone would needed to dispose the knife was to step outside onto the fire escape and drop the knife down into the barrel waiting below. No need to leave the 3rd floor. No need to leave the crime scene at all, Officer Rogers. What kind of trick shot bullshit are you talking about? That is a long drop, Your Honor. A straight drop? Gravity's consistent like that. The target was a small drum in a dark alley. Said drum was burning when the police arrived. The target would have been plainly lit and... I've taken both your arguments in consideration. After much deliberation, I've come to the conclusion the proposed method of removing the knife from the 3rd floor is not actually that hard to do. Assuming a modicum amounts of hand-eye coordination and a basic understanding of Newtonian physics. Well, obviously, couldn't anyone manage that? Practice martial artists who are masters of every muscle in the body, individuals like yourself. And me, oh my gosh, Sarah, you're so cute. Might find it hard to relate, but there are some who would struggle with the task. Yourself and I. Wait, hand-eye coordination? Eloquently put, Your Honor. So you must agree that someone with hand-eye coordination so bad that they would hold the wreck of the works marksmanship in the entire police department. Someone with such poor aim that they opted to physically assault the target rather than shoot them. Someone like that might find it impossible to pull that off. Check. Are you talking about me? She's talking about me, Your Honor. While I found her tone unflattering, none of what she said is false. Apologies for dropping that knife in the fire escape didn't occur to me as a possibility. It's just for me, personally, such a method of compromising a crime scene is not only unthinkable, it's impossible. Of all the stupid details to come bite me in the ass, the piss poor aim that London mentioned? Yeah, I wasn't expecting that to work against us, I'm gonna be honest. But there's a pretty easy way to fix this problem, chat. You go down to the 2nd floor through the fire escape. It's that easy. Is it possible that Officer Rogers faked his poor aim at the academy? It's easy not to hit your target. Why would he intentionally flunk a shooting test years ago to give him such a strange alibi here today? He didn't flunk his test. He got the very lowest score he could possibly get while being still certified. Good lord, you'd have to be trying to. His goal was to receive the exact minimum number of points he needed to pass. His margin of error would actually have to be much smaller than anyone simply doing their best. Yeah, he'd have to be an amazing shot, not just a pretty good one. But then, what about when he first saw me? It's true that any other cop saw me standing over their dead partner would have just unloaded. It said he ran up to me and hit me. It's not like he's actually that bad of a shot. Why am I still alive? It's because he wanted you to still be alive. That's because you weren't standing over the dead body, Sosuke. That's the story that Rogers has been telling so far, that he instinctively didn't bother to fire. His gun wasn't discharged, and Sosuke's got the bruises, so he accepted that line of reasoning. But if I assume he's more dangerous than he's led us to believe, why wouldn't he have just shot Sosuke when he had the chance? He could have told his fellow officers whatever story he would like afterwards. He wouldn't even have to be having this trial. I feared for my life. That's all he'd have to say. Under what circumstances would it be impossible for him to claim that? Your Honor, I am reminded right now that my client and the witness were in a physical altercation. I apprehended a murder suspect, yes. Surely you aren't suggesting that I used unreasonable force. If anything, you used unreasonably little. Not at all. But I imagine that things happen fairly fast. Isn't it possible that a knife on Sosuke's person may have just been knocked away into a corner during that moment? What are you? It may have. I can't say I would have necessarily noticed something clattering on the floor while I was trying to cover a violent perp. Perhaps. Your Honor, the witness ought to testify about everything he recalls from the moment he confronted my client. Jogging his memory might be the only way we can address these gaps in our knowledge. No objections. Then let's hear it. Good versus evil. Man versus machine. Cop versus robber. I'm not a machine, nor a robber. Don't worry, Sosuke. If need be, Ad and I will go through a whole trial just to prove that you're a machine. What kind of joke is that? Unfortunately, Sosuke, it is a true one. We have Yoru, we have the fire escape, and we have the Sosuke's medical records. Okay. When the blue blood fled down the fire escape in the alley, I poked my head out of the second floor window. Okay. On the third floor, where I knew my partner was. Reflexively, I drew my service weapon and rushed up the stairs, where I saw the defendant standing over their partner's dead body. I was shocked that he was clearly injured and the sword was stuck, so before I knew it, I was running at him. He turned to me with dull shock as I whipped my pistol butt into his forehead. Hello? His forehead? Hello? He collapsed after that and the room was a mess. My blood was pumping. Oh, okay. I know what it is. I know what it is. Despite his change in posture, he's still telling the same story. Yeah, he hasn't changed his tune, but he is giving more detail than ever before. And one of those details is about to bite him in the ass. Yeah, chat. Wait for it. There it is. Dumbass. Want a vet? That's what I fucking thought. Sounds very brave, Officer Rogers, but that's physically impossible. How could you have knocked my client out with one strike through the forehead when it was the back of his head that was injured? What are you talking about? Yesterday he had bruises across his entire body. An exaggeration that doesn't hold up to the scrutiny of his actual medical record. Largest wound found at the crown of the head. The crown, as in the top of the back of the head. The butt of a pistol leaves a surprisingly specific impression of the human body, Officer Rogers. Oh, that was very clippable? Oh, 100%. I assume Dr. Sato is still in the building. Perhaps we should recall her back so then she can examine my client on the stand. Sosuke, you have to remove your shirt to get my head checked. That would be a waste of time, Your Honor. Counselor Morgan has taken advantage of some rather vague wording in a medical record to make her argument. Largest wound. But the fact of the matter is, the defendant was covered in various bruises all over his body when he was taken into custody, including the front of his skull. She's not wrong. I still remember every ache. It's entirely possible that when Officer Rogers struck the defendant on the forehead, the blow was glancing, but still hard enough to knock the defendant backwards. Had he fallen backwards hard, he very easily could have sustained a large wound to the crown of his head at the moment that he hit the floor. Respectfully, Your Honor, that's ultimately not something either the people nor the defense are experts on. But even if we were, neither one of us could examine the wounds that are no longer visible. Her fucking stupid regeneration bullshit meds they forced him to take. God damn it, Emma. Sosuke's injuries, they must have been healed as of this morning. Hope that injection really helped you sleep that well that night, Sosuke. Your Honor, as I see it, we can either extend this trial indefinitely, with both these people in defense flying in x-ray specialists, contusion analysts, argue back and forth about fracture lines, or we could accept the events that more or less took place as the witness described. He hit the defendant on the head, and the defendant fell backwards into the floor. If the head wound's open to interpretation, then isn't it? Let me look at the medical data. Where is it? Medical records. At noted at the time, internal bleeding throughout the torso of the skull, bruising and rope burns on both wrists, on the front side of the body, back of the head, and then, yeah, that's what I thought. He then got a bunch of bruises after getting booked. That's what I thought. Okay. We're gonna raise. Forget expert witnesses. Let's all just look at the medical data for our own two peepers. Peepers? Officer Rogers claims that Sosuke was hit on the forehead and fell backwards. But what would he have fallen onto? In that room, probably blood and guts. Yuck. You're exactly right. Oh, he only had blood on his feet and his like fucking like, oh my god, yes, yes, yes. All kinds of firsts happening in the courtroom today. He would have gotten blood all across his back. That's how he looked at the time he was arrested. The medical report clearly states he had blood on the front of his body. Telling us Sosuke could have only fallen forward. And what of it? Maybe he did. Maybe he turned his head weirdly while trying to dodge. Things happen fast. Don't try to bullshit a bullshitter. Fast enough you may have, in fact, actually struck my client from behind? Yeah, maybe. Took him by surprise when he was no threat to you. What? No! Easy target to knock out at that point. Makes sense why you wouldn't use the lethal force in that scenario. No, no, no. He was. The guy's nearly got a full head on me. True. True. I don't deny it. Which makes it highly unlikely the witness could have simply hit him on the crown. If things happened as you say, and he had that element of surprise, if he simply aimed for the easiest target as possible, the one easiest to reach at the center or bottom of the skull. Not quite. Oh, I get it. He was knocked out when he was trying to reach for Yoru. Excuse me? I never said that my client was standing up when this happened. You mean he was asleep? No. Considering that he was struck in the crown of his head, it's obvious at the time Sosuke Ikaria was bent over. My client must have been bent over. He was bent over when the witness came behind and... Adonai! What? Why are you interrupting me now? Because I thought you'd want to know that you're about to phrase things in a way that sounds very silly. What are you talking about? Sarah's right, Morgan. You should let her take this one. What? It was when Sosuke bent over to pick up Yoru. That's when Officer Rogers struck Sosuke on his crown. As I said, the one thing I do remember besides walking out there, he was picking up my sword. Bent over and ready? Yeah. Bend over, pretty boy? Oh my, Chad is excited. Picking it up off the ground. Having your android gauge the weaker points for you now, counselor? Not exactly the bravest tactic. Tactics are for freshening your breath. What you can claim is weak about the argument? Positioning. If your client really had walked out of that holding room and then was immediately hit from behind, where could his assailant possibly have been standing? Yeah. Standing over here? And then he moved over here? Yeah. Had to have been, right? Because the door's here. That door's for the torture room. Sosuke had to get out his bindings first and then push open the door. And then he wouldn't have been concerned with keeping it as quiet as he went. There would have been plenty of time for someone to hear him rummaging around in there and figure out where they could hide. In the corner of the room, here. That doesn't work. If that was the case, your client would have fallen face first here. But instead he was apprehended here, in the center of the room. Hey, makes sense to me. Looks like he dropped like a sack of potatoes on the door for sure. But then he was dragged to the center of the room. Okay. Would that explain the streaks of blood we can see discovered on the floor? So those weren't left by him gliding his feet in order to move silently? I was hoping to learn that technique. Your Honor. I fear the defense may not realize the weight this implication of her statement carries. If she, as she claims, Sosuke Ikaria was knocked unconscious by Officer Rogers the moment he walked out into the room, then my client never had any opportunity to stab Tariq Chopin in the back. Yeah, we're going in for this, baby. Let's fucking do this. And the only remaining individual that could possibly have killed him would be me. Yes? Any thoughts on that, officer? There's just one thought that's been frustrating me for some time, actually. One I expected the prosecutor to voice, but perhaps I misjudged her. You what? None of what you're saying makes any sense. You say I hid in the corner to surprise Sosuke, and then I, what? Snuck up on Chopin? How could I possibly do any of that when I was downstairs at the time Chopin was killed? At the time Sosuke killed him? Or sorry, at the time that Sosuke killed him. It's not a thought that had occurred to Emma, you idiot. It's a thought that once I address this point, your entire testimony falls apart. The truth of the case becomes crystal clear. Oh, he said he was on the 2nd floor. He just used the fucking fire escape to go up to the 3rd floor. Doy. There's no misunderstandings on my part, and I suspect none on the part of the people either. Because the truth is, when you and your partner arrived, you must have immediately... no. Fallen behind. If Rogers fell behind while Chopin charged up ahead of the stairs, then things happened exactly as Rogers claimed, and Sosuke is the only one who is alive and alone with Chopin. No. When they first entered the building, Rogers must have... Okay. Wait, is it really just KOing Chopin? No way, right? Let me go look at Chopin's autopsy again. There's nothing else that says that, yeah. Taking the lead? You were the one who took point, not your partner. Excuse me? Chopin shot open the block, sure, I believe that. He was all gung-ho about coming there anyway. But after entering, you went ahead of him while he covered you. What? You already told us you wanted to stall. Wait for backup. If Chopin charged forward, you wouldn't be able to slow him down. But if you went first, you could go as slowly as you liked, and Chopin would be forced to match your pace. You were the one who cleared the room and shouted down, everyone was dead. I told you, I testified. So did your blue blood tail. Testified all about how you and your partner were separated on the 2nd floor. Objection. Mischaracterization of the testimony. The witness of the defense is referring to did encounter the 2 officers, but the witness never identified either one of them. The blue blood didn't need to. All they were waiting for was to hear whether any of the blue bloods were alive. So after Roger shouted down to Chopin that everyone was dead, they bolted out of the 2nd floor window. And when Chopin shouted out that someone was in the alley, Officer Rogers opened up the windows behind Creek's body to try to spot the runner. Then he ran down the fire escape to try to follow them, only to give up when he saw there was no ladder down to get down with. It's entirely possible that Chopin yelled yesterday someone was in the alley from the 3rd floor. The scene of the crime is soundproof, remember? No one in that room would have noticed a commotion in the alley unless they had already opened the windows to check it. Since Chopin yelled it, he had to have been the officer who stayed on the 2nd floor. This blue blood rat of yours just misheard, or they're lying. There is no proof for any of this. Yes, there is, officer. There's no proof that Rogers went down the fire escape. Let's see. Is it the scrap of paper? It has to be, right? It has to be. Yeah, it has to be the scrap of paper. The scrap of paper that was found on the 2nd floor windowsill? But it's not just any scrap of paper. It matches the red ink documents that were found where the pod died. And it happens to have a partial boot print on it, proving that someone stomped from the crime scene down the fire escape and onto the 2nd floor. That doesn't prove anything. Your own client could have left that boot print. My client was arrested barefoot, remember? You should. You did the arresting. Then maybe Chopin. If Chopin was the one who brought the scrap down from the 3rd floor, that put him behind you. Meaning you couldn't have walked in on him being attacked by Sosuke. Counselor? Even if we accept that Rogers was on the 3rd floor and then moved down to the 2nd, the sequence you're describing ends with both the officers reunited in the 2nd floor, with neither one of them being dead. But obviously Chopin did proceed to the 3rd floor, because that's where he was killed. So now we're back to where we started. Back where we started. You're forgetting one key detail in this new sequence of events, Emma. The time that the officers reunited in the 2nd floor, my client was already unconscious. Meaning the only person who had the chance to kill Officer Chopin was, in fact, none of this shit matters. This lawyer's trying to accuse me of killing my partner? That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why would I do something like that? Well, it depends. What? Depends where you live. Not uptown, I presume. What's it to you? Single bedroom? Yeah, whatever. Yeah, not great. Excuse me? And having to ride all around all day with some insufferable, spoiled, rich stick in the mud. Knowing the whole time that you, your job, your whole goddamn police department, it was all just a bullet point on his resume. Counsel is badgering the witness in lieu of making an actual argument. No, Emma. We're making an argument. How about you listen for us for once, okay? Be nice and quiet, like a good girl. Apologies, Your Honor. I'll state the motive plainly. Proposition 492 was corrupt. The Blue Bloods, and worse, would profit off of it at the city's expense, but it would also bring economic relief and badly needed repairs to the lower wards. It might also stop the canopy from, just falling down and crushing everyone who lives there. But a climber like Chopin wouldn't care about any of that. Every photo I've seen of this guy, he had a big, stern frown. But I bet he was grinning ear to ear when he found that red ink. Must have made you sick to your stomach. So you killed him. And then you bled him like a pig to try to destroy all the documents he would have plastered all over town. You're crazy. That's not possible. Do the people have anything to add? Emma hates losing, but she's not stupid. She must be getting sick of having to cover this. Oh my god, chat. Officer Rogers. You were the one who entered the third floor first, weren't you? What is she doing? Yes. How long were you there before your partner alerted you to someone escaping from the alley? More than 2 minutes. Less than 3. You had the chance to start looking the room over? Yes. Did you see anything as politically explosive as what the defense had described? No. Nothing of the sort. Your Honor, the witness is blatantly lying. We know the documents were there, and we know that Chopin found them because they were underneath his corpse. And that is the defense's theory, that he was killed because of those documents. But he would have tried to make them public. But would he have tried to make them public, essentially? Yes. That's the defense's proposed motive for this man to kill his partner? Yes? I see. But why would he be prepared to kill his partner for reading documents left out on a desk? When he had over 2 minutes to simply get rid of them beforehand. Chat. Fucking, god damn it. Every time with her. Asshole. Putting me in check when I don't even want to play the game. Ugh. She's over here playing chess. Well, I'll fucking show her about what it means to gamble. But a damn good question, Your Honor. Do we have an answer for it? I'm getting there. I'll get there. I'm close. His layers are falling off. This is a cold guy, cold enough to walk into that room, knocks his guy out, and start calmly looking around. So is he lying? Did he actually see those papers? No. Emma's right. If those papers were in plain view, he would just tuck them into his jacket. If the papers were in plain view... Were they? Ugh, I don't remember. Where the hell did I put them? If not on the desk. I remember taking them out of the crease safe and thinking they were nothing important, so I just scattered them about. That's probably how one page left where it could have stuck to the bottom of Roger's foot. Before I left, I reorganized things, tried to make it seem like I never was there, so I stacked things neatly. Yoo-hoo! Counselor, any cuckoos in or around the nest? Pardon me, Your Honor. I was simply overthinking, to be honest. Officer Rogers didn't dispose the red ink when he had the chance because he didn't notice the red ink in the first place. It's that simple. A simple answer to a simple question that simply doesn't measure up. If Officer Rogers didn't notice the red ink docs in 2 minutes when he had with the scene, how did his partner discover them so quickly? Neither one of them was looking for illicit government documents at the site of the gang shooting. Neither one of them would have wanted to start disturbing a crime scene when there were bodies and blood all around them. Correct. Rationally, neither officer would want to start making a mess of the scene. Something must have simply caught Officer Chopin's eye. Very bad luck on his part, as it turns out. You've got to be... What the hell are you talking about? What could it have been? Sounds like a tough question to answer, but there aren't as many possibilities to sift through as you might think, Your Honor. Because it would have to mean something that caught Officer Chopin's eyes, yet not that of his partner. In other words, something at the scene that Officer Rogers wouldn't recognize. Is it the black card? It's the black card. It totally is the black card. Oh my god. It all comes back to it. Yes! Your Honor, this is pointless. If the officers knew this was the site of the Orca violence for the silent alarm, there was blood and corpses all over the damn place. And if the Reading docks were not in plain sight amidst all that carnage, what could possibly draw on Officer Chopin's attention to them? If I need to retrace Chopin's steps specifically, was there anything in the evidence record he left a trace on? Oh wait, it wasn't the card. It was the data pad, right? Well, he left his prints on the data pad, right? Krieg and Officer Chopin. Yep, so it was the dark card. All right, it has to be. All right, chat. Oh my god, you're still going? We're so very close to being finished, Jackie. Do not worry, but hey, if you want to tune in, you're welcome to, because things are about to heat up here. We're about to fucking show this guy that he fucking murdered his own fucking police officer. I'm here for the end. Let's go. Hells yeah, you are. All right, chat. It's the fucking dark card, obviously. Dumbass. When Rogers first entered the crime scene, he must have seen Krieg's data pad resting on top of some papers. You think the Reading documents were beneath the data pad the entire time? That might explain why Rogers didn't notice them, but that's only half the answer. Then how's this? It wasn't the data pad that drew Chopin's attention, Your Honor. It was the dark pad that was stuck inside of it. Or the dark card. Girl, we are both about to die? Oh, it's gonna be great, Z. The dark pad card? Seems like a little bit more than a fancy credit card to your eye. But if you're rich enough, it's an unmistakable sign of powerful forces at play. Exactly the kind of thing that put a gleam in the eyes of the politically ambitious Officer Chopin. Right up until the moment he saw the bombshell hidden beneath the data pad. Your Honor, this speculation is... Chopin's prints were discovered on the data pad. Your Honor, we know he must have picked it up. And the data pad was found at the police on the desk, so we know that he must have put it down. I'm merely proposing he's gonna put it down in the exact same spot. Just because this dark card happened. Hey, seriously. What the hell have you two been talking about? What the shit is a dark card? Cryptographically anonymous wallet card that rich people use to buy illegal drugs and gifts for their mistresses. Not common knowledge, unless you ran in circles as high up as the city council. Oh. Yeah, you're right. I didn't know about that. Never heard of that. I assumed you were being literal. It is a dark card. Yeah, to be honest, it wouldn't surprise me. Chopin going around picking up whatever he wanted at the crime scene without even radioing in first? Sounds about right. Bare hands, math reading. The guy was big on following the rules. Just wasn't good at remembering any of them. Yeah, thank you, Rogers, for proving our point. Not me, though. I remember every rule. Follow them, too. Partner breaks a body cam, I request a new one. Let him use mine. Stop him from getting sued from the next punk he dumps into. There's a real risk for him. He had money. People could sue him if they could. No one would try to sue Huey Rogers. The goddamn thing the judge could award him with my own goddamn debts. I don't think I'm bad with money. Just bad with debt. Can't seem to get rid of this stuff. But even I'm not so stupid that I wouldn't wear gloves at a goddamn crime scene. You mean? Obviously, counselor. From the minute we pulled up to that building until I was relieved of duty, sent next home next morning, I was wearing gloves. 3 stories and an alleyway, and I can swear my parents' graves didn't contaminate 1 millimeter of it. Didn't put my greasy fingerprints on the windows, or the doors, or the murder weapons. You'd never even know I was there. So you can say that I did this, or you can claim that I did that. But the city's only ever gonna hear that some Ikarian bastard killed a bunch of blue blood punks. And that Tariq Chopin died a hero, trying to save the day. Right. Adonai, is that true? Is that possible? After all this, is it possible that the jury, surely they can see... The jury will see what the adjutant decides they need to see in order to properly render their verdict. The adjutant comes to the conclusion the witness or a line of questioning would only serve to confuse the jury. 80, Your Honor, the jury. Give me 1 second here. Think you're a girl. I'm trying to build a consensus, and basically everyone's mad. So maybe the adjutant rules in our favor. Maybe the jury sees things in our way. But there can be no guarantees. So it has come to this. It has. After all that, it's just... It comes down to a gamble. Always does. Yeah. But you still get the chance to sculpt your hand. And I can do a lot better than this pile of shit. Just have to take my licks first. Your Honor, I disagree. About what exactly? About all of it. About everything. Look, we know someone moved from the 3rd floor to the 2nd floor via the fire escape because of that scrap of paper, which would have put them in the perfect position to walk up behind Chopin. We know that Chopin picked up the data pad because his fingerprints were on it. So we can reason that Chopin was investigating the deaths before he died. And of course, we know that he died from reading the red ink documents because, duh. His body was found collapsed on top of him. Putting that all together and nothing. You still have nothing. Nothing except circumstantial evidence trying to witness to a theoretical sequence of events. Emma, did you get hit in the head too? What? We have Officer Rogers' fingerprints on the murder weapon. What? They'll never go all in unless they think your head is crap. Put on a show? Okay, we gotta bullshit her here, basically. Oh my gosh, this is the new mechanic. Let's fucking do this. Oh, the music is bopping as well. Woo! Obviously, it was totally his pistol. His prints were on the pistol he used to bludgeon my client, of course. What? What are you? No, they aren't, as he said he was wearing gloves. Also, the gun was never fired. What are you talking about? Now they mention it. Yeah. Shoot, did I get my notes mixed up? Oh my gosh. We're literally just sacrificing all our chips for this. This is so cool. This is incredible. Yeah, that's right. The bat. Did you think we would have noticed you left your fingerprints on it just because it was broken into splinters? The baseball bat used on Trey? Forensics failed to pull a single print from that. Is this your idea of a joke? Jeez, take it easy. I misspoke a little. Also, I don't have my reading glasses. What? Oh no. Oh yes, Jackie. Well, obviously it was on the gun, right? The Mag US was used to kill Tangson Creek. Pretty stupid to forget to wipe your fingerprints off of a piece of that gaudy, don't you think? Counselor, what is this? Are you just throwing a tantrum? Making a mockery of the courtroom. The only print of that gun belonged to Sosuke Ikaria. Oh, sorry. I guess I was just thinking of another case. Is there perhaps a gas leak on the other side of the courtroom? Well, I don't feel stupid. What I've been trying to say is that Officer Rogers failed to notice that he left his fingerprint on the most important weapon of all. The very blade that took his partner's life. Enough of this embarrassment. What the hell's wrong with you? I knew a mob lawyer would be corrupt and vile, but how can you be such a stupid bimbo? Do you think we're all idiots? My fingerprints on that goddamn knife, and you know it. Oh, Rogers. Rogers. Oh. You fucking dumbass. Fucking idiot. Thank you for implicating yourself in the crime. I appreciate it, Rogers. It's very nice of you to do. My mistake. I can see here that, yes, I was misreading the fine details, and it does appear that your fingerprints are not on that knife. Sorry. You? Oh, dear. What? What? What is it? Oh, I guess we're just all wondering. How long has it been known that this was the knife that was used to kill your partner? What? Confused? So are these two. Because like you, neither one of them were in the courtroom when Dr. Sato updated her autopsy report. Oh my fucking god, we fucking tricked him. Yes, it was so sick. So I knew that Chopin was killed with a knife. And the people knew that Chopin was killed with a knife. But how did you know that? There must have been 50 cops in here when that doctor, far fewer than 50 actually, more like 0. We had already emptied out the courtroom by then. A courtesy we extended to a blue blood witness. You, for some blue blood rat, you crazy harpy, trying to trick me at the last second. You think I walked in here unprepared? No, of course not. She, right there, Rockford, the prosecutor. Before I took the stand, she told me all about the knife. Ah, so that's your plan. Right, Rockford, before I came out here, didn't you? It's always great to reveal a full house and rake in the pot. It's even better to reveal a handful of shit you bluffed your way to victory with. Say something already, just say it! But every now and then, a different kind of victory comes along. We just get to sit back and watch someone else self-destruct. Because they completely misread the dealer. Say it! Say that you... Shut up! What? Just shut up! Is that so hard? Are my instructions unclear? Do you need me to salute you first? Stop talking. You are completely, utterly, 100% guilty. Why the hell would I perjure myself to help you? But, hey, start counting. Because from this second on, every word that comes out of your mouth adds directly to the number of years you are going to rot in jail. Unless those words are your confession. He's the Hound of Icaria. He's murdered for the mobs. We could put him away. They don't want to put him away. Not for your crime. Not for murdering the son of 2 city councilmen. Have you lost your goddamn mind? But he's a murderer. Well, not all murderers are created equally. Well, not all murderers are hunted equally. Neobility assassinated each other. Let it ride. Keeps them divided. Orcas fighting the lower wards. Let them sort it out. Keeps their numbers low. And a monster shoots 6 women in the heart and leaves no evidence behind? Call us back when he kills someone important. Strange. Once she's properly infuriated, there's usually no stopping her. Well, she's not going to twist the knife herself. I shouldn't let it go to waste. Your Honor, if the witness is having trouble choosing a place to start for his confession, perhaps I might help by laying out the details for him. You sadistic bitch! He was counting on Emma to step in. Now he's sliding down the rocky face of despair. Fingernails split and bloody as he attempts in vain to slow the descent. Not very dignified, so I won't leave him hanging. I'll be happy to speed him along. A week ago. Oh, shit, chat. Alright. We're going all in for this one. Let's fucking do this. A week ago, you acquired a blue blood distress signal when you arrested Tanks, but your partner insisted on letting him go and keeping the code to yourselves. So that the night of the murder, when the alarm went out, he jumped at the chance to be the first unit at the scene of what could be a gang shootout. You did all you could to stall, but your partner pressed on, even shot open the door in his hurry to get into the locked building. You made him an excuse to keep him on the 2nd floor, and proceeded to the 3rd on your own, relieved that everyone was already dead. And puzzled by the delirious Sosuke who you knocked out in one blow at the back of the head. But by calling out down to your partner to convince him that you were already too late, you alerted an orca hiding downstairs. And that's when they fled out the window, down into the alley, where you opened the window at the same time at the crime scene to give chase. While you were scanning the alley from the 2nd floor fire escape, your partner proceeded upstairs, where he was just as stunned as you were, but intrigued by the presence of a dark card you'd never recognize. He knew it that it pointed towards the involvement of powerful parties. It was simply bad luck that he found the red ink before you did. But he must have felt like he won the lottery. He was the one man in the city who benefited the most from exposing the corruption it hinted at. He must have been salivating the opportunity right in front of you, standing in the blood. But a second thought. You would take the knife from Sosuke. Hadn't even thought about it up to that point. You knew that once the rest of the force arrived, there'd be no stopping the red ink from going on the record. You had one chance to blot it out for good. That's all. That's all a lie. Just smoke and mirrors, tricks, and guesswork. The Hanabi Kari is standing right there next to you. The Blue Bloods themselves even tried to kill him, right in front of all of us. No, they didn't. Excuse me? I have it on very good authority that the Blue Bloods wouldn't want my client assassinated. Oh, I'm sure. So, considering where the shooter was and the direction he was aiming at, the only person he could have possibly been aiming at would be, well... you? What the hell are you talking about? Seems like the old guard wanted to make sure that there'd be a swift punishment for letting Prop 492 blow up. So you can keep protesting your innocence if you want. It might work out. You might be able to avoid the next Blue Blood to come after you, and the next after that. You might survive being held long enough just to end up being a lone casualty in a tragically unavoidable case of friendly fire. Your Blues coming after you from above and below. Who gets there first is a coin toss, so tell me. You feeling lucky? Come on, tell me. Are you feeling lucky? Well? You? Any questions? You and this DA, you're... Officer? You're both... You're all... out of your damn minds. He folded chat. Ugh, I fucking love these sequences. They're so much fucking fun. Do you work for the Blue Bloods? Never thought about it that way. Even back when I was a kid, I thought they were just another institution. Like a neighborhood watch. People watch looking out for each other. Everyone's parents off, working, or enlisted, or in jail for civil disobedience. Whole neighborhoods that cops, medics, and goddamn firemen wouldn't step foot in. Didn't see that as transactional. Thought I was just lending a hand. My blood ain't worth shit. I wasn't useful to anyone to be enough to be a young blood, not good looking enough to be a host. But I kept going to school. They helped me pay for it, because it was in fact a transaction. They expected to get something in return. Police Academy, their man on the inside. Wasn't exciting as it sounds. I made sure it wasn't. Test scores sucked, aptitude sucked, clumsy and boring. I made sure that no one would ever want to give me anything important to do. Valuable enough that Blue Bloods wouldn't out me. Not valuable enough that the cops would give me anything worth passing on. The whole world's worst double agent. So bad at his job, he'd never even be expected to double-cross anyone. Imagine the look on my face when my reputation for nothingness gets me paired up with the worst babysitting job in the force. Tariq Chopin. We were perfectly matched in a way. I didn't want to be near nothing, and nobody wanted him to be near anything. Nothing dangerous enough to get him hurt. Nothing real enough to go blabbing to his dad. We went around to do schools. Those were the jobs we'd get. Building security. Morning assemblies. Telling kids what cops do. Here's how to call for help. We were a goddamn joke. There are worse things to be. You think I don't know that? You think I gave a shit that the kids were laughing at us at the back of the class? The teens were throwing soda cans at our car? Good for them. At least we're having fun. Tariq was never having fun. He was just burning inside. Humiliation, bile, a stomach full of it. If he hadn't found the code in tanks that day, I don't know. Guy would have either put in his 2 weeks notice or just drawn his gun and walked to the nearest Orca mansion. So when you two arrived at the building, happened like the defense attorney said. I told Chopin some bullshit about smelling contraband on the 2nd floor. He started poking around, and I went straight to the 3rd floor because that's where the bosses would hang out back when I was a kid, where they'd give us their spare change to buy their groceries and pick up their laundry. I never met this creek or this part of my life until we stopped Anchored Town. different gens. And I'd never seen anything like the bloodbath in that room. All four of the pod were dead when I got there. Believe me, don't believe me. I ain't no Howdy Garia. I don't think he could have done that either. Considering how he stumbled out of that water closet like a bloody water balloon. I did whack him in the back of the head, but my hand to God, I'm not convinced it did anything. Face down in the blood like that. Couldn't have woken up with a nuke. When the hound dropped, I searched him, followed like protocol, found the knife in his hand. I called down, said everyone was dead, that Blue Blood bolted. Tariq called after them. And yeah, I opened the window and tried to follow. I guess Tariq didn't know the ladder was out. Figured I would chase him down because by the time I stepped back inside, he was upstairs. And I walked up those steps expecting him to be puking, crying, shaking, I don't know. Instead, he starts yelling down, is happy, ecstatic. He can't believe this scoop of the century. And I realized I know what he's talking about. Your Blue Blood superiors let you know about Prop 492? Lots of people knew about the deal for Prop 492, even non-blooded civvies. Nothing wrong with any of that, so long as it just stayed a rumor. So long as the state didn't know, we knew where the pillars were going to be built. It was a nice thing, believe it or not. People in the lower wards whispering about big money coming in. A little excitement to look forward to. Tariq was excited too. All he could see was forward. Barely reading the words in front of his eyes. Not giving a shit about anything behind him. Not giving a care about what he was trampling over. I didn't plan on doing anything if that matters, if you care. I was moving slow, but I wasn't trying to hide. After taking it off the hound, I still had that knife. That goddamn knife in my hand. Y'all seem like pretty educated people, so... I take it none of you believe in evil? We believe in evil, down in the lower wards. It's like fog. Hangs around certain people, places. It poured off that knife like a water fountain. The devil made you do it. Haven't heard that one in a while. If it wasn't that dark heart being there. You know, Tariq told me once that he said he wanted to become mayor. I just did this stupid fake laugh and told him he had my vote. I don't know why I did that. I shouldn't have done that. Laughed at him? I shouldn't have lied to him. And so, Your Honor, the people will be dismissing the charge of homicide in the first degree with prejudice. What does that mean? They can't charge you for Officer Chopin's murder again at a later date just because they found more evidence. Exactly. Yep, that's what prejudice means. When they dismiss it with prejudice, it means they just can't convict you ever again. And the 4 other charges of the second-degree homicide will be dismissed. We'll be dismissing the 4 charges of second-degree homicide without prejudice. Ooh, okay. So she's not quite convinced I couldn't have killed Queek's pod. Miller's blood, having already been on the knife you used to get free, was pretty huge. Combined with Rogers admitting that you basically stumbled out a walking corpse. But the way the state see it is that their murders aren't any more solved than they were at the beginning of this trial. It's to be expected. Then the jury will be dismissed. This court will be adjourned. And you, Mr. Ikaria, are free to go. Everything that's happened to you in a few days. How is that leaving you so shocked? I'm not shocked, I'm just... I'm just grateful, Counselor. You have my... Your Honor, is there perhaps something else you'd like to say? Well, if you insist. I guess for some reason, even though the jury's been dismissed and it's actually their job to do this part and the charges were dropped, I have this strong, overwhelming urge to say, not guilty. Hells yeah. We did it, chat. No, that needs to be much bigger. Maybe like a, I cast ye innocent. No, that sounds dumb. Yippee, let's go. Now time for the epilogue, chat. We shouldn't have much left over here, so we'll just go through this. Woohoo! Oh, hey there, Compass Horizon. Nice to see you here. Well then. So, how do you plan on celebrating? Adonai! We won, in case you two somehow missed it. And we won so definitively that the police and even the Blue Bloods can't hold a grudge. Right. My apologies. I'm grateful to you, of course. It's just that I still haven't gotten an answer to a question that's been haunting me. Even more so than whether I had killed Chopin. Someone slaughtered Creek's entire pod. Then they had my life in the palm of their hand and framed you, Sosuke. I don't think they were doing you any favors. And yet they did. They let me live. Oh, Tsuryu. Nice to see you here. It feels so strange when everything to someone that's so unknowable. Well, you'll have plenty of time to think on it. Spending the rest of your life with your head in the sand, ignoring the vast riches that sit untapped in a savings account across the sea. Adonai, he's made his stance quite clear. I don't intend to hide, Morgan. The Blue Bloods can try whatever they like. They can find me standing right where I've always stood, protecting my family. Bro doesn't know? No. Seems like there's someone who'd like to speak with you about just that. Sosuke! Mako, young master! Please forgive me, my young master. I failed you repeatedly. I'll accept any punishment. Very well. 108 years of manual labor. Oh. Yeah, that's about as merciful as I expected. At least he picked a good number. 100 and... Of course, young master. You only spend that sentence for serving as my head of security, so that I know that you're actually doing it. And that means you won't be able to do other jobs anymore, even ones that the elders ask you to do. Even delivering messages. Aw, Makoto. It's a punishment handed down by the heir of the noble house Ikaria, Sosuke. Who could possibly overrule it? It is as you say. I'll start right away, if you don't mind. That is probably wise. Grandfather's outside in a motorcade, and he's had nothing but criticism for the current formation. The chairman is here? He came here? Probably just happened to be on his way to the airport. He is, Counselor Morgan, surprisingly astute of you. Though he's leaving quite early, if he just wants to get to the airport. None of our private planes are even fueled. It seems like a universal truth that old people like to get to the airport early. That sounds very wise, Sarah's paralegal. Who are you quoting? I don't even know that. Okay. Then, if you'll excuse me for a moment, Counselor. Yeah, feel free to... Mirai. Take Sarah with you. Pardon? If you don't let her look at your tattoo now, I'll never hear the end of it. Oh my gosh, look at her. Well, yes, that's... Right then, I'll find a quarter in which to lift up my shirt. Congratulations, Counselor. You succeeded on all fronts. Thanks. Mirai here is, Sosuke's, no, Makoto's mother. So, yeah. Not satisfied? Makoto seems to be in a good mood. If you ask him for a bonus now. Shouldn't I just need to negotiate with my employer directly? You're the one who hired me, aren't you? Yeah, this is the thing, chat. We haven't known exactly who hired us. Like, we had assumed Makoto had, but that was always in doubt. Mirai was the one who hired us in the first place. At the very least, you're the one who put my name forward to Makoto. It's easy to see, looking back on it. You're the one who acted in Sosuke's interest this entire time. Yeah, got away with quadruple homicide, then did it for her client, and even found the actual killer of Chopin. Yeah, Morgan fucking knocked this one at the park, actually. Morgan's like the best defense lawyer in town. Holy shit, how do you manage to do that? Who isn't a child, that is? And what of it? Why me? Why does it matter? Because I value my privacy. I want to know why a woman with your resources put an ant like me under her magnifying glass. Such cruel metaphors you employ. Someone who values their privacy that much should, in the future, avoid directly confronting the board of multinational corporations. Noble's board of directors, you were... Not among them myself, but when one woman shifts an entire opinion of a room that's stagnant, even by a millimeter, word gets around. Oh, this is when we get talked to like the fucking... This is the last case. Holy shit. My, you really are a shy little girl. No putting the genie back in the bottle. But I won't recommend you to anyone else if it bothers you that much. Thanks. Though, you can be pretty shy yourself, letting Makoto take all the credit. Why the subterfuge? I've already overextended myself in this matter. A woman from my side of the house intruding upon the IFG's business. I don't mind that I'll have to rip out fingernails in front of the elders as a recompense, but I thought that I might as well spare myself an additional pinky or so. You're being literal, aren't you? Disobedience always has a cost, especially in old families. Especially for daughters. Fuck. But not flinching as you pay the toll carries its own kind of power, don't you think? Maybe I'm just trying to dress up my cowardice as dignity. Disobedience used to come naturally to me. It gets harder the older you get. Harder to believe your independence wasn't just immaturity. That's why I'm glad Makoto's such a good boy. I don't want him to feel any guilt later on in life. Yes, Makoto takes his responsibilities seriously. Can't imagine where he gets it from. I was such a hellraiser. He must get it from his father. I suppose so. It's interesting mark below Sosuke's eye. Oh my god. Chat. It looks like a mole, but it seems to be hereditary. I'm snoozing those ads, by the way, chat. I'm gonna fucking snooze them. Does Makoto know that Sosuke's his father? Does Sosuke? I would be very disappointed in Sosuke's intelligence if he didn't. That's why Sosuke left the family to join the military, wasn't it? Why he asked to become the Hound when he came back. Self-imposed exile for interfering in your arranged marriage. Interfering. We were younger then. We still knew what we were doing. We knew that there was no stopping the marriage. If we didn't cover the pregnancy, others would. Or just eliminate the problem themselves. Sosuke left before the bridal shower. I said enlistment, sure, certainly, but I don't blame him for not wanting to be there on guard duty as I married another man. If Makoto was Sosuke's son, though, that means that he carries his blood. If he stands to inherit from both his father and mother his worth, I understand it's going to be hard for you to believe, coming from a woman like me. But Makoto's already worth enough. He has his health. He has his mother. I knew it. I should have banged her. I should have said, yeah. You should have said it, Estrella. Yeah. I didn't pick up on that necessarily. Like it was something that's super surprising, but yeah. Surprise? Yeah, it's a bit of a surprise. A bit. And his father will always be close by. Every moment we shared as a family is worth its weight in gold. And as now you've seen, when given the opportunity to choose between Makoto and the Blue Blood of Fortune, Sosuke chose the former. All of you could have it all. Why don't you want it all? We already have it. I see. You don't understand, do you? I hope you do. Someday. She doesn't get it, chat. Oh my god. Holy shit, chat. Let's get back to something they fully understand then. Bargaining. One blood test from Makoto could have split your precious house right down the middle. Your husband will be infuriated assuming he has a pulse. Whatever connections you married him for will burn up in seconds. So unless you guarantee me that I'm free to turn down any job. Don't make any unnecessary threats, counselor. It makes you look weak. Take it from someone with experience. You're always free to leave the house. But if you find yourself slinking back, don't be too hard on yourself for it. Oh, Mira is wifey? Yeah. More like Milfrey? Oh my gosh. Morgan herself said that she has an endless hole that she fills with corpses to feel a modicum of normalcy. Yeah, she has. It's just what the house does. Now, would you excuse me? Sosuke seems to have satisfied your companion's curiosity for the time being, and it's very rare for him to have any time to himself. You don't understand, do you? Counselor Morgan. Emma. What's that look for? So, that's 2 wins for me now, isn't it? After Rogers went nuts and perjured himself all over the place, you're calling that shitstorm a win? It definitely wasn't a loss. You're ridiculous. Thanks, by the way, for letting things play out as long as they did. I imagine you wanted to put the brakes on a number of things back there. But now that it's all out, my client will be getting knifed by the cops or the Blue Bloods. At least not for anything he didn't do. Mayday and Morgan are cold-blooded ore farmers, but Mayday is also a mother, which I think Morgan thinks it's impossible to be both. Yeah. Oh, wait, she might not be realizing that she wants to bang Emma and not bang... yeah. No, look, Morgan is suppressing her sexuality. Let me just tell you that. You think I was happy to let a hound of Icaria walk out of my courtroom? Your courtroom? I'll have a word with the adjutant. Please don't. But yes, I had my doubts. The OC unit had been getting a number of odd reports in the last 24 hours, truth be told. What do you mean? Bursts of anonymous tips about figures in red being spotted around Crease Place before and after the killings. Figures in red. That's right. The Rust. Ah, right, the Rust. I don't like the timing, but it's not as if OC could ignore the idea altogether. Someone killed those 4. It wasn't Sosuke or Rogers. Yep, totally the Rust, chat. It wasn't us. If you don't like the Rust for it, where's your head at? Whoever killed Creek's paw did in such an unhinged brutality, and yet was executed with precision so cold-blooded that they managed to virtually erase their presence from the scene afterwards. Yeah. Tanks and Creek were both shot from fairly close range, near enough to their solar plexuses. I suppose. Bashing Trey Scullin was overkill, yes, but the safest way to erase anything his mods may have recorded. And even if it was an afterthought, that overcorrection is in line with perfectionism interrupted by... Ugh. Forget it. I'm seeing things that aren't there. First sign of obsession. Obsession? I'm jealous. You seem like you never let anything get to you. It's unpleasant, you know, feeling like you're possessed by something. Or someone. Well, if it was easy to wrest control back, it wouldn't be an obsession now, would it? Just puppy love. Puppy love. She suspects Morgan? Ah, the fucking ads. I'm waiting for everyone to come back, chat. We are waiting for these ads. I do not give a shit. You are all waiting for these ads. You're hanging in there. We have like 10 minutes max left on this. Hang in there. She's thinking about the HBK. Yeah, she's not thinking about Morgan. Emma does not seem to suspect Morgan as being the Heartbreak Killer. I think if she did, like, Emma would immediately start chasing after, like, Morgan and hunt her down and prosecute her. Emma would not give any leeway here. Emma despises criminals. It's something we know about her. Oh my fucking god. What is it, Jackie? Yeah, she just suspects the Heartbreak Killer has been involved in this case, which she's right about, but, well, there's not much evidence for her to back it up. She's just going off of her gut. Emma really just upset someone can shoot 6 people and get away with it, and more after that? That's also true. Emma does not like that a criminal has just been able to get away with everything. Like, also from what we know about Morgan, Morgan has killed way more than, what, 6 people, 8 people? She's killed way more than that. Like, she's probably killed at least a couple dozen. Puppy love? Oh my god, was it the puppy love? Oh yeah, no. Yeah, this is a one fucking hell of a line, chat. Oh my goodness. It's just puppy love. All I'm saying is that someone here is puppy coded, and it's probably yeah. Just in episode 1, she's killed at least 8, probably dozens now. Yeah. She's killed at least 8. In her, like, introduction to this chapter, she mentions killing other people besides as the Heartbreak Killer. Like, she's killed a shit ton of people. Emma has propped up HBK as this absolutely perfect criminal. Meanwhile, she just has to watch Morgan absolutely whack that shit up in court. No way Emma correlates the two. That's true. In Emma's eyes, like, Morgan is just like this like scruffy like underdog defense lawyer who doesn't do anything right but somehow seems to get lucky enough to win. Also, HBK really has an MO of negatively painting herself out of crime scenes. That's true. Yeah. It alludes to killing more. Yeah. Underdog brawler. Yeah, exactly. No, I don't think Emma sees Morgan as HBK at all. I think Emma just sees Morgan as like, well, what she's in court, which is whatever the fuck she can get, whatever she can fight with. God, I can't wait to watch these VODs. Well, be happy then. Also, if you don't have enough time to watch them, I should actually start getting a proper VODs YouTube channel. That way anyone can watch these playthroughs after the fact. She fights, and now she isn't afraid of taking hits. Yeah. Like, right now, she's thought the 2 shots to the solar plexus were intentional, but we all know that and saw the shot on Creek was a miss. It was a miss, true. All right, everyone, the ad break is over. Let's continue. Oh, that's me. Gotta take this call. See you around, Morgan. Yeah. See you around. Just go telling anyone that this was a win, or I'll be arrested for spreading misinformation. Well, we can't have that. Okay, Morgan, I've fulfilled my obligation to Sarah now, so now you can buy me a goddamn drink. Pardon? You can start your 108-year sentence tomorrow. I've got some paperwork that I need to go through before then, and I don't want to be sober. Yes, please. Of course, Decky. Heh. Oh, you're serious. Of course I am. Everyone knows it's tradition for a client to buy their lawyer a drink after beating charges like this. In this city, it takes them to one special bar, Kintsugi. That is true. Okay, chat. Morgan, beat off, Morgan was insane this trial. As a lawyer, Morgan was, fucking top tier shit. This is, crazy levels. Me, defeating a mock trial by, throwing out the main murder weapon doesn't even actually come close to, what Morgan did in an actual case here in this reality. Morgan beat off. Morgan did beat. No. I've never heard of that tradition. Or that bar. Yes, well, you've lived a very sheltered life under the roof of House Ikaria, but I forgive your ignorance. Time for you to put that fat wallet you've been curing this whole time to good use. Morgan beat off. Y'all are so fucking dumb. I suppose I do owe you a great deal. Very well, but first I must inform Lady Mirai, the young master. Go right ahead. Be my guest. What was that, Adonai? Do you want to get a look at Sasuke's tattoo as well? I'll take the rain check. Sasuke seems much more animated this afternoon, don't you think? I have not slept in about 22 hours out. Z, Jesus Christ. All right, for the sake of Z, because Z is clearly not leaving the stream until it's done, I'm going to try to go through this quick because holy shit. Look at the family. Yeah. Did you say something to him? No. Aw, chat, look at them. Oh, that's a screenshot. No, I didn't do anything. I see. Then perhaps his injuries were just texting him more than we realized. Yeah, that must be it. Cute as fuck. Super cute. Aw. It had been threatening to rain all day. Gray sky spanning the slate blue world. It was cold. All over the heaters were humming in the rush to overcorrect for it. At 3 o'clock, the raindrops began hitting the windowsills. Not a problem. She had her umbrella. At 3:15, the adults were leaning back in their chairs. Watchers' phones were being checked. They were preparing to leave. At 3:24, another topic was brought up. The gathering resigns themselves to a continuation. By 3:45 is the time the girl was able to excuse herself. She has 15 minutes to get back to the school. Hardly possible on foot if she hurried, but she could have asked to be driven there. For some reason, the thought never crossed her mind. Hey, are you forgetting anything? Yeah. Maybe. She hesitates at the door. She left her umbrella behind, back upstairs. It's not like her to be so absent-minded. The smart thing to do would be go back up and grab it. It's 3:49. At 3:51, she's jogging, a non-committal yet undignified rush. When she sees the time on her phone roll over to 3:52, she starts to run. She hates running. A small part of her considers sending a text. She'd never be the one to text first. Come to think of it, she'd never be the one to text second. She only has one number in her phone contacts after all. At 3:56, the school gates are in sight. Her eyes had been straining to see them. She wasn't looking down. Her knee was stung in a sharp, shallow way. The palms of her hands were embedded with the specks of gravel where she caught herself. Rain diluted blood faintly down her leg as she dripped water onto the mundanely tiled floor of the hallway. At 3:59, she pauses to catch her breath before sliding the door open. If her heart hadn't been beating so loudly in her ears, she would have easily heard the voices behind it. Where did she even come up with this stuff? Hey, I can't promise it's going to be that exciting every week around here, but... Ev, what are you? I thought you had a family thing. Oh shit, are you okay? What happened? You're soaked and... I thought... Who are all... We're the Mystery Club. Name pending. I hope you told the name. I was told the name could change. You were right, Ev. I was just going around people on campus, trying to be friendly, be myself, and people started tightening up. But forget that. Your knee. It's fine. You must be freezing. Let me get you my coat. Screw it. I'll carry you to the nurse myself. Stop. Ma'am, this girl just showed up and she's bleeding. What bleeding? Everyone sent back. Where is she? Who? What's her name? I don't know. I don't think I've seen her before. You girl, come with me. I'm taking you to the infirmary. Ma'am, she's cold. That's very nice of you, but it's not sanitary to share uniforms. Stay here and wait for the floors to be cleaned. Ev, Don't worry about it. I can walk on my own. Oh, the previous flashbacks. You thought it was from Morgan perspective, but it wasn't, was it? Never was. Fucking hell. And with a little bit of salt along the edge, there you have it. Oh, that looks wonderful. Thank you. Of course. Let me know if you need anything else. I must admit, Morgan, this is quite the fine establishment. It's just the characters are flipped? Yep. And so exclusive, the whole staff on hand to attend to just the two of us. I can't imagine what the waiting list must be like. Right? Lucky for you, you've got a man working on the inside. I can assure you, to any table, anytime, Sosuke. You or any of your housemates ever need a quiet spot to lay low from the nice high society? Now, you know where to send them. I might just do that. And these prices, so reasonable. Shit, I knew I should have gone with digital menus. The salt around the edge implies to be this some kind of tequila margarita? Probably. The red text was a red herring? Yeah, it was the devil's proof, one might say. Hey, Sosuke, that name they have for you, the Hound. That a title you were given, or just part of the mantle you chose to take up? No, I was called that long before I started delivering messages. Long before I got my tattoo. Truth be told, I'm not sure where it came from, or when people started using it. Devil's Due? Maybe. Childhood nickname, I suppose. Earned by following Mirai around like a puppy? I never, Who told you that Mirai was the heir when we... It's a miracle you didn't break under torture, you know that. The Hound of Ikaria? So everyone called you a dog when you were a kid. Jokingly? Lovingly. Mita is right. I don't know anything about... One of the many things I've long since acknowledged that I'm missing. I'm assuming those four words there was love. But obsession, addiction, those are easy enough to grasp. I've rolled the dice plenty of times by now. There are no demons haunting me, no other drivers in the car. Just me sitting in the dark with a hole in my chest. When it's hungry, I feed it. But it'll never be full, because the hole was there first. It built a girdle around itself so it would have a place to hide. How can you tell? That they called you that lovingly. I suppose you never know. You just trust. And if you do trust, then that's your answer. Besides, what's insulting about being compared to a dog? Everyone loves dogs. Probably even you. For your information, I like dogs just fine, Sosuke. But I can never live as one. Everyone's already colored in this world, tagged, labeled, classified, and put in a box. But even so, I refuse to sit at the end of someone's leash. Better to remain a stray. Oh my god, chat. Devil's Due? What's the devil's doing? Yeah. Art and direction by Evil Little Bug. Programming by Patrick MCF. 3D modeling by R Renders. Environments by Patrick MCF, R Renders. Additional tracks made by Zachary Cabral. And feature music by Lena Rain. Written and developed by Brian McMullen. Volunteer playtesting by Anna, Griston, Hugh J, Maxi, Sadie, Thumbbutt, Colamander, and a special thanks to Adrian, Altronix, Anna, Baby-O, Killjill VT, Mado, Manmux, and a special thanks to Dev Talk, Philly Game Mechanics, our friends and family, and you, the players. So about the thing you forgot, Z, what, the Hound? The No Mask? What are you talking about? Come on, Z. His due, Finn. Oh my gosh. My gosh. Oh, that's so cute. Ugh. Congratulations on clearing episode 2 on High Roller. And we got bonus charms. Aw, it's really cute. Right, chat. So at the very start of this chapter, when we had murdered those 4 people, before we entered the building, someone spotted us. A kid, just wandering about, commented on our red hood. I wasn't looking out for anything particular. The Rust gave me and the others food and stuff for telling them where the Blues and who they talked to. My shoes had been feeling too small, and the blue guys in the building had been really busy lately. I thought if I hung around there, I might be able to see something the Rust would give me new shoes for, but I never saw anything worth anything. So you gave up? No. I got scared. What scared you? You wouldn't believe me. No one believes me. Everyone says I'm a liar. Everyone says I'm a liar too. Are you? I can't remember. You see, somebody took something that belonged to me. I don't feel right without it. But I think you could help me find it. What did you lose? My face. I saw the red hood. Except she was a lady, not a girl. And she didn't have her hood up. I didn't get a good look at her face, but she was all red. Red hair? What's this? Gold. Thanks. But are you sure I wasn't any help? You've been a huge help. Now I know to look for red hair. I've tracked more elusive prey with less. To be continued in Of the Devil, Episode 3, quoting scripture. Oh, indeed. Whoa, holy shit. We got 7 articles, 22 profiles, 34 key items, 28 pieces of evidence, and 358 total credit earned. I would say that's pretty good for the credit earn. Congratulations, you finished episode 2 with 358 credit. Your high score for episode 2 is currently 358. You have unlocked concept art and bonus scenarios based on the score. You also have a total of 535 remaining store credit to spend on a phone charms and case colors based on the highest credit you've earned this episode. Okay, well, chat. I think that we have to, of course, look at the charms because we got a special charm. Now, we had gotten one for Reese last time, and I don't know if it was Twitch TOS friendly. Now, this time we have Sarah here, but I'm hoping the developers are nice enough to not make me have to fucking swap out my screen very quick. It's very cute. I assume so. It's Sarah. Sarah is not a character that's meant to be sexualized. IMO. Hey, you want to cry? Do you actually have time for a bonus scenario? See, we do not have a time for fucking bonus scenario. We are looking at this tag, and then we are finishing the stream. It's been 9 hours since I've started streaming. Like, holy fuck. Well, let's look at it. Okay, Sarah. Well, look at her. She's a very good bartender, and she's very cute. That was our little special tag we got here. Also, we got the Necromog earlier. This one's super funny. Oh my gosh. Congrats on your longest stream yet. This is my longest stream by far. I think the longest stream I've done before. Oh, that's a nice color, actually. I'm just gonna buy everything, by the way. I have more than enough charms for everything. The longest stream I've done before was like 6.5 hours. So yeah, this is a lot. For me. Yeah. It's a lot. Gosh, sorry chat. Proud of you. Aw, thank you, Jackie. I appreciate it. Yeah. So chat, here's what I'm gonna say. Episode 3 isn't out yet. So I'm not going to be able to instantly start playing episode 3 anytime soon. However, episode 3 should be out this year, sometime this year. Now it's early for me, late for you. It is now late for me, yes. But here's what I will say, chat. I actually have not gone through any of the bonus content of any of the cases yet. So if there's demand for it, if people want it, I can go through the concept gallery and the bonus scenarios for all of the previous cases. Episode 0, episode 1, episode 2, and I'll probably do that as a relatively short stream, maybe 3 hours long. I know there's a good amount of content in the bonus scenarios, but yeah, it's something that I might do as a future stream. Can Dev recommend the bonus scenarios? Okay, so I might do a bonus stream, not this week. God, no. Chat, trust me, I'm not streaming for at least a couple days. This was exhausting in a very good way, but it was exhausting. And yeah, as soon as the 3rd episode is out for this game, you can bet your ass I'm going to be streaming it. Don't you worry. And hey, if you like watching me stream mystery games, there's a lot at the table that I might be looking at, actually. I know another wonderful streamer that I might be interested in playing Ace Attorney with, if that's still on the cards. That's not being confirmed at all. And the Danganronpa 2 Redux is coming out soon. Danganronpa 2X2. I'm probably going to be playing that because I don't know if you all can tell from my setup. I'm a big Danganronpa fan. So I'll probably be playing that when it comes out. So, point is, you want to see more mystery game content? Well, if you want to, you can follow me, blah, 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 blah. You know the deal. You can just keep an eye on me. I'll stream it eventually. Don't you worry. But that's all that it is for this stream today because girly go sleep. Yeah. I will go to sleep, chat. Don't you worry. Nice. Thank you. Yeah, no, I'll be doing lots of it. Crap, did I really get into the end of the stream? Neo! Serval! This stream was 9 hours long, and you came in the last fucking minute. That is an achievement. But hey, you came into the stream. Glad to have you here, Serval, even if it's just to say hi for a single second. Thanks for the stream. Hey, thank you for you all coming to the stream. It was wonderful to have you here. I was at a family thing. It's okay, Surfall. You're good. I just find it funny. But yeah, I appreciate y'all being here. It made the experience way more wonderful. I love streaming these kinds of games to other people. It's so much fun. All right, chat. I'm going to see if there's anyone who's still like streaming that I know of. I'm going to be honest. I'd be surprised if there's anyone. Yeah, there isn't. Okay, chat. I could raid out into somebody, but I don't have anyone in mind. I think it's late for most people anyways. It's in this chat. I think I might just end the stream instead of raiding out because I can't see anyone that would want to raid out to right now. This is such a banger game. It's so sick. I give all the hugs, Cackle. You're really pretty, by the way. Aw, thank you, Serval. That's very nice of you to say. And yeah, this game is so sick. And I think you all can tell that this, like, fucking... This scratches a part of my brain super hard. Oh my god. Like, there are some points in that game where I think you could just tell that I was just rolling in it. I was just in the moment. Ugh. Alright. Toxic Yuri drama? Hells yeah. And I hope to see more Yuri in the future in this game, that's for sure. But for now, it's been a long night. It's been a long sleep. Or not a long sleep. It's been a long stream. Oh my gosh. Can you tell I'm tired, by the way? And hungry? And thirsty? Yeah. I gotta go take care of myself, chat. It's gonna be a late night for me. I hope your night is gonna be good as well. Good stream. Thank you. Girl, go pass out. You too, Z. Go pass out. Oh my gosh. You've almost been up for a full 24 hours. Get some sleep. And yeah. Have a good night, everyone. I'll see you all soon, alright? Bye-bye.